compare that creativity in France, I mean in Canada and in many parts of the world to keep food, and in Teso, you know, in the eastern part of Uganda, like you've talked about. I just want to sort of like look at the creative processes, the wisdom of the elders. How did they come up with that, and how long will the food take when it's dried? For example, how long does it take? Can you package this food and sell? You know, how do you know, sort of like go about this?
I don't stay much in the village, but I've been there for some long periods of time, and I've learned from like my parents and my uncles and stuff. So I'll talk mostly about cassava and potatoes. Have you heard of amukeke?
Yes.
You've had it?
Yes, I've actually eaten it. It's one of the best. I would call it Uganda's best plate for breakfast. Yes.
So for people who don't know, amukeke is dried potatoes. Yes, so they dry the potatoes, put them in the granary, and then you're able to, you know, just take a few portions of the potatoes, then you boil them. And now when you boil them, put in a little bit of salt. You can also put in OD if you want. That is,
which is simsim paste.
Ginat or simsim paste, and then you take with chai mukalo. It's really the best breakfast you can have.
Which is black tea. Wow, so these guys have just given us, so this is a creativity coming from Teso. I want to just take a moment to welcome everybody to the program. This is the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okila. This morning I'm talking to, or this afternoon, this night, or this evening, depending which part of the world you are, I'm talking to David Okwi, who is, you know, an internet breather and eater, if you would say it in a nutshell, as he said it. Entrepreneur. As a man who think creatively using internet and creating stuff, and of course integration. Today in the program, we want to discuss system integration. We're looking at the local content development. Everybody's talking about local content development. You've heard about local content development in oil and gas. But we're looking at local content development, focusing on creative system integration, on Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, Bubu. We are talking about this. And David Okwi is the founder and the shop manager at Oduka Stores, which is an online platform. I would say is the Amazon of Uganda in the making, okay? And perhaps going to go Africa. We want to just understand this, David, from your point of view. Are you a creative mind? Do you look at yourself as a creative mind? Or what is creativity to you, first of all, to start with?
So I don't look at myself as a creative in the traditional sense of a designer or an artist or a painter, all that kind of stuff. But I think that I'm creative, just like everybody else has to be creative. So to me, creativity speaks about using your imagination to solve problems. And that cuts across anyone, whether it is government or big corporations or small businesses or individuals or families and stuff. So it is really using your imagination to solve problems. That is creativity in a nutshell.
Let me take you a little bit back, David. You know, growing up, you obviously went through a traditional, you know, educational system that we all go through in Uganda or in Africa, in most part of Africa. But I want to just take you through a little bit. What is your background like?
In terms of education?
Yes.
I am an engineer by training or by education.
How did you become an engineer? Growing up, did you always see yourself as becoming one? How did you end up there?
I sort of gravitated more towards machines, objects, electronics and stuff. So naturally I leaned towards the engineering bit of it. I was fascinated by tech by the age of, let's say 12. Yes, and I grew up close to, like I said, my dad used to work in a textile industry, and sometimes I would have free tours to the factory. It's really huge. Like, it is, I think, one of the biggest industries in East Africa. So I would move around. It's like, I don't know, maybe 5 football pitches. So you move around, you see machines doing lots of, you know, fancy things and all. So I was really fascinated from an early age to admire and to love engineering. Yes.
Okay. So if somebody's looking at you now would want to think that, you know, that background shaped your way of becoming an engineer.
Yeah.
How did your parents look at it when you're growing up? Normally, parents are very fascinated with certain things they want their children to do, or a certain way they want their children to become. What was like with your parents, your mother and father, when you decided to gravitate toward maths, physics, and all these things?
Yeah, but my dad is an open-minded person. You literally just do whatever you want and whatever that you're really good at, and he's just there to pay the school fees.
You probably had the easiest, most, adorable dad.
Yes.
Not like ours. Some of us were always told you have to be a certain thing in life, and if you're not, it's a problem.
Yeah.
And some were caned. Some of us who were left-handed, our hands were tied on the neck so that we can become right-handed.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so there are quite a lot of things that goes in there.
Yeah.
So David, growing up as a creative person, from the way we looked at you, you were more lean toward tech from a very young person age. Let's talk about, did you ever make wired cars?
Yeah.
In pursuit of becoming an engineer and stuff like that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Also, everyone in an estate that I grew up in, literally, the boys and the girls as well, they literally, everyone made their own toys using, these wires. Yeah. So we'll go to, these fences that are made from these wires. We'll screw that up, unscrew it, and then break the wires, and then use rubber. Yeah, tie it together, then use slippers, the slippers?
Yes. Cut the hole in the to make the tire.
Yeah, cut the hole, make the tire, and then there you go with your car. And they will really be strong. You could actually use them to fetch water, using these 5-liter jerrycans.
Wow. So the creativity in Africa springs from way back when we were children. The only thing is that our education system sort of cut that off our head when we started going to nursery school and primary school, and things changed. And some of us were never, good at becoming a creative person at some point, or some of us never made it. But the likes of Daudi Okwi, as we call him, have definitely been able to pursue that career and be where they are today. So David, we're talking about, you're on the creative industry talk, and we're talking about Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. We defined creativity from your perspective, but I want to just ask you, to you typically, what is the process of a person being creative?
What is the process? The process starts with a problem. Look at the problem that you're trying to solve, and then find ways of solving that problem in the most cost-effective way possible, using the materials, using the skills that you already possess. So if you're working with people, you have to organize people around you to come together to solve a common problem.
And when we talk about creativity from a point of creating a product, and or a brand or a product, you obviously have been into the process of creating one for yourself. And you have one at the present. Typically, take us through that. How do you start and where do you start from? Because everybody, we believe, is creative. But the level of creativity varies. Some are very intuitive in their process, others are very slow in their process. Some people need a kickstart at the back, and you just kick them up and they start waking up and they start doing it by making life hard for them, like COVID-19 came and gave some of us a butt kick, and we're doing it. And some just do it easily. But to you, did it come just naturally, easily?
I like how you described it. There is no one way of reaching the creative path. It can be chaotic, it can be organized, it can be forced, it can be out of coercion and hard times. Can come from all angles. But I'll talk about the Onduka experience, literally, how we started the Onduka store and how we got here. We started right before lockdown in 2020, just when the coronavirus had started. At that time, online shopping was still something that was taking off. Some people would do online shopping, others wouldn't. But when the coronavirus came, we didn't start a Onduka store because of the coronavirus, but it found us. It found us right at the beginning of the incubation.
So
how we started, how we approached the problem is that, okay, we realized there's a lockdown, there's a restriction in movement, people couldn't go to shops, and we decided to launch the store online, mostly. We had a physical store, but we said let's concentrate online first. And then when you launch an online store, there are basically a number of things that you have to nail. You have to nail a way of people discovering you and finding you, because it is not like a store that people walk in and then find your products. You have to find a way of storing your goods. You have to find a way of delivering the product to the customer. You have to find a way of people paying you eventually. And then you have to find a way of managing customer relations or customer care. So we had all these facets, and we needed to bring them together and put them in a product or a service that could work in this market at that time. So COVID helped us in a way because it accelerated the trend towards online shopping. For the very first time, some people made an order online for the very first time. Not because they wanted.
Because COVID gave them a kick.
Because, as you said, the creative process, that kick, you know, it forced them to make purchases online for the very first time. And when you do something for the very first time and it works, it becomes a part of you. You say, oh, okay, this thing actually works. And then before you know it, it becomes a lifestyle, becomes the norm, it becomes the new normal. You realize, this is how it should work. It should have been this way all along.
Wow.
So, yes, the hard times accelerated our creativity as well. And it helped us reach that goal. So we just had to play around with delivery, make sure that the product reaches the customer as early as possible, make sure that we had convenient payment methods. You could either pay cash on delivery, or you could use mobile money. So we had very flexible payment methods that were convenient to the customer. We were not rigid at all. That's how it worked for them.
Wow. Well, you're hearing David Okwi right here on the Creative Industry Talk. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we will dive into the discussion of, local content development, focusing on Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. David will define that, his understanding of that a little bit, but then we dive into our main discussion today, which is system integration. He's talked about mobile money and his system and how it works and how they started. We want to know, how do you integrate all of these things together, and how can we, the creative people who create products like David, begin to use the system and integrate the system to be able to, sell products without you having to go there? Should coronavirus continue? Should we go into another lockdown? How do you deal with it? Stay right there. I'll be right back after the break. This is Creative Industry Talk. Eddie Okila, David Okwi. We'll be right back after the break.
When we start the Bayimba Festival, or starting Bayimba in general, for me it took me like 3 years of thought, of thinking. And as I went to Ekitobero, I went to Uganda, I traveled around East Africa, and one of the reasons actually which I rarely talk about was when I was traveling around Lake Victoria. I was doing a documentary about the lives of the people who live around the LVB, the Lake Victoria Basin. I went to Kisumu, I went to Mwanza, and I realized actually all these people have so much in common, but they know little about each other. Yet they are all surviving on this same lake. So for me it was very interesting. It kind of also brought back, like, the arts are the same. The arts were the same because we realized that we are all feeding onto each other. The musicians, the theater, the dance, the painters, and the writers. But we all had our own ways. We were separate. Everyone is doing their own thing. And I think bringing them together in one place was a creative process to kind of cultivate that space that was missing. So I think this is for me where I could see the processes of really going through the idea, understanding it, convincing yourself, finding the value, finding the strategic, the impact it's going to create, add on to the industry. And also when, like at Bayimba, when we are going through our creative processes of thinking about strategically what are we going to do, it takes quite some time when you have conversations with your staff, your colleague, the sector. Sometimes we ask people questions 1 month after the other, and sometimes I feel, so I'm like, okay, and they're going to feel like Bayimba is asking us too much, But I think it's important for us because we need to understand why are we doing what we're doing? How are we going to improve? And how can we do better? Where did we go wrong? And of course, sometimes you get some, advice, which is not, liked, but at the same time, it's good for you to hear it from the people that you're serving. So that process for me, it's important. And to be innovative at the end of the day, you have to be impactful. You have the product has to be useful to the people that it's going to serve.
Okay. Faisal, fear is the greatest enemy of innovation.
Yeah.
And quite often, most people start the thinking to create something. The innovation of, I want to innovate something, they think I want to innovate this kind of solution. And most times, somebody asks and says, do you have the money to start this thing? Do you know this takes a lot of money to do this? And before we know it, we shelve the idea and we don't do something about it.
Yeah.
How do we overcome that, given your experience from going around the Lake Victoria basins in 3 years of trying to create Bayimba, and who was, by the way, funding you? Because that's another problem that we often have. The fear of not having the money will kill the innovation. You can stay with something which is very good for so long just because you don't have the money, or you don't know how to go about it, or you fear you will fail.
Yeah, I think I'm a student of failure, and I think it's very important as innovators to study failure because it's a very good beginning of building courage.
Okay.
If you don't fail, then you can't be stronger. And people can tell you that the first Bayimba was a failure. And it was a big lesson for me because I totally failed. My friend told me, I'll not mention him, he told me, Faisal, this brand is dead. Because, and I was like, yeah, you're right, but I'll prove you wrong.
Welcome back from that break. This is the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okila. In the studio is David Okwi, the founder and the shop manager at Oduka Stores, an online, stores in Uganda that is selling electronic products. And of course, on the show today to discuss Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. We are focusing on local content production, but we're gonna gear our production, rather our discussion towards, system integration. You've heard from David, how they've created the Oduka and how they were able to sell things online, and some Ugandans being able to order things for the first time online. And if you're one of those who want to hear from you, what was your experience like? Share it with us far and wide. We'd like to hear from you. David, welcome back to the program. I want to just take a moment to read some comments from some people here, David, that has come in the middle of the show. We just want to hear from them and what are they saying. I'll start first with a gentleman here and says, that's my OB from Nameliango. David Okwi has always been a young man who is creating things and trying things. Thanks, kudos, David. And I have another one here saying, Eddie Okila, thank you very much for bringing David Okwi to the show. He's always been a very creative mind. He's a brilliant mind in the IT world. I think we need to harness people like David on that, topic of system integration. I want to ask David, how did you start creating your own product and bringing your own product out How did it work? I know you've shared a bit about it, but it's not easy, man, trying something new. David, you've had that coming out there for you. And another person says, Eddie Killer, thank you very much for the program. I would like to know how Ugandans are using technology to harness the new normal of COVID-19 going forward. I know you talked about Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, but sometimes Ugandans' content, rather products, are so weak that when you put them, when you see them on the shelf versus the one that is brought from China, you better not going for the one from China. I think, David, we've discussed this before.
Yeah.
Yes, and of course, how we're talking about it. That basically launches to our discussion today, David.
Yeah.
Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. We've been talking about this, and everybody's talking about local content. In the oil and gas, they're talking about local content.
Right.
Now, what is local content development to you?
Okay. So I'll start with a quote, or somebody said that Africa is the only continent that produces what it doesn't consume and consumes what it doesn't produce.
Yes.
There's truth in it, actually. And that is what we want to change, or what we should change with Bubo. In essence, we should be consuming what we produce and produce what we consume, not the other way around. You don't produce stuff, send it to China, creates a product out of it and sells back to you, and you're not really creating enough value out of your raw materials, right? Yes. So with Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, you're literally saying, okay, can we consume what we produce for the very first time? What that does is that you create enough value for everyone in the economy, and you create a lot of opportunities and prosperity for everyone.
Wow. Wow, but you heard it from David. And David, we want to just, just a moment to tell everybody, if you're having a problem with your internet, streaming on Facebook or go to our website, www.houseoftalentuganda.com, or go to our YouTube, House of Talent TV, and you'll be able to have no problem at all as the government of Uganda continue to negotiate its way with Facebook. Sometimes it can be very disturbing. So for all of you guys, we're live on Facebook, on Twitter. We're live on our own website, okay, www.houseoftalentug.com, or you go to YouTube, subscribe, share it far and wide. David, that's a nice description of that. So when we're talking about local content, Buy Uganda and Build Uganda, do you think that we have been able to, Ugandans understand this, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda?
Yeah.
Do they understand? And if yes, to what extent?
So there are two different Ugandans in this spectrum here. You have the consumers and then you have the producers, and both of them need each other, and they need to understand this concept for this thing to work. If I'm a producer and I'm creating stuff and there is no one who is consuming, then it doesn't make sense at all. And the other way around, if I'm a consumer buying things from outside and not buying the stuff that the producers in the economy are creating, then it doesn't make sense. So it is two sides of the same seesaw that needs to work together in order to make this really work.
Okay. And we've had people from the Ministry of Trade talk about this. But there's also an outcry out there, like you've had somebody already asking you a question, saying that it's nice to talk about Ugandan local content, but he's saying that when you look at a Ugandan local content on the shelf versus the product brought from Kenya, he would go for the one from Kenya. He said the one in Uganda is not very enticing. Which takes us to branding and product development and communication, which is a discussion we've set to have with an expert coming in at some point into the program as we progress in discussion of the local content. But specifically, how were you able to package your product, locally made here, package your product and be able to sell to people, even though some of them are imported products?
Yeah, so to respond to that user, that's a consumer right there, saying that, yes, I want to buy your stuff that, people in the economy are producing, but they don't live up to my standards. They don't live up to my expectations. And since we are living in a free market economy where people are willing to, pay with willingly with their money, they are, they're just going to sidestep your product and they're going to buy the product that they think fits their standards.
Yeah.
So again, once again, it goes back to both the consumer and the producer. The producer has to meet up to the standards of the consumer.
Yeah.
So if the consumer wants, let's say, this coffee up to a certain standard, if that coffee doesn't meet my standard, I'm not going to buy it, right? Yeah. Yes, you're putting your hard-earned money and your time and whatnot, but it doesn't meet my standard. And since we are living in a free market economy where no one is coerced to buy a certain product, then you're going to lose out. So the producers have to meet that standard that the consumers are expecting at the price that they want it.
Wow. David, I want to read something coming here for you. Somebody has said, Eddie Killer, thank you very much for the program. I like what David Ukwi is talking about, but I want to know, when I go to Oduka stores, the branding looks really deep, and most people in Uganda, when they create products, they spend a lot more time in creating the products and not the look and feel of the product. How was he able to, come up with that mindset to create something that looks like this? It's not a typical Ugandan website where you go there and the branding is looking so weird and not good. Perhaps a lesson can be picked from David Ukwi. What did he live abroad, or was he working with some people abroad, or the website is basically designed abroad? That's the question there for you, David. Yes.
No. The website is designed and developed strictly from Uganda by Ugandans, and I'm actually part of the team, the developers. But I think you heard Jeremy Banyanzi here. Yes, we're saying about branding and all that. And I liked his talk. And basically it boils down to a brand is your promise. What are you promising the customer, right? And can you live up to that promise? That's what it is. It is, brand is who you are. It speaks a lot about you as an individual first and foremost, and what you're bringing out to the market. Yes, when you look at for example, the House of Talent branding, which I absolutely love and adore, it's delivering a certain promise, it's delivering a certain message, and it's saying we are here and we are all about local content, we are all about local talent, and we are here to develop really great content that is informative, that is there to build the country and the nation. That is what a brand is, more than the colors and all these cosmetics that come to augment that brand. Yes.
Well, we're talking to David Ukwi, and you're on the Creative Industry Talk. We're discussing local content development. Of course, it's a broad topic. Everybody is talking about local content development. But products out of Uganda, locally we are creating these products. Who is consuming them? Can they stand the test of time? Do they have the value? Can we export this product going forward? That's what we're talking about. We want to dive more deep into this topic with David Ukwi, talking about system and e-commerce and system integration. David, a lot of times we've discussed so many things about e-commerce. COVID-19, of course, came and opened up the door for this to work in Uganda.
Right.
We were forcefully taken into a lockdown, and somehow the president kept saying, use borders to buy things, buy vegetables from there. Yeah. And it started to work out slowly, deliveries are there now. But the downsides of some of these things that we're talking about was ability for the money to move from one end to the next. There are times when the mobile money system is completely down. You send your money, and then the mobile telecom guys tells you, you call customer care service, we will work on this thing in 24 hours. You have food, you need food, and this deliverer or the producer of the product is not going to deliver the product to you because you need food, you're in the lockdown, and you're being told 48 hours. It brings a question to mind, David. What is e-commerce? Is it understood in the African context, for example? In Europe we understand, but in Africa, is it understood? And let's zero down to Uganda.
Yeah, we have to contextualize it. The way that Amazon works is not going to be the way, it will never work in Uganda here, because you have certain infrastructure that allows for Amazon to work in the US or in Europe. You have the postal, the post office system, you have the good housing structure with plot numbers, and you have a delivery system, logistics network already built in there. You have a payment method powered by Visa and credit card. there is a whole infrastructure that has already been laid for hundreds of years, way before Amazon even, you know, came into the market.
Yeah.
And for us, we have managed to leapfrog some of those things. For example, we don't have a telephone system. Do you have a telephone at home? The landline.
Yes, yes. Which is wireless. It's chargeable. You can go off.
Yeah.
The traditional one we had with UTL is no longer working as it used to be. Yes.
So we leapfrogged the telephone system as we know it to mobile phones. Yeah. It does the same thing. It's all about communication. Excuse me. It does exactly the same thing. So here we have bodabodas which are really agile and fast. They can, you know, cut through jam, and they know the local places and all that. In Europe, you probably have vans and all, you know, trucks.
Even riders themselves. Yes, yes.
Exactly. So we have different sorts of infrastructure, and we have to find ways that we have to design systems that work with the existing infrastructure. Yes, and that is what e-commerce or Duka is trying to do and adapt. Where we don't have payment system like Visa, can we use alternative payment methods that the customer can still use, right? And we've actually seen a lot of progress and success in adoption of, say, cash on delivery and mobile money on delivery. Yes. So somebody is not going to pay upfront on mobile money, but they're going to wait until the delivery guy comes, and then they pay using mobile money. Then you ask yourself, why did they pay
earlier before using mobile money? Yes.
On the website.
Yeah.
But this is the economy. This is your customer. The customers prefer that they see the product or the package. You have arrived. Okay, now let me pay. Okay. Because trust isn't yet built for online businesses. There are a lot of shady guys out there. They can fleece you. They can, you know, run away with your money. What are you going to do? And it has happened. So people are skeptical. The trust system is still built in, and stores like Oduka are coming up to rebuild that trust and say, okay, you can trust us. You can order and pay online, and then your order will come. Yeah. Yes. So those are some of the things that we are trying to do in the market. Yeah.
David, there has been a very serious issue here in the market before. In fact, it's an ongoing challenge as we speak right now. The banking system versus the mobile system.
Yeah.
Somehow COVID-19 came in and people were not working, and a lot of people were not earning.
Yeah.
But already it was a problem that was brewing there.
Yeah.
That the economy started slowing down because of politics and elections and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's been going on for some time.
Yeah.
People started to, high taxation started to make people keep money in their bedrooms or in their, you know, under their beds.
Yeah.
Or some in a box. And then of course the high rate of corruption in the public system have also, you know, sort of like made it difficult for people to put money in the bank.
Yeah.
Now, there's a time when people are not putting money in the bank. There's a time when you put your money in the bank, and then when you want to use your money, they make it very difficult for you to use the money.
Yeah, yeah.
And then there's a time when you have money, you want to bank it.
Yeah.
And then the banking system using mobile money you have on mobile money to put in the bank is also giving you a time. So people get frustrated. And you know what? Let me just keep my money, because why am I struggling with this? When I put my money in the account, they make life difficult for me to get it. When I finally give them my money, they make life difficult for me. May I just keep my money there?
Yeah.
This has been going on for some time.
Yeah.
And it's frustrating for a customer who is trying to buy goods and services, you know, online.
Yeah.
You have been a system developer and an IT person and a software developer. We want to know from you, if I am a creative mind and I've created a product, say for example, you know, Okela Health and Services, my service is about making people fit, health and fit, and I want to be able to record a video and send it to that person.
Yeah.
And when the lockdown, somebody is in Nigeria, just want to pay.
Yeah.
That's another discussion altogether. The world doesn't trust a Nigerian visa and all this. You talked about trust issues.
Yeah.
And it's difficult for me. How do we build trust and continue to build a system that is more harmonious in a way that I can bank my money easily, I can use my money as and when I want,
yeah.
I can buy goods and services as I want, because what you've talked about there is basically typically come back to this frustrations around the systems. How do we make this work?
So I'll start by saying that money is just information.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when we say, when the bank says, when you go into your bank account and you see maybe 50M, right? It's not like the bank has your 50M, a stack of cash, 50M somewhere in the corner. That's not what it is. It's just information. It's just saying we owe you 50M. That is all. Probably that money has already been lent.
Yeah, but I'm a body man. I've taken my sack. I have given you my money on the sack in there.
That the bank is going to lend it to somebody else. It's never going to stay in the bank at all. Money is information. It's just digits, right, in a database in the banking system that says, well, we owe Eddie Killer 50M, and we should be able to give it to him whenever he wants. So when you go and withdraw that money, you're basically just liquidating, you're converting those digits into hard cash. If at all you want the hard cash, if you're paying for something online or at the counter, we are just converting, we're just transferring those digits from one system to another. So the most flexible system should actually be money, because it's just digits, it's just information. Ironically, it's not. It's very hard to move money, probably for a lot of reasons, money laundering, trust issues, regulation, and all that. But again, this is where creativity comes in. The banks need to be creative around how can we make money fluid. It should flow freely like information. You know, when you go to your Twitter stream and you see, you know, the feed flowing with content and news and images and all that, it should really be fluid, because money is just information. It's just digits. That is all. Of recent, we've seen the emergence of agent banking, which has sort of improved and made processes a lot more faster. The banking system is built on a very rigid and expensive system or setup. You know, a banking hall has all these sophistications built in, the design of the banking hall, the security, the tellers, the what. And whenever a bank is going to open up a branch in a certain location, there's a lot of investment that has to go in before they do. So they do the math and maybe they don't open a branch somewhere or not. So agent banking reduces all those costs associated with opening up a branch in a particular location. And it uses agents or people that have a stripped down version of a bank in locations that are closer and more convenient to people, mostly to, I would say, liquidate money. When you need to go to the bank, you want to withdraw to have the hard cash. Otherwise, if money is left to be solely digital, then you probably don't need a banking hall at all. If you want to pay for something, that can be done digitally or electronically. If you want to, I don't know what is money used for. It's basically for paying for goods and services, right? And that is just a matter of, you know, deducting your bank account and crediting my bank account. And that can be done electronically.
You make it look sound easy, David, but
that's what it is.
But it's not as easy as that, because sometimes I know you've talked about the agent banking. And the agent banking has come in this era and time. But people are not trusting. You know, in some incidents in Kenya, we've had the agent bank being attacked and being robbed. and the process money is lost. And this in Kenya has happened before.
Yeah.
It's stabilized. It's more stable in Kenya than it is in Uganda.
Yeah.
In Uganda, it's just beginning to take effect. Some of this creativity we're talking about in the financial sector.
Yeah.
In Tanzania, it's almost the same. In East Africa, it's almost the same. But there's this old fear that, what if my money I give to David, who is an agent banker, and he doesn't get there? What sort of system does the bank and the agent banking person have that sort of like give me security that that thing you're talking about digitally, if it punches like this and I give 10 million to the agent banker, and how quickly is this money going to, how quickly is this, what kind of system do they have to this money to reflect on my bank account, so that when I log on to whatever app I have for banking system, I'm able to see money immediately?
Right.
What kind of system that we should be looking into to sort of like build our neutralize our fear?
All right. Yes. So I'm not a banker, I'm not in the banking system, but this is what I know. Before you probably become a banking agent, you will have to go through a verification process. Yeah. You'll have to send in the paperwork. Maybe you have to be registered, your national ID, things that prove that you are an authentic person, you are a citizen, and you do legitimate business. Yeah. So before you sign up to being an agent, you're going to have to go through that verification. Then number two, during transactions themselves, when I go and deposit money to an agent, to a banking agent, I'm going to get a receipt, number one, and then number two, I'm going to get an SMS on my phone that says, okay, this transaction has been validated, it has been authenticated, money is in your account. And then you as an individual, before you leave, you probably have your banking app there. You can go and check your bank balance and verify that, yes, money is now deposited on your account. So these are all checks and balances that the banks and their agents can implement to make sure that they earn trust from the customers that this system works and that their money is secure. That is really very important.
David, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we will be discussing one thing. In fact, 4 questions which we're going to be discussing to wrap up this. It's going to be about system integration, but we're talking to David Okwi, the founder and the shop manager at Oduka Stores, an online platform in Uganda that started a few years ago and is building, and people are able to buy electronic gadgets from there online, seeing that they order and is delivered to them. It's something that is new, something that is working. It's a local content created in Uganda to make life easier for you to order electronics, genuine electronic stuff. Of course, you can go and check them out, oduka.stores.com. You'll be able to find a lot more information from there. And of course, we're talking about local content development in Uganda, focusing our discussion on system integration. Buy Uganda, build Uganda. System integration. What does it mean to say buy Uganda and build Uganda? And how do we integrate system to be able to make sure that some of the things we're talking about is actually feasible, is working, and it's consumable for a consumer out there, but also it's usable for a producer out there of the product. Stay right there, I'll be right back after the break. This is the Creative Industry Talk. Edio Killer, David Okwi. We'll be right back after the break.
Of the pack. Mm-hmm. It helps you become the trendsetter. Humankind is set in a way that they will always have a thing for the pioneer of things. Yeah. So we see it, if you think about these big corporations we see in Uganda and how they advertise and the different promotions they bring, you will somehow the target market will always have the pioneer front of mind. Yeah. So for me, creativity, that is how important it is, because you will get the masters, you will be an A-lister on the papers. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But if you do not know how to channel, because there is not one company in the arts or in business, as we know it, there's not a company that hires more than 10 people, and all of them are not creative. There is always creativity in a company. Yeah.
Welcome back to the program. This is the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Edio Killer, and this is House of Talent Television. You officially logged on to. Go to our website, www.houseoftalentuganda, and hook yourself up with this broadcast. You will be very amazed. And of course, we are live on YouTube, House of Talent TV. Go there, subscribe, share it far and wide to your grandmother, grandfather, sisters, cousins, everybody in the family. Make sure that they are in sync with this digital era discussion that we're having right now with David Okwi. David Okwi, welcome back to the program. He is the founder and the chief everything, as they like to say, of odukastores.com. David, welcome back to the program. I just want to take you down to some of the questions that came in there. Somebody says, Edio Killer, thank you very much for this discussion. Enjoying the discussion. Is watching from Mukono, and he says that I want to ask that gentleman. He's talked about the banking system, he's talked about the system development. What is the process involved in creating an app if I have a restaurant and I want my restaurant to go far and wide so that people can order food from my app so I can have control? That's something that you'll have to talk about. You're a software developer, and people want to know how that works. And it says, Edio Killer, thank you very much for bringing David Okwi to the program. Again, I want to know from that gentleman, if I have, if I have a business like mine, I think he does. He's Adobe. He cleans clothes, and he says, if I have a business like mine, Adobe, and I want to have an app which tells people that I clean clothes, and you can bring your clothes to me, and I can send borders or whatever to drop it and pick it. How much does it cost? It looks like it's so much money according to him. I mean, again, this is something we talked about it. Welcome back, guys. We want to talk about system integration, and I think that what it is plugged in very well. You've talked about buying stuff online, paying stuff online. Now, of course, we still have challenges, but there are a lot of systems created. The banking system has a system that they use. The mobile telecommunication companies have a system that they use. How can this system be integrated together so that we're able to sort of like be able to pay for goods and services seamlessly without having a problem? Right. If I need something from here, and then the creative industry TV talk is all about solution for this. And I want to just make people understand that, creativity in business is a nifty way of thinking, all right? And that's always inspires the person, challenges the person to think beyond, and helps people to find innovative and creative ideas of solutions for their problems. Like you've talked about, you are an engineer. Engineering is about finding problems and solving problems. On that note, David, what is creativity in system integration to you? For example, I want to just look at payment for goods and services in Uganda. From your perspective, how can this be integrated?
Yes. Thank you very much. That's a good question. It all starts from, yes, it starts with a problem, but it also involves the customer, the user, the person who is ultimately going to use these systems. Yeah. You can build the most sophisticated system out there, but if the customer is not integral into the design of the system, then it won't work. I think it's called user design, Yes,
I mean, human-centered design.
Thank you. Yes. Human-centered design, yes. So the user has to be at the center of the design of the problem that you're trying to solve. Yeah. And so that when you solve it, the user is the first to adapt it and use it. Yeah. Yes. So it begins from there. Now, talking about, all these payment systems and how they should be integrated, we need to think about the customer. How do they work? How do they live? And then how do they pay for goods and services? So when I go to the market to buy groceries, right? I'm buying maybe tomatoes, milk, whatnot. How am I paying for those goods and services? How much do I have? How much am I willing to spend? All those are, and then how fast do I want it to happen? So the thing about cash is that, one, it is really fast. So if you have tomatoes of 1,000, I'm just going to pull out 1,000 shillings and give it to you.
Yes.
And then I have my tomatoes. Yes. That is in a split of a second.
Yeah.
Now, you come up and say, no, let's get that out of the way. We have a better solution here. We're just going to give you a POS machine, and then when a customer comes there, card, they are going
by
to...
By POS, you mean point of sale?
Yes, yes, yes. And then they are going to, you know, swipe their card and then going to pay. The question is it going to be as fast as the system that I already use? Is it going to be similar or even better than the system that I'm already used to? Is it going to be faster than that cash system that I'm, you know, used to? So that's the question. If it is not, people are going to shun it. They're not going to use it because cash is fast. It's the system that, the thing that I've been using has been working. As the old saying goes, if it is not broken, then, you know, don't try to fix it. Yeah. Yes, it's the same thing.
Wow. David, that's a good answer there. I hope people are actually taking note of that. We're talking about system integration in this whole thing about content creation, product development, buy Uganda, build Uganda. You have a very good product, but your payment system is so weak. I can't use mobile money to pay you, or the mobile money network I'm using, things like AfriCell, who are now running away from the market, are not able to deliver. You know, the network for me to pay the other side is a problem for me. It's a frustration for a customer, and they'll have a problem. That said, David, what are the 5 creative system integration, in bracket, cooperation methods for local products to adapt at this, you know, stage of COVID-19 situation that we're in? What 5, you know, nuggets or nuggets or whatever we call it in Africa, can you give us that we can look into and say, okay, integrative, I mean creatively, this system can be integrated from this point to this point to this point to make this. I'm a local producer. I want to know what to do.
Okay, so at the core of it all is that you have to adapt.
Yes.
Right. So, for example, now during COVID-19, we know that most people are working from home.
Yes.
And working from home means Zoom calls and all that. Zoom calls, people attending meetings, and if I'm attending a meeting and I'm in a Zoom call, then I'm probably not going to put on a suit. I'm not going to need certain clothing that I previously needed for physical meetings in corporate offices and all that. So if I'm a boutique that has been selling suits, do you think that will work in the COVID era? Probably not, because now people are not wearing suits anymore for their meetings. You probably have to think about something that is well suited for that particular, for the change that has happened. Yes, the same thing when we look at telcos. For example, voice was a big deal, but now when work from home started, there's a huge demand in internet. Everybody needed internet for attending meetings, for attending school, online learning, and all that. But you know what happened? The telcos didn't deliver, and they didn't quickly adapt to the change that required them to be relevant and satisfactory to their customers. Internet became very slow. Your Zoom call was cutting all the time, and people were very frustrated because now the thing that they needed for the time was not able to adapt to the change that had happened. So you need to adapt to the change that has happened. If you fail to adapt to the change, then you're going to be booted out of the market.
Okay. What would be the second creative way? You've talked about the first one being adapt and being able to quickly switch from what was traditionally there to what is right now that we're using, which of course some people were still putting on their boxers and putting on their suits and sitting in their room and doing their things because that is what the meeting requires, and then they go from there. Yes, so we ask you about the question of 5 creative system integration ways and methods that local production can use to move forward. You've talked about 1, adaptation. All right, adapt to the new things. And the second one, you've talked about being able to see that this product is no longer being good or needed. What can I bring in? Kitenge, shirt, what do I give these guys that I can just throw in quickly and do the thing? Maybe the third and the fourth?
The second I'll say is that empathize, which is literally put yourself in the shoes of the customer. Yes, COVID has happened. People are losing their jobs. You're a landlord. You're demanding 5 months in advance of rent. Does that make sense? So you have to put yourself in the shoes of the customer and ask yourself, if I was in this position, how would I respond? How would I need to be treated? You know, we saw hospitals charging ridiculous amounts of fees to patients in very, very hard times. You know, they were not empathizing, they were not putting themselves in the shoes of their customers. Yes. So put yourself in the shoes of the customers and ask yourself, if it were me, how would I respond to that particular situation? Yeah. Yes.
And one more, David, on that system integration, the creative ways. A lot of vegetable sellers around the time of COVID, and still is going on, were not able to, deliver goods and services. While because the mobile system of money, the agents didn't have money.
Right.
The banks were closed.
Right.
We're not able to put in the physical cash.
Right.
To be able to pay for the system, to be able to pay for the goods.
Yes.
And at the same time, the banks are closed, I can't go and get money, and I'm stuck, and then the network was down. How can we make this system work together? That's what we're talking about, the creative system integration that allows for this system to work together so that at no particular time should I be stuck in trying to access goods and services or a local product, because it was easier for me to pay for a product coming from abroad and perhaps DHL will deliver it than the one locally here. Yeah, so it's very difficult.
Yeah, so you need to be flexible. You need to think on your feet and say, okay, the situation has changed. This is what we are dealing with right now. How can I handle it? I need the customer's money, and I need to stay afloat in business. How can I achieve my end goal, right? So for example, I'll give you an example at Uduka stores. We had a physical store in Tinda, but during COVID, because of lockdown and all that, the physical store became redundant. But we're paying rent. In other words, we're just paying rent for free to the landlord, right? About 90. Close the physical store for the time being and save that money and probably put it into something else for the business. Yes, so you have to be flexible and find ways to adapt to the current situation while achieving the end goal, which is surviving and staying in business.
Yes. All right, we're listening to the close. This is the Creative Industry Talk. Eddie Okila, David Okui. We're discussing local content development. How do you start a product? How do you, a case of Uduka store, and the founder is here. David Okui is also the shop manager. People think that you're going to have to throw a little bit more light on the, starting an online, shop, and then you being a shop manager. People think that being a shop manager is just show up in Casa Cafero or whatever, somewhere in Tinder, and then just sit there and you call yourself, I'm a shop manager. But now when you say I'm a shop manager online, they don't understand. They're probably wondering, this guy must be crazy. There's no shop, it's virtually, nothing is there. But at the back end of this thing, David, there is goods and services in the store somewhere. And it requires the person to be there to make sure it works. On that note, before you answer that, I want to give you this question as well. So what is the forecast of creative system integrations? From an architecture, point of view to make things work, and to come up, make things work so that a common person, like I've asked you the question, can understand. Like I've talked about shop manager, Uduka, online. And then people like Ron Kawamaras, and I saw him this morning talking. People don't understand them because they are on the other end. They think that they don't understand the whole concept of being an online shop manager. How does it work?
When you're an online shop manager, you're exactly that, but you're a virtual shop manager, let's say, or a shopkeeper actually. Yes, you're the same person. You're similar to that person who is waiting on the counter, waiting for customers, and fulfilling their orders. Except here, that the customer is not coming to the counter to you to hand you cash and then ask you questions and all that. No, here it is you're all physically separated by distance and space, and you're literally responding to the customer and communicating to the customer through different means. The virtual tools that we have today, which is the internet, you have the phone, you have WhatsApp, you have Twitter, you have Facebook. So as a shop manager, you're scanning all these channels and waiting for all these requests from customers and answering their questions. They come in and say, okay, do you guys have this charger? Or do you guys have this headphone? Do you guys have this phone, the kind of thing, and you're responding to them and saying, okay, this, we have it, it costs this much, and this is how we are able to deliver it to you. So it's exactly the same thing, except that you're scanning all these virtual platforms and sales channels, are responding to customer queries, and then fulfilling their orders using delivery and logistics mechanisms that are available on the market.
Okay. David, it sounds very interesting and intriguing at the same time. Were you guys also sleeping in the market during the lockdown, like the president said? That the shop owner should sleep. Were you guys also sleeping in the market like these guys in Nakasero? How was it going your end as shop managers at the time?
And so when you're running a virtual store, like Oduka, your warehouse or where you store your inventory is irrelevant to you and to the customer. It doesn't really matter where this inventory is stored. As long as it's in a secure place, it's in an easily accessible place for the person that is fulfilling that order. So that could be in your home, in your house. It could be in a rented warehouse where you pay a monthly fee to store this inventory. Yes, when an order comes in, you will have to have a mechanism of reaching out to that particular item that the customer has in the inventory or in the warehouse, and then sending it or dispatching it to the customer. Yes, so you have all these different tools, you have these different platforms that are existent right now. I think Jumia has something like that, fulfilled by Jumia, so you literally send your stock to the Jumia warehouse, and then when a customer comes in, makes an order, they're able to fulfill it on your behalf. You don't even have to do it by yourself. If you manage inventory by yourself, that inventory could be at home, or it could be in a store somewhere that is easily accessible, and when an order comes in, you reach out to that warehouse or that store, and then you send it off. Or it could be in a store that is owned by somebody else altogether, somewhere in town or wherever.
So in the spirit of system integration, we're talking about combining this system, because the border system has its own system that it operates on.
Yeah.
And Oduka has a system of people ordering stuff which you operate on, probably a lot of internet consumption and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's a manual guy who just jump on the border, fuel the bike, and hopefully hits the road. How do you integrate these two systems together? When you order, Edio Killer, the border rider in Kamota is going to get to know it now, or you still have to make a phone call, and then Edio Killer has to go through some police checkpoints there, dodging things at 6 o'clock to get to you. Some point is arrested, or he probably knocks somebody trying to run away from police, and he said, how do you integrate these things together?
Okay.
Your story makes sense.
So there are different layers here. There is your store, there is your warehouse, or there is the inventory, there is the ordering platform, which is your website, or it could be a marketplace like Jumia, Gigi, or your own website, or it could be on excuse me, on WhatsApp or your Facebook page or Twitter. Then there is the logistics network that can be managed by your own network of border guys. My border guy. Or it can be a third party like Safe Border. Safe Border has package delivery.
Yes.
Yeah. So that is a whole layer in itself. So when an order comes in, you're able to dispatch it through the Safe Border package delivery system, and it works really, really well. So you need to look at all these different layers and say, am I going to manage the entire stack by myself? Meaning, am I going to manage the inventory, the warehouse, the delivery system, the payment system, the website, all that stuff? Is it going to be run by me, or am I going to have certain layers managed by me, and then other layers are managed by a different third party. You need to figure out which one to outsource and which one to manage by yourself.
So I have a question here, David. It says, somebody saying, Eddie Okila, thank you very much for bringing David Okwi on the show. I'm learning a thing or two from here. I have a shop in Tinda, and I sell second-hand clothes. I've been struggling getting clothes to my customers. But could you please ask David Okwi to shed more lights on how do I have a system. A friend of mine developed an app for me to sell clothes, and is working for me. So I can put Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter onto my app, and it gives me information in real time. However, I have a problem alerting a border guy. Every time I call, is either has no network, or is in the place where I can't get him, or he's riding. Is there a system, or how can we integrate the system I have so that when a customer places an order like this to buy a shirt or something, for example, I sell a lot of workout clothes, and during the lockdown, people were looking for them. It was difficult for me to deliver on time because my border guy is always late, so I had to switch between many borders to try and get deliveries. Yeah. Is there a system that I can just do, if a customer ordered, I can integrate into my system, and then the border guy gets a notification immediately, or I can have 5 borders get notification, 5 different locations, and each of them can pick depending on where the customer is. I would like to try something like that, like have a border in Muyenga, have a border in whatever, so that they know the location. Is there a system like that? How can I integrate this system? Okay. I think this is a very good question.
Yeah, so which I responded earlier. So he can use a third-party delivery network. SafeBorder has a very good one. I don't know if
he have to sign with them?
No, he just has to have a SafeBorder account, that's all. And then anyone, literally, as long as you're a SafeBorder customer, you're able to dispatch a package anywhere around Kampala, and it's absolutely cheap, as long as you're within the radius of the borders.
How do I start, David? I think the problem is that the information perhaps is not known to so many people on how to start.
Yeah.
Yes. If you can throw more light, yes.
Yeah, so...
borrowing from Oduka, of course.
Yeah. So if you can just sign up to SafeBorder, the same way that you can order for a ride on SafeBorder, there's a feature there for delivering a package. Yes, SafeBorder is it's just one of the very many other delivery platforms now available. But alternatively, he can also have his own network of border guys. Yes.
Which is what he's saying, how does he integrate?
It's going to be manual, but it's going to work. Absolutely. Yeah. It's going to work really, really well. Yeah. And border guys, if you have a border guy or border guys, they are trusted. You know them, right? They are probably close to your area. They are around the neighborhood. Like, hey, Abdu Oliwa, you know, Ndiwano, Jangu. And then he comes, and Jakalo Twalireke no order customer B, and then he comes and then he delivers to the customer. As long as you have an agreement with these guys, for my guys, I put them on retainers. That means that booked their time
every week. Yes.
Yes,
so you pay them
and maybe monthly, and they prioritize my calls. Yes. So when I call the guy, he's available. He's not going to give me stories.
So you've integrated them into your system.
Yes.
That's a system integration.
Yes. So I hook them up with a retainer, a small fee, and then I pay them per delivery, and they're absolutely happy.
So what happened, David, if, for example, this border guy you've integrated into your system, let's say he gets an accident and the package disappears, or is bitten, something happens, the package disappears. Who pays for it?
So those are some of the risks of the business that you need to factor into the system. Yes, and probably this is where micro insurance should be able to come in. Insurance companies need to think about a product or service in that area. Say, we can insure your small packages for a fixed amount, for a fixed premium, so that if there is an issue during the delivery of this product, then we can offset that loss on your behalf.
Yeah, because when I order something from online, normally there's an insurance until that thing gets to Entebbe or gets to DHL until it gets to me. If it gets lost on Amazon, I just click and say I did not receive my package.
Yeah.
And quite often they will just say, okay, fine, and we'll contact the store manager or the retailer, and then we will get back to you. And in no time, they ship another one to me. I don't quite get to understand, but that's the system integrated with insurance.
Yeah.
It's another discussion altogether because the insurance companies in Uganda don't seem to understand these things, and this is another different ballgame altogether. For example, I'm told that taxis are not insured by any insurance company in Uganda because the risk of them driving crazy and is apparently too high, and they break. But again, it goes back to you and what you're saying. Lastly, David, as we wind up the show, of course, what is the purpose of creative thinking system integration for local products and brands going forward?
The purpose is increase productivity and stay afloat in business and to grow. That is, the purpose of being creative. You want to stay afloat in business, you want to grow, you want to increase, you want to be relevant in the market. And every business, organization, company, government needs to have this system integration with creative thinking built in so that they're able to continuously deliver products and services to their customers. Yes, if it is government, if it is, we have a lot of potholes around the city, how can the authority, the city authority, come up with creative ways to solve some of those problems? Because those are, excuse me, those are problems that that plague us every single day, and it takes creativity. Or creative thinking to come up with solutions to solve those problems. Companies need to continuously use creative thinking to respond to threats in the market, to challenges, to respond to competitors. Africell got booted out of the market. Why? Maybe they weren't really that creative enough. But previously, these are the guys who introduced all these social media bundles and cheap internet and all that. You remember back in the day? Very, very creative. What happened along the way? So you need to be continuously creative to respond to competitors, to respond to market threats, to be relevant to your customers, to be relevant to the citizens and to the people that you're there to build. We had a lot of issues during the second wave of the COVID, with hospitals, they were charging ridiculous amounts of money to do COVID care and patient management. Where was the creativity? It wasn't there. So these are some of the things that we need to think about.
Wow. Well, thank you very much, David Ukwi. I think there was a last question which you have not answered here. How much does the app cost? You are an app developer. This is another problem altogether. People are downloading apps. In fact, this person says, Edio Killer, thank you very much. Just one more question before you go. Can you ask David Ukwi, typically how much does creating or making an app cost? In Uganda, we have too many technical people like David who are good people. But the problem is, they are very good at talking. When you give them something to deliver, they don't deliver. So there is not typically any app that works in Uganda. Can you ask David, how much does it cost? And does it cost a ham and a leg? Will it cost my entire capital for the business, or I can get it? How can they make it easier for us to, sound really nice when David is talking?
Yeah, it really depends. WhatsApp was sold for $19 billion US. So how much did it cost building WhatsApp? How much did they put in? Yeah. So it really depends on what you're trying to do and what you're trying to achieve. Yeah. The cost is very, very variable. We have apps that are really simple and intuitive to use. They really look very simple, very intuitive to use. Kanuka WhatsApp, how much really? Can it really cost 5M? But it's a huge system behind scenes. Yeah. As you know, Facebook had to pay 19 billion for WhatsApp. As simple as it looks in your hands. But that's 19 billion.
Dollars, moreover.
Dollars, US dollars.
No, we're not talking about shillings.
Yes. Yeah. So it goes back to your requirements, to your requirement as a client. What am I building and what am I trying to achieve? So if it is, you said it was a restaurant owner, the customer, they use yes. It's an app to help you or to help your customers make orders to your restaurant. Maybe, that is very narrow, and you can sit down with a developer and you come up with a fee. It heavily depends on your budget as a customer. I think you've seen these memes of customer expectation versus customer budget. Yes. So it heavily depends on your budget, and then the software developer is going to look into that budget and say, this is what we can come up with within your budget.
Okay.
Yes. So if you have a budget of let's say 2M, the software developer or the agency, the web agency or the app agency that does that is going to say, this is what we can do for you within this 2M budget. If it is 5M, this is what it is. And then the other thing that people maybe don't understand is that building software is not it's not like building a house. A house, you come up with a plan and then you build it and forget you're living in it. Maybe do easy maintenance. With software, it is an ever-evolving system. It's like an organism that is continuously changing, because systems change. You have Android, Google developing Android version this year, 10, then you have I don't know what. So it keeps on changing, and as the software developer, you have to keep on updating the system to adapt to those changes there. Yeah, so it is not build and forget. No, that app has to continuously receive updates in response to the software changes that have been made in the market. So you have to commit yourself, in other words,
to the process, continuous process.
Yes, the continuous process of that development. If you have the budget, then well and good. My best advice would be, first look out for the options that are available on the market. You realize, like Facebook, for example, you can create a Facebook page and then put your products there. WhatsApp has a WhatsApp shop. You can put you can create a catalog with your products, and you're good to go. You have a shop, but the platform is literally developed by the existing big. Yeah, so that is zero cost on you. So decide, do you want to go with existing platforms, or do you want to develop something native from the ground up?
Wow. Yeah. Thank you very much, David, for coming. If you look into this camera, we just want you to give our viewers that one thing, takeaway you want to give them. What's the best advice you can give us as a takeaway from this interview today? Building local content development by Uganda, build Uganda, and how do we integrate our traditional system or rudimentary system into a more sophisticated system that is, globally recognizable or can use the global platform to going forward? If you would just, shed light on it.
Thank you very much. So this has been a very great talk show with Eddie Okila here. I would say that first, when you think about build Uganda, buy Uganda, build Uganda. We live in a free market economy, so people are going to buy your products not because it is Ugandan. No, they're going to buy your product because they love the product, because there is value that they want to get out of that product. So make sure that you're building for the customer and that it meets the standard that the customer expects. Then the customer falls in love with the product and they're hooked. They're your customer forever. Now they happen to be Ugandan, you happen to be Ugandan. Eventually we are building Uganda. Yeah, that's one thing. The other thing is be creative in your business. Adapt to change. Look at all the changes. Ask yourself, what has changed in the past 5 years, or what has not changed in the past 5 years? That's also a very good question to ask, and then respond to that change or that thing that hasn't changed. COVID has happened. There are a lot of things that have changed currently. People are now adapting to working remotely. If you're a company, you're still asking people to come to the physical office 9 to 5. Maybe that needs to change. Maybe they need to come in a few days in a week. Now you need to change your processes to allow for people to work from home, even past COVID. So these are the changes. Your customers, you still want them to come to the banking hall? Maybe not. Probably they can do some of these things that you require them to come to the banking hall remotely through digital channels that are existent, like WhatsApp, like Facebook, or even your website. We have House of Talent here. It's broadcasting, and it doesn't have all the traditional broadcasting infrastructure that a TV station traditionally has. But here you are, watching us, and you're watching us through all these channels that we have thought about and we are using. Yes, so adapt to the change, look at the things that haven't changed. If they haven't changed, then build your business accordingly. Yeah, so that is my little piece of advice, and I'm also happy to receive some of the advice that you already have.
Thank you very much, David, and for that, and thank you very much, everybody, for being part of the Creative Industry Talk, Growing Bigger and Better today. We've been discussing, local content development, focusing our discussion on Buy Uganda, Build Uganda as, a topic of discussion. And of course, David Okwi is the founder and the shop manager of Oduka Stores. Is an online, business built by Uganda, Build Uganda. All right. David, thank you very much for coming. We're gonna have to let this go and spread the love. And please, there's this thing you guys always do when I order for products online, and then you say it is this much. I see it very nice. Then I say how much? I said inbox me.
Inbox for price.
Yes, for price. That needs to stop because
it's not an Oduka.
So if I talk about system integration, inbox me needs to stop because it's we are out. Thank you very much, and until next time, Creative Industry, Eddie Killer, David Okwi signing out.
I have the pleasure to present to you
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup,
Welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
Welcome to this edition of the Coffee Break. This is House of Talent and my name is Ateng Emmanuel. Remember, this is the show that we get to talk all about coffee, what's happening in the coffee business, different elements about coffee. And back in the studio today is someone we all love, someone we've taken a long time without seeing. I love saying it, the coffee messiah is back. It's like the second coming of Jesus. So the coffee messiah has come back. Amon, welcome back to the show.
Well, it's nice to be here again.
Yeah, it's good to see you. You've actually been gone for a while. I don't know, were you like out converting people, bringing people more onto the coffee side?
Well, I've been trying to make ends meet and yeah, happy, healthy, so it's good to be here. Yeah.
It's good to have you. I hope your ends have met.
Yeah, they have. They have met. Yeah.
Well, to complement the Coffee Messiah, we have someone else in the studio, the first female guest we ever had on this show. And at the beginning of the show, she told me that since we have a Coffee Messiah, we should have a coffee goddess. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, Swabra Banks, to the show. Swabra, you're very welcome to the Coffee Break show. I know like a lot of people out there, whenever you tell them your name is Swabra Banks, okay? The Banks part is not a Ugandan name, totally not, okay? So how did you end up with that name?
That's a name that was given to me by a sister of mine, actually, because she used to believe in me and she was like, you're going to get a lot of money. Yeah, so she gave me the name Banks. Yeah.
So have you reached that point where you have that a lot of money?
Yes, I thank God, yes.
All right, so probably after this we're going to the bank with Swabra Banks. Yeah, but that's interesting. Welcome to the show. We just want to start off with basically your profile. Who is Swabra Banks? Who is I'm a barista, Where did you grow up and how did you end up into the coffee business?
Okay, so Swabra Banks is a barista. I grew up in Entebbe Road, Ndeje, and I went to Mutesa, One-Way University. I was doing mass comm, and then how I ended up into coffee, it was through a friend of mine who is now like a brother to me. He pitched this coffee thing to me. Of course, I didn't have interest in coffee, and I had to go and enroll in the academy, and then as I was doing the coffee course, I fell in love with the coffee.
Oh, that's very interesting. So you talked about, in Mutesa One, you actually did a course in mass communication. So growing up as a child, what did you want to be? People always want to be a lawyer, some want to be a pilot. I had some kids say they wanted to be a taxi conductor because they hold a lot of money. So growing up, what did you think you would be in the future?
I wanted to be an actress, actually, because I loved movies ever since I was a young girl, and I think I loved the camera from day one. That's why I did
So are there any hopes of you getting into the movie industry in Uganda?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think
I'm
so?
not taken by the coffee industry.
Well, that's very interesting. Amon, to hear from you. I also know that, growing up you wanted to be something. What did you want to be when you were a kid growing up? I know there was nothing like a barista in your mind. I don't even think you knew about coffee at that time. So from my perspective, I think you wanted to grow up and be a model, but you can correct me on that.
Why would you choose a model? Well, me from I want to be a journalist.
Okay.
I think I realized that in my P6. We had a teacher who was doing journalism at the same time teaching us SST. So this guy was like a lifestyle guy. He used to be a very, very, very inspiring guy. So I liked him from the start. So I'm like, okay, I want to be a journalist. So that's how I picked a dream of becoming. At least I'm trying to achieve that, you know. Because right now, if I'm doing mass comm, at the same time, this we're doing coffee, so I'm still on the track. I'm not like Swabra who's already taken by coffee.
The most amazing thing is that actually all the three of us here have done mass comm at a certain level. Okay, and
so we have one thing in common.
Yes, we have something in common at least. The other thing we have in common is that we all passionate about coffee, which is a very good thing. So, Swabra, you told us that a friend of yours, who's now like your brother, introduced you to the coffee industry. So I know that when someone introduces you, there is always a pitch they give you. Yeah. It's like if I want someone, let's say the Coffee Messiah always goes out to convert people, and he has to give a pitch of why should I join the coffee business instead of actually starting a boutique, okay? Which one will make more sense? So what were some of those things that he told you about the coffee business that actually pulled you into it?
Actually, the most interesting part about it was he also didn't know anything about coffee. he wasn't a barista by then. He just told me, you have to do this course and then come to Dubai and make a lot of money, because you know, the coffee business, there is money. So I also went into it to study to go and get money. But along the way, of course, I fell in love and I decided to stay in Uganda.
All right, so you talked about Dubai. Most of the people we've had on the show have had some experience with the Middle East. We had a guy who worked in Kuwait as a barista. So moving from Uganda to Dubai, did you go and work as a barista, or you went and got involved, you know, into other businesses?
I went to Dubai way back. I think that was around, it was around 2014, but it wasn't coffee. Yeah, I knew coffee after I came back to Uganda. Yeah, because he was like, now that you're back for your vacation, you should do something different and then come back as someone new. Yes, that's when I went into the coffee industry.
Amon, I remember last time we were talking about you not wanting to go out of the country, you know, to become a barista. And I don't know if your mind has changed since then, yeah. But like most of our baristas go to Dubai, they go to UAE, yeah. I really haven't heard of any barista who has gone maybe to America, maybe to Europe. Is it easier as a barista to go from Uganda to the UAE than it is to go maybe to Europe or to America?
Well, guys do go in the UK, in the US. Guys do go, but only that these people go in the line of maybe doing hotels, not coffee shops. Because it's because someone is easy to access that side, and whoever goes that side, now there's a lot of connection that side, so people get to know that, okay, Emma went to UAE. But when someone goes maybe to UK, it will be hard for someone to know, because maybe like it's a family or a family friend who gets to know that, you know what, Emma went to UK. But people do go that side, and they make a lot of money.
That's very interesting. Still talk about Dubai. I know there are very many differences basically between Dubai and Uganda, okay? And going there, I believe there was that cultural change. So how were you able to deal with the culture change? Because I know that Uganda is more of a freestyle kind of place, and Dubai is really a strict place, especially when it comes to ladies. So how were you able to manage the culture change from Uganda then to Dubai?
It was really tough. It was tough for the first months. I think the first 2 months, and then of course the fact that I went to Dubai as you know, like looking for a job and all that. There are also other people who come to Dubai that are not from that country. So that kind of gave me a sense that I'm not alone in this. So of course you have to make friends. You have to learn the language, because learning the language is the most important thing to do. So I caught up with the situation.
Okay, so did you learn the language?
Yes, of course.
Okay, that's very interesting. So
I like the language.
If I went to Dubai and wanted to order a cup of coffee, okay, how would I say that in Arabic?
I don't remember.
So basically you learned a few things, like maybe greeting,
yes.
You know?
I used to know all of it actually, but it's been a while. I don't remember all of it.
Because in most cases, when you learn a language, what you get to know is how you greet and everything's like to keep you running in case you get lost. It's like those guys who come to Uganda. What they need to know is Mwasuze Mutia, Olibulunji, something like that. But they can't go beyond that.
I like how you say that, Olibulunji.
Because that's how they say it. That's how they say it.
Yeah, that's interesting. So I also believe that dealing with people, basically when you're a barista, or at that time you're a waitress, okay? You have to deal with people, okay? And customers are really different. You'll find a customer who's really nice and sweet. Then there are those who are backing orders at you. You know, there are those that you can't deal with. So did you ever find yourself in a situation whereby you were presented with a customer who was really harsh okay? And how did you deal with that situation?
The first thing these people do is to train you, customer care, how to handle clients, because of course they also know how clients behave. So you start up with everything like the day when you know what's coming. Yes, because you're in a country that is not yours. So every time you could get maybe a harsh client, you could know how to handle. You just be polite and apologize, and then you get the order and then you move on.
Okay, interesting. To Amon, I know that in Uganda there are certain places that I've gone to and there's totally no customer care. You enter a restaurant, you order for something. First of all, I believe that when you go to a restaurant or to a coffee shop, okay, someone is supposed to come and attend to you, all right? But there are some places that in Uganda you go to a hotel, you go to a coffee shop, and you really have to call the waiter or call the waitress to get served, okay? Amon, how has been your experience in Uganda in relation to customer care, especially where you work? Are we up to the mark of good customer care, or we still need a lot of help in that part?
Well, to be honest, in Uganda we still have the poorest customer care. Because in most cases, these guys who are in customer care or customer service, most of them are either in school and they're just doing the job for the sake of doing the job, but they are professional customer care attendants. These guys have studied this. They have gone to like a room and studied this. They have gotten training, so they know how to handle a person. But in Uganda, it's really, really hard to find a very, very good customer care. For a case of where I have been in a few places, I haven't had that bad experience with customer care because I've went to a coffee shop and I've received instant care, instant customer service, and it's been a nice experience. So I haven't received that bad service.
All right. According to me, I think that just like you said, we really haven't reached the mark. We still need a lot of help when it comes to the customer care industry. And I believe that most of the time, you know, you just get a job and there's really not much training put into it. You just start working and you don't know how to deal with people. I believe that the most important part when it comes to such a service industry is not even the coffee you're brewing or it's not the food that you're giving. It's basically how you treat the customers. Okay, that's what keeps them coming back. Okay. So Abra, before we go for a break, basically how we got to you was that you were blowing up on social media. Okay. A little bird told us that there's a certain barista that is now blowing up on social media. Okay, and it really caught our attention. We're like, oh, okay, you know, baristas are actually getting out there. You know, the coffee business is starting to grow. So before we go for break, I just want you to tell the viewers out there, okay, who are you on social media? What is your name on social media? Are you Swabra Banks? Are you someone else on social media? Because sometimes people have aliases, you know. I'm one on Facebook, I'm one person, then on Instagram I'm another person. So before I go into a break, just tell the people who you are on social media.
On social media, I am a barista.
Okay.
Yes.
That's both on all your social media platforms?
All my social media platforms, yes.
Okay. Yeah, please.
That is Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram.
Okay. We're going to get into a break right now. In the studio, we have Amon Mukisa, the coffee messiah, and we also have Swabra Banks, the coffee goddess, and me, the coffee human, Ateng Emmanuel. We'll take a break right now, and when we get back, we're going to talk more about how you can brand yourself in the coffee business. Stay right there. This is House of Talent Television. Welcome back to House of Talent. This is the Coffee Break Show where we get to talk everything about coffee. And in the studio with me I have Amon, the Coffee Messiah, and Swabra Banks, the Coffee Goddess. And basically we've been talking about her life. Where did she start from and how did she end up in the coffee business? We also had Amon telling us about his experience and what he wanted to be, you know, when he grew up. He said he wanted to be, you know, a journalist, okay, which I believe that you're studying, okay. You got me wrong. I thought you wanted to be a model, but here we are.
Why did you think I wanted to be a model?
Maybe look like one.
Yes. I mean, when someone looks at him, you know, you can see the well-kept beard, you know, the well-kept hair, the nice shirt. I think it's something that, you know, you really need to look into.
Maybe I should.
Yes, you should. Okay. At least we'll say we know someone famous. Yeah, but like I said before, we went into a break. We're just getting into basically branding in the coffee business. Okay. Before I saw your profile on Instagram, I really hadn't seen any other barista who would put themselves out there. You know, it's like being a barista is only what you do when you're at your coffee shop or when you're at your place of employment. Okay, it's not like how you have all these social media influencers, you know, always putting out their videos, you know, tweeting on Instagram. I really haven't had anything from a barista. Okay, and it's good to have someone with experience. Okay, we just want to know, how do I start? If I was a layman, I've gone to, you know, barista school, I'm a barista, where would I start when it comes to branding myself as a barista?
I think the first thing you have to do is get the passion.
Okay.
Yes, because you can do everything, but as long as you don't have the passion for it, you're not going to make people love it.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, you have to fall in love with it first, and then do some research. Don't be in the comfort zone. You have to do some research, know more about the industry, be down to earth. You don't have to show off and all that. And have content. You should have content. Always have content. People love to see what is unique about the industry. What is she doing other people are not doing? How come she's doing this and other people are not doing it? Let me follow her. Let me try to do as she's also doing. So at the end of the day, you make people love what you're doing. If you also love what you're doing.
Yeah, so basically the first thing you're saying is have a plan.
Yes.
Okay? Sit down with yourself and say, you know what, this is what I want to achieve.
Yes.
Okay, these are the steps to it. All right, so I have a plan. This is what I want to do. Okay, but I'm not yet out there on social media.
Yeah.
One of the first things when you're basically picking a name, when you're picking social media platforms or what you're going to be on social media, is picking a name.
Yes.
Okay? The name, I believe, has to stand out.
Yes.
And the name has to be catchable, something that will stay.
Yes.
All right, so you use I am a barista. Okay. How did you come up with this name? I believe that there were countless other names you'd have just used for Swabra Banks.
Yeah.
I believe that in itself is a very good name.
Yes.
So how did you end up with I am a barista?
I'm one person who is very proud about being a barista.
Okay.
So the name just came up because I'm proud of being a barista. And, you know, people used to call me Banks. And I wanted to stop that, to stop people to call me Banks. And maybe start calling me barista.
Okay.
So I wanted to send a message out there that I am a barista.
Okay.
Yes, I'm not a barista.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, Amon, when it comes to branding, okay, what would be the first step in your regard, in your perspective?
Well, when it comes to branding, I think it's the cause and the value you stand for, because branding involves personalization or a personality. Then it involves this other side we're putting out. Okay. Because I try to ask myself, why are we not having baristas taken as ambassadors of certain things? For example, we're having different artists come out and they're ambassadors of tourism, and yet coffee is a very, very key major factor in maybe tourism.
Yeah.
Why don't we have these baristas come out and they're like, you know what, Swabra Banks is the ambassador of tourism in terms of coffee, you know, she's going to influence coffee growing in a park or in Gulu. So why don't we have that? I think, like as Swabra is saying, you need to know why you're doing something, and you need to come out of the cage and start doing that. Because if we have various baristas have traits of branding themselves, for example, if I am a barista and I know, okay, I want to go beyond being the station, you know, I want to be out there. I want to show that I'm a proud barista and I can do whatever it takes to be that good person who can be approached and they give me business and I want to influence for a certain cause, you know?
Yeah.
So that would be a good thing. So like Sobra is saying, I just want to know how she came out with the name I am a barista, because it's really working. Because yes,
thank you.
Someone asks you, who are you? I am a barista. So how did you come out with that?
As I've said before, I'm proud to be a barista, and I am a barista. It's not special. It's just that I wanted to send a message to people that I'm a barista now, and I'm proud to be one. That's how I came up with the name, just like that. I am a barista.
Have you been approached by different companies to like do business with you because of I am a barista?
Yes, because everyone is like, what does barista mean? And then they have to look it up, and then they're like, oh, it means someone who does this and this and this. Because a barista is something huge. A barista doesn't just make coffee. No, we make a lot of things. You know that we make juice, we make ice things, and all that. Yeah. So being a barista is something that really makes people want to know who a barista is, not just Swabra Banks, because someone will be like, oh, Swabra Banks and I see coffee, oh, maybe she's in the coffee business.
Now, Emma, you see, like, she's speaking about being a barista. Most of us didn't know that a barista does coffee, does juices, does cocktails, various beverages. Yeah. So at least if we brand ourselves as baristas, we get to put our image out there, and we'll get some business coming through.
I remember someone telling me that the first time he heard the word barista, he thought it was
a lawyer.
A lawyer.
Because you know, let me tell you something. I was having a conversation with now his spokesperson of NUP, Joe Senyon. So the first time I met him, he asked me, "What do you do?" Because it was after my senior 6. I'm like, I'm a barista. Wait, I'm studying to be a barista. For you already a barista.
Most times people actually get it confused. We still haven't reached that place in Uganda where we know what a barista is. We can't really put the line between a barista of law and a barista as someone who does coffee. So I have my plan, picked out my super cool name. All right, I'm ready to go on social media. Okay. What is that brand identity? Every time I look at Swabra Banks' account, every time I look at Amon's account, what are some of those messages that you want me to get without you ever talking to me? There are some social media handles of different people that you see, okay, and you just get certain keywords immediately, like this one is friendly, this one is really nice. What are some of those words that come to someone when they log onto your Instagram page?
In most cases, when I'm posting something on my Instagram, I make sure I'm sending out a message. It doesn't have to be coffee specifically. It can be something else. So I always want to show people that a barista is not just making the latte art and all that. It comes right from the garden to the cup. So in most cases, when I'm posting something on social media, I make sure I communicate through my posts or my pictures or my anything that a barista does this and this and this. It's not just coffee. It's a lot of things. So when someone looks onto my page, it's like, oh, even a barista does this. Oh, even a barista does this. Yes, that's what I look at when I'm posting anything.
So I actually love that perspective, showing people that you don't have to be boxed up in only one thing. I'm a barista, but I can actually do other cool things. So Amon, I remember I think it was last week when I met you at Enduro. I saw you basically interacting with one of your customers, okay, and it was a good thing to see, because that interpersonal relationship you have between a barista and a customer is a very important thing, okay? So what are some of those qualities that your customers have told you that you have, some of the things that they've complimented you about that actually identify you as Amon Bukisa, the barista?
Me as a person?
Yes.
Oh, well. Well, I think most of them have complimented about the communication skills, because it all goes down to the communication skills. Those simple communication skills. Most people tend to think it's just a thing, but it's a very, very, very crucial thing. Because just imagine someone is talking to you, but you're not paying attention to them. For example, I'm speaking to Swabra, but I'm looking at you. that's already a turn off.
Yeah.
Someone needs attention, needs to be shown that, okay, I'm talking to you, you know, I'm attending to you. So if you're attending to a client or having a conversation, because sometimes you can't be busy on a station. She's a trainer right here.
Yeah.
I don't know why she trains her students, for example, to handle a busy station. But just imagine now I have a busy station and a certain Edwin comes on station and is like, okay, he wants to have that conversation.
Yeah.
How are you going to handle that, Edwin? To show him that, you know what, Edwin, I'm busy, you know, but let's talk after having this whole mess worked out, you know. So that's what keeps you going, or keeps a brand of a barista compared to someone who's going to just come, okay, I'm busy, and just comes out and say, oh, why Edwin? Don't I want to be busy in Vaco? You know, something like that. So it's a way how you interact or how you communicate with this person that keeps you in that same state they see. Yeah.
So at the end of the day, it's not just about, you know, like I used to think before, you know, I knew about the whole barista thing. I used to think being a barista is basically just pouring coffee for something.
It's called, you know, the word is a barista, which means it comes from the bar, then barista, you know. So it means it's a bar. Someone can access that bar, you know. So if someone accesses that bar, you don't have a right to chase them away. That's because it's a bar.
So you have to go basically above and beyond what you do. It's not just about giving them the coffee. You have to create some sort of relationship.
It actually means a bartender who is a star. That's what it means.
Maybe Emma, I just want to know from Swabra, what are you using as your brand to add value on the coffee industry? Is it just Swabra, oh, I am a barista, just for the sake of social media? But how are you using I am Swabra as a brand to add value on the coffee industry, and how are you doing that?
First of all, I'm doing that through my trainings. I make sure I give the real content, the genuine content, and then quality. A lot of people are in the business, but they don't, you know, give quality out there. They prefer getting a lot of money without even putting in. So to me, it goes back to quality. You have to make sure you give people quality, both the knowledge part of it and the, you know, the coffee part of it. Yeah, quality.
Okay. Before we get into another break, okay, I know that, okay, now we have the plan, we have the name. Basically, now I want people to know that, you know what, let's say I'm Emmanuel, I'm a coffee human, because I have a goddess and a messiah here.
No, now you're a coffee genius.
You know, so these are the different words. I want people to know I'm friendly. I want people to know that I'm not only a barista, there's basically other things that I do, okay? How do you go about creating your content? Because I believe that is the most important thing when it comes down to social media. You have to create content that is basically engaging and content that will keep people coming back. You know, so before we go for a break, how do you as Swabra Banks, you know, sit down and create your content that will capture the attention of other people?
Research. Through research. I do a lot of research actually. All the time I'm on my phone doing research. Research comes through in a lot of ways. First of all, you have to show people that we have competitions. You know, baristas have competitions. It's not just about other people. So there are a lot of interesting parts in our coffee industry that people don't know yet. People don't even know you have competitions here in Uganda.
I was actually about to say we should start one, but
we do. Yes, we do. I actually tried to compete. I think that was 2020, but the COVID thing came up and everything was stopped. So you have to do a lot of research and make people, first of all, love the industry. You have to know what people like. Not just putting things on social media and all that. No, you have to know what's trending, what should I post, how should I put it out there, and you have to follow a lot of baristas to know what's going on.
So you just don't come out there and, you know, throw something on social media without a plan. Okay, we're going to take a break right now, and we'll still be talking to Swabra. We also want to know how Amon comes up with his content, because I know he's not only a barista, there's a lot of other things you actually do. So I want to know how he comes up with his content, and we'll also be brewing coffee. Everyone who comes on the show has to brew for us a good cup of coffee. So we're basically rating up to now who has given us the best cup of coffee. We'll be doing that after the break. This is the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television.
There's a particular segment of fans and basketball enthusiasts who have actually put the entire blame onto the federation.
So for me, it was actually a setup for the girls. Fuba set them up and just throwing in the shark in the deep end with the sharks. That was the
not just throwing in the deep end, but throwing in the deep end with sharks.
And you can't swim.
But they expect you to get to the other end of the pool. That is a discussion that actually very many fans of Slam Dunk Basketball Talk are willing to listen to and want to know.
So we'll
if the senior gazelles were not able to get a sponsor, then the junior teams were able to get 3 sponsors.
Enough sponsorship.
KCCA, Stanbic Bank, the Parliament of Uganda, were on board.
So going back to that, why I would bash the federation, okay, not bashing the federation as such, that is a very, that's a heavy word.
Enormous.
You can't cancel something, then you tell people 4 days to the tournament that you need to start practicing, which is a thing that Uganda always does when it comes to the federation. I mean, I think later on we'll be discussing why the national team itself that is going for AfroBasket hasn't really prepared for AfroBasket.
That will be a discussion later in the show.
Yes, later in the show.
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials. And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand. Yes. Remember Prince? Yes. Prince.
Welcome back to the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. My name is Ateng Emmanuel, and remember, you can catch us on our social media handles at House of Talent Television. That's on our Twitter and on our Facebook. The show will be airing there. You can also catch us on our website, which is houseoftalentug.com. Don't miss the show. If there's someone out there, if you know a barista, someone who's involved in the coffee business and they're not watching the show right now, give them a call and let them know we are on. Before we went into the break, we're basically talking to the Coffee Goddess and the Coffee Messiah about how they come up with content. And Swabra told us, she sits down and she has to do research on how to, get very good content and put it out there. Content that is basically engaging and content that will keep people glued to, your social media. Amon, I know that you're not only a barista, you're also a YouTuber. Okay, so how do you go about getting content for your YouTube channel?
Well, one thing I have to say is, first, you just have to know what you want to put out there. Right. And you as a person, what are your values? Because you won't do something that doesn't follow under your values. Yeah. And what's the cause? I just doing content just for the case of doing content. That's why when you start like doing the such type of content, you end up losing it. But when you have that cause, you're like, okay, my cause is vegetation or growing trees. What am I going to do to make sure that we have a larger number of villagers? Okay, that might sound rude. A larger number of people in villages, grow more trees, you know? So you start like planning that. So that's how you come up with your content.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So I've come up with content, I'm out there now, and I know that there are certain people, influencers, musicians, different people on social media who are not easily accessible. Okay, I believe that one of the things you have to be as an influencer is be accessible to people, because people want to interact with you, they want to ask you different types of questions, and there's this whole thing of these days that, sliding into someone's DM, which has become, when you say, I sent a DM to someone, they demonize you, they look at you like, So I just wanted to ask Swabra, how approachable are you on social media? Are you that kind of person? Let's say if I ask a question, I send you a message, do you get back in time, or do you even get back at all? Or it's just, social media, what you see is what you get, and that's the end of it. So how do you go about, talking to people on social media?
I do get back, though not that quickly. I do get back to people and of course interact with them. Some come with questions and you have to answer them, like make them fall in love with the industry, and they end up saying, oh, I didn't know this, I didn't know actually you people are, of recent, a friend of mine even told me, I didn't know baristas get certified. After I told him that, we go to the academies and all that and we get certified. So the whole thing is, I get back to them, and in the process of getting back to them, I make sure at least I educate them in one way or another how beautiful the industry is, and at least they don't end up going back as they came to my inbox.
Interesting. Amon, how do you take advantage of that kind of scenario whereby someone sends you a message and they want to get to know more about you and also about the coffee business? So how do you take advantage of that? Do you give them all the information, or do you tell them, what, you can find me at such and such a place and we can talk? Or you actually take your time and say, what, let's talk through this, let's get on a video call or something like that, and let me walk you through it. So how do you take advantage of that kind of interaction?
Well, it depends on how that someone has slided into my DMs.
Exactly.
if this person has come with an agenda of, no, just brief information, and I'm at liberty to give out that information, because there might be someone coming in your DM and they want that secret information.
The whole course.
The whole course. Definitely you won't do that. But if it's just giveable information and it's brief, you can give it to them. But also when it needs like sitting down, talk about it like in nits and gritties, then you have to set up an appointment and then do that. And by the way, that's how you get your brand out there. Because just imagine Emma came into my DM and you asking me something, but the way I respond to you, I show you that, okay, I'm available, but not so much available. Exactly. So if you want me, please make an appointment with me and we shall meet. Then this person will get to know that, okay, this is a high brand that I'm dealing with. I have to pay respect to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, you just advertise yourself there. You bait them into
yes.
You bait them into coming. Yeah, that's very interesting.
Yeah.
So the final question I want to ask on branding is this. Okay, I've become a big brand. I'm out there. People know about me. Okay, how do you keep up there? Because I believe it's easier to rise to the top, but keeping in that spot is a really hard thing to do. So to the both of you, how do I keep up there once I've gotten my brand to that level?
First of all, you have to be friendly, because people like friendly people. You have to be friendly and you have to be consistent. You don't have to give the same content all the time. You have to keep changing, beautifying, you know, the industry, you know, and all that. So you have to actually make people love coffee. That's what I actually do on my social media handles, and I end up getting students, you know, I want to be like you, you've inspired me. Actually people come to me and they're like, you know what inspired me into coffee is your love for coffee. I've got a lot of them. So you have to give really good content and to be consistent, and friendly actually. Yes.
To Amon, the same thing. How do you keep up there?
Well, I think it's just staying on course, because what you used to take you to that top level, it's what you will use to stay on that top level. Because when you lose what you intended to do, then it means this audience will go away from you. They'll be like, okay, Emma no longer does what we subscribed him to do for us. Then why don't we go to someone who needs to do something we subscribe to? So you lose that content. Hence you're falling.
Okay, interesting. So basically, for those who are watching, if you're a barista, you're involved in the coffee business, even if you're a farmer, I believe that there's a way you can actually brand yourself as a coffee farmer and be I don't think I've heard of anyone. So for a coffee farmer out there, this is a secret tip. This is the right time to brand yourself on social media as a coffee farmer. You don't know how many deals you can actually come up with. Well, we'll reach to that point of the show where we get to brew a cup of coffee. You know, we have had very many people here, and we're talking with Amon and saying we need to do a show where we just rate the cups of coffee that we have taken here, and that put a lot of pressure on Swabra, basically, because now she has to make a really good cup of coffee. All right, so Swabra, I know that people watching from home are seeing us with all these, you know, things, and they're wondering, okay, what do they have on the show today? Okay, so we just want to start from the basics. What do we have on our set here, and what kind of coffee are we going to make? So basically, you're just going to run us through it, and I'm going to try and do this with you.
Okay, that's
hopefully I won't make any mistakes.
That's a good thing, because in most cases we teach our people outside there who are viewing to brew this, but today it's hands-on with you also. As they're learning, you're also learning.
It's good that I'm the coffee human here, so I can make a mistake. You guys can't make a mistake. So Swabra, over to you. Just take us through, you know, what we have on set and how we're going to do this.
This is an AeroPress. It's a manual or craft brewing equipment. It is portable. You can carry it anywhere you go. So it is categorized in, or it is under black coffee or brewed coffee. So you're going to brew coffee.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, so we have our coffee here. We also have a cup with, you know, different white things inside. You know, they kind of look like, you know, the small pieces of bread we use in the cafe. So just tell us, what do we have here? Why is it white? Can't we get another color like pink or something like that?
These are filter papers, actually. We use them to filter our coffee. Reason being, everything is manual, so we need a filter inside there. So this is our filter paper. This is our coffee. This is the AeroPress. This is where the filter paper actually goes. And then our weighing scale right there.
It's amazing that every barista who comes has to weigh their coffee.
You need these things. You don't just have to.
There's always that average of water to coffee.
Yes.
You have to. Really
exactly.
Okay, so we have our AeroPress here.
Yeah.
You know, we have our filters. And we're just waiting for our water to get ready so we can go with this. We also have this. You know, this looks like a small ping pong.
This is a spoon.
Instrument, yeah.
This is a spoon. This one we use it to stir our coffee.
Yeah.
It's the barista word is actually bloom. Bloom, not stir, because so everyone knows what stir means.
So you bloom, you don't stir.
we bloom our coffee.
So we stir tea.
Yes, but we bloom coffee. Yeah.
All right. So as we go on, for those who are at home, it's actually easy to make a cup of coffee. Most people think that you have to have some serious kind of equipment to brew a very good cup of coffee. And I know, Amon, there are people who have asked you, you know, how can I buy this instrument? How can I get this? And I guess you always tell them, you know what, it's easy to make a cup of coffee. You know, you can get a French press or you can get an AeroPress and actually, you know, make this cup of coffee, right? So where do we go next? We have everything set up. I have mine here. I still have no idea where I'm going with this, but let's see how that goes. So what is the capacity of this? Is there a specific capacity, and are there different spoons with different capacities?
Not really, actually, because that's why we need the weighing scale.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the main purpose is making you smart and you work smart to scoop, not just pouring the whole thing.
True.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So here we are.
So you can use any spoon, actually. It's not specific. It's supposed to be.
Yeah, but this one looks cool. I mean,
it
looks more professional.
Yeah, it's professional. It's the barista spoon, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So as we wait for our water to boil so we can brew this coffee, there are very few ladies that are basically involved in the coffee business. Okay. It's not something that you hear ladies saying, I'm a barista. Okay. It's more of a male-dominated kind of industry. Yeah. So coming from your perspective, okay, how can we get more ladies into the coffee business? They don't have to only be a barista, they don't have to be a cuppa. We can even go down into growing coffee, you know. How do we make it nice? How do we make it cool? How do we make it interesting for ladies to, you know, get into the coffee business?
I think that takes us back to, you know, the schools where we go for this, you know, where we go for the whole courses and all that. We have a challenge that we have very few schools here in Uganda. So a lot of people are not really that informed. And of course, ladies, I don't know why they are not confident about this industry. Everyone says coffee is for men, but no, it's not. So I think they are not informed. I think it all goes back to being informed about the industry, which actually we are trying to do. Me personally, I'm trying to do that, yes. So we have to also show them that there are very good things in the industry. You can achieve a lot in the industry. Like I talked about the competitions earlier. We go for competitions, for these competitions and all that. People think we are just in this industry to make money, but we are in it to win, to win. Yes, so they have to be confident and informed, I think.
Okay, so Amon, to you, how do we get more women involved? You know, as we get ready to basically brew a cup of coffee and come to the end of the show, how do we get more women involved in the coffee business?
I think it's just a matter of demystifying the myths that are around coffee with women. You know, there are a lot of myths that come along with that coffee dries up women, coffee makes you lose sleep. You know, I think we just need to demystify that, and we shall have more women come on board.
Interesting. So if you're a lady out there, don't be scared to be involved in the coffee business. It's like being a chef. We have very many men who are chefs. You'd think women would actually be the chefs in these big places, but they're men. Okay, so we want to see a point whereby we actually have more female baristas than the males. Okay, so let's get into brewing our coffee right now. I think our water is ready. As we're coming towards the end of the show, but before we get there, let's show you guys how to brew a good cup of coffee by the coffee goddess.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to start by preheating my filter paper. I do this because I don't want my coffee to have that pepper smell in it. So I have to first preheat my filter paper. And then I have my weighing scale here. I need my coffee. So I'm going to be using a ratio of 13 grams of coffee with 200 ml of water.
So do you also like make your own coffee and grind it, or you just depend on getting coffee from different
I really do make my own coffee. I roast my own coffee.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm trying to study how to be a good roaster. I do that at home sometimes. Yeah.
So there are different parts of basically the coffee industry. I know some people only hear that, being a barista, but you can be a kappa, you can be someone who actually does the growing of the coffee. But I believe that there are also other parts of the coffee business that I've not looked into. Okay, for example, like Amadou said, you can be an influencer. Okay, you don't have to be directly involved with the coffee business, but you can actually be an, you can be an influencer. You can be an investor also in the coffee business, because I believe that there are all those other options. Okay, and we shouldn't only look at one side. So it would be a really nice thing to see you guys in future investing in the coffee business. Okay, being big baristas and just going back there and basically giving back. Investing and taking the coffee business to the place where it should be. Okay, so yeah, back to our brewing. We're basically poured, I don't know how many ounces of coffee.
I've used 13 grams of coffee. Yes. Right. And then after you pour your coffee into the AeroPress, you have to tare, because you have to measure the water, which is 200 ml that we are going to use. So as you do this, as you start pouring over, you have to turn on the timer.
Okay.
Yes.
So for how much time do I have to do that?
You have to pour the water for like 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Yes. So you pour your water onto the coffee grounds as you look down to your weighing scale, because you don't want to mess up the measurements and all that.
I like the consistency with all the baristas. When they come, you have to pour the water in a swirling motion.
Yes.
You just don't pour it.
So I'm going to bloom
anyhow.
A little bit for like 10 seconds.
All right. So for those who didn't know, this is the blooming part of it. We don't stir like we start tea. We bloom the coffee. So what else does this blooming of the coffee do?
It mixes well the coffee, because it's brewing. We are brewing, so you have to mix it well, and of course to let that carbon dioxide out of your coffee.
So you degas the coffee.
Yes, basically. You degas the coffee.
Okay. All right, as we honestly wait for our good cup of coffee, no pressure.
Yeah.
I know we kind of put some pressure on you, but no pressure really. Yeah.
So I'm done with my 200 ml. So I have to cover my coffee for the aroma not to escape.
Okay.
So I give it like 1 minute. Right. So it's already 1 minute and 21 seconds.
Okay.
So I'm going to need my cup. Thank you. You swirl it a little bit. You can see the reaction. Yes. And then you get your cup. Put it right. 1, 2, 3.
And then flip.
Yeah. And then you plunge.
Yes, so I think that part you have to do a couple of push-ups.
Yeah.
Just to basically get yourself strong enough to do that. So for those of you at home and are wondering, okay, what kind of coffee are we doing? This is basically an AeroPress. I believe that you can get this in any of our supermarkets in Uganda. Okay, you don't have to really go out and try and get a big machine. You can get something simple like this, an AeroPress or a French press, that will basically help you make a good cup of coffee, especially in the morning. You know, when you wake up in the morning and you want to run to work and you want a good cup of coffee, you can always depend on this. Okay, I believe that a good cup of coffee in the morning will start your day right. Okay, so I think we're done with brewing our first cup of coffee. I think the thing about the AeroPress is that you can only make 1 cup of coffee at a time.
Yes, you can only make 1 cup.
Yeah, so this is mainly for single people.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, for strong coffee takers.
Yeah.
Because
this
it
makes
really
a
makes
stronger coffee.
Yes, stronger coffee.
Okay, so we've come towards the end of our show, and thank you very much for basically showing us how we can, make an AeroPress. We have had people doing French presses. We haven't yet had someone doing a cappuccino here or a latte. I believe that somewhere down the road we'll have you come here, or we'll come and actually visit you.
That would
at
be
your
great.
coffee shop, and you can show us how to do these different things. But before we go, Amon, we're talking about how to get women basically and different ladies into the coffee business. Okay, so how, as a barista, would you look into that camera and just encourage someone who's out there, especially yesterday the S6 results came out, and there is that uncertainty of a college is going to open, a university is going to open, so we need options. Okay, and I believe that getting into the coffee business is an option right now. Okay, so Amon, I just want you to look there. I know there is a lady who is a bit confused. Should I get into it? Should I not get into it? Do I have the money for it? Just look to the camera and tell them why they should get involved in the coffee business.
Well, Emma, I think the whole process has to be started by our government. Yeah. In most cases, we don't like to bring the government's or the government side into our own decisions, but it's so crucial because we follow their guidelines and policies. Yeah. So at this time, we need to realize that there need to be change. You know, for example, can we have a certain way that we can get a break of people come out and go get some skills? You know. Because people are sitting at home, senior 6, senior 4, P7, they're all now at home. At least now they would have used this time to get hands-on skills. By the time they go back to school, at least they have a skill. So that if in case something fails out there, they return back to this skill. So, to a senior 4 vacist, senior 6, please go out there and get a skill. It doesn't necessarily need to be coffee, but any skill that you can do besides class or school. Yes.
Thank you, Ahmad. So, Sabra, thank you very much for being on the show with us.
Thank you for having me.
It's been a very good pleasure, and I believe that it's not the last time.
Yes.
We want to host actually one of your students, okay? Because it's always good to get something from the student's perspective.
Yeah.
Maybe you're a hash teacher and we don't know about it.
Speaking about our students, I have Sherry Awori. She's her student, and she was so happy to know that she's going to be hosted on the coffee break.
Interesting. So your students actually out there. So
yes,
we'll host one of your students, and we just want to know what kind of person you are from their perspective. Yeah. So before we go, I just also want you to look into the camera. Just give us your parting words, to the ladies out there, and also to the baristas, to the coffee community and the industry. What would be your last words for them?
To my fellow baristas, actually, I want to thank them a lot because they are pushing the industry out there. At least now we are recognized as baristas. So I thank them for that. And keep your social media handles active. Keep them active. Keep them active. That's what I can tell you.
Well, we've come towards the end of our show. We just want to thank the coffee goddess, Sobra Banks. That's a new name for her, baby. And also the coffee messiah, Amon Mukisa. And from me, the coffee human, Ateng Emmanuel, thank you for taking time to be with us here, brewing a good cup of coffee. I know sometimes you guys always wonder, okay, how does their coffee taste? The cups of coffee we brew here, you can always get down to different coffee shops. You can visit Amon, you can visit Sobra Banks at her coffee shop and just get to taste, what kind of coffee they make. But apart from that, do always catch the coffee break, bringing you the best about coffee, teaching you different elements, always on House of Talent Television. This has been the Coffee Break, and my name is Ateng Emmanuel.
to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SEAL Uganda on number 0772443085 or check our website www.sealuganda.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jean-Paul Olowo, on Instagram, Jean-Paul Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
At the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
This is the CEO Bench. My name is Edio Killer and it's a Friday. Welcome to the CEO Bench. Of course, this week we bring you a very interesting guest, the third female on the show, and we will be talking leadership, change management and transformation. And of course, in today's rapidly changing world, learning to of course lead and design our organization to read the turbulence of time that comes with leadership challenges and change management is key in us making proper decisions that will take our organization forward, but also to allow us, manage impact of what we're trying to do. So today on the show, this program brings you Francis Birungi Odom, who is an executive director of Ukobak. I'm yet to understand how to pronounce the entire word from her, but Francis, welcome to the show.
Thank you, thank you.
How are you doing today?
I'm fine, I'm very well, thank you.
And welcome to the CEO Bench.
Thank you, thanks for having me.
You're welcome. So, in a nutshell, who is Francis?
So, who is Francis? So, Francis is Francis Birungi Odong, as you said. I am, what should I say? I work in Ukobak, like you said. Ukobak in full, it's a mouthful indeed. It's Uganda Community-Based Association for Women and Children's Welfare. I am married to one man. We have 4 children. I was born in Kenya, but I'm Ugandan. My parents were exiled in Kenya for a period of time. So we are a family of 7, and 6 of us were born in Kenya, and then we moved back to Uganda. So I have been partly raised in Kenya and partly raised in Uganda. So basically, that's who I am. I don't know if that's sufficient.
Yes. It's always difficult for people to say who they are and what they stand for.
Yes.
So Francis, welcome to the CEO Bench. We want to know more about you as an individual. How did you end up where you are in what you're doing today? Since you said you were born in Kenya because your parents were exiled in Kenya, why did you choose not to stay in Kenya than to return to Uganda and to end up to what you're doing today?
Yeah. Really, that was not my choice. That was my parents' choice. I'm sure them living in Kenya was not by choice. It was because of the circumstances at that time. And so when everything settled down, they chose to return to Uganda, and we were taken to schools in Uganda. Unfortunately, when I came into Uganda, when we came back as a family, I only spoke Swahili. I couldn't speak anything else. So getting into school, it was very difficult because, of course, in Uganda, we don't speak Swahili. It was very difficult to speak, to speak English, to speak the local languages in Uganda. So I had to go backwards. So many times in the classes, as I was progressing, I was usually the older one in the class because I had to go back, a number of steps. But it was okay. Somehow I was fitting in. Did my primary school here in a school called Insuve. Then from there, I went to Tororo Girls School for secondary. Finished my secondary, went to Green Hill, did my HSC, then went to university, where I did a first degree. And while doing actually when I was in my senior 6 vacation, I asked my mom that I wanted to do some voluntary work. I wanted to, to do something other than sitting at home. So she was, at that time, she was working with a non-government organization as well called Forward. And I was taken in as an intern. So I worked there. It really kind of gave me the first experience of working in a civil society organization. They were focusing on work, supporting women to participate in leadership positions and so forth. So it was very intriguing at that age, but it was not yet my time to really, work. I wasn't very sure, but I was trying to figure out what it is that I wanted to do. And for me, it was very empowering seeing what was happening in this organization. And when I went to university, I did social sciences, majoring in sociology. So I think my choice for the university for the course that I took was because of what I saw that was happening in this organization. So I did my sociology course, finished 3 years, and after school I told, again, I had a conversation with my parents and told them, you know what, I feel like I want to do the work that I did when I was doing my voluntary work. So do you think you can help to talk to your peers, because they were doing that? My father was in politics, but my mother was doing civil society work. And at that point, I was taken in Yukobak. Yes. As an intern. Yes, so it was immediately after university that I joined Yukobak as an intern. And I started, doing simple work. I was really doing support work in the organization. But I was very eager to learn about what they were doing. It was very interesting, but also the kind of work that they were doing, working with women and children. I thought that was something that was very powerful. I moved to the field with the staff that were in Yukobak at that time, and did, I would do the support work of giving out paper or serving tea or serving, you know, anything that I could be, you know, asked to do. But in the process, I always sat in the classes for the women and the children, and I would look at how the staff were impacting on these lives. It was very interesting to see how people's lives were transforming, you know, from nothing to something. So really it built, it built my interest, but also I felt that I wanted to know more about how I can contribute in a more meaningful way in this sector.
Wow.
Yes, so I worked there as an intern for some time, and I didn't feel like I wanted to do anything else. To me, because I had arrived, if I should say.
So basically, your mind was corrupted, and this is where I'm going to be.
Yes, I had arrived at that point, because really for me, what was very important to me was transformation, was seeing lives of people changing from nothing to something. And the fact that in this environment was showing me that it is possible to contribute in one way or another to change an individual's life. So it exposed me. I came from a background, my parents, I wouldn't say it was a very poor family, so I had not got that exposure. So working in this environment really showed me the reality of the world. I came to see that actually majority of Ugandans were living in poverty, were vulnerable and needed support. So for me, it was fulfilling to work in this organization, and that is how I started my career in Yukovac.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, if you're joining the CEO bench, that right there is getting you into what we call knowing somebody personally, and of course getting into their life. That is Frances is the executive director of Yukovac, and she's on the CEO bench. If you're joining us from anywhere in the world, we're live on Twitter, we're live on Facebook, we're live on YouTube, and House of Time /Facebook. Please tell your neighbor and tap your cousins, and this story is going to be a very interesting one. As well as on Twitter, wherever you are, tweet, show, share, retweet, and make sure everybody gets to know what is happening. Frances, I want to just take you straight to this. And in today's changing world, it's rapidly changing world, learning to lead and design our organization to read the turbulence of time creatively is critical to our ability to make positive impact. And this television program is about those that are at the top of doing that, or those that are rising up to the top of doing that, and the focus is on transformational change and the implications for the individuals who are in that space as leaders, or in their organizations, or in the culture of the organization, or in our society, depending on what structure that we're in. Your story that you have given in the intro of this interview is very important, but we want to know something more specifically, lining to your organization, which is civil society today. Give us a sneak peek of the life of a woman in that space.
Oh, that's a very good question. The life of a woman in this space is just the same as the life of a woman in any other space. It's not an easy space, especially when it comes to leadership, and when it comes to influencing decisions and also influencing processes in any other institution. So it is not an easy space for a woman. It is a space where a woman has to do something extra or do something more to be able to prove that they are able to do what they should be doing. So I would say that it's the same. It's very competitive. Many times we see that in many civil society organizations, still we find them to be male-headed, and we're having many women, many girls taking up leadership roles in civil society organizations, but it's not an easy task. It's where we have to really prove ourselves that we can lead these organizations to greater heights. And there's a lot that is involved in the civil society organizations. There's leadership in itself, there's management of processes, there's management of the human resource, there's fundraising, there's, you know, research. It's a lot that needs to be done. And many times there is a feeling that that is too much for a woman because she has other traditional roles that she needs to do as at home. Yeah. So many times as people are looking for leaders in civil society organizations, the priority is usually given to men because of our society that feels that men have the time, men have the capacity, men have the ability to lead, to take this organization to greater heights. And women, there will be a problem. They will have to go to maternity for maternity leave. They have issues. They are too emotional. They have not done the courses that are good enough for leaders. They don't have time to, you know, to go for extra, you know, learning or to go for work outside Kampala because they have to tend to their children. So there is too much that society has tied around a woman. And it's true, we have these traditional roles that we have to do, but does not in any way mean that women cannot lead in these spaces. So it is really changing with time. As more women get into leadership positions, it's changing, and there is more appreciation that is coming towards women, because women have demonstrated, many women leaders in civil society organizations, like in any other institutions, have demonstrated that they are able to excel, to move these organizations to greater heights. So I think it's changing with time, but it's still very difficult for women to take on leadership positions.
Wow.
Yeah.
Francis, I like the journey, and I would want to ask you one more question just before we go into a break.
Yeah.
The leadership journey and the little information about the organization you currently lead. You said you ended up there.
Yes.
Starting into the process of
internship,
and then luckily your mother ended up taking you there, and now you are in that space.
Yeah.
We want to know more about this organization. What are the issues that you are working on as you go back at the moment? Having started there as a child.
Okay.
I will call you as a child because
yes,
you are young.
I was a child. I was a child. At that time, I was probably barely 20, maybe 19.
Yes.
A grown-up child, I should say. So the reason why I say my mother took me there, my mother was one of the founder members of this organization.
Yeah.
And she had been in politics before, and then later changed course and decided that she wanted to do something for women and children because that's her passion. So she started this organization. And I admired her for a long time. When I was little, when I was young, my mother used to do a lot of work around mobilizing women to participate in governance processes. And we tagged along as children at home when she went for trainings in communities. And I admired the way she spoke to people, the way she impacted lives. So when she started this civil society organization, this NGO, I asked her, can I come and work with you? Can I support you in this process? And she took me in, but didn't take me in. She was very strict because she gave me a lecture at the beginning and said, okay, I'm taking you in, but you're not any special. You're going to come in as an intern. You're going to make tea for the staff. You're going to type. In those days, they would type. They would handwrite, and then they give you to type so that you can learn. And you're going to it will depend on you on whether you will get a job or not, because I don't hire. I have a board that hires and fires.
Yeah.
So I said, okay, I'll take it on. And many times people think that because this was an organization that was started by mother, that it was easy for me. Yeah. It was actually more difficult for me because I had to prove myself beyond. I had to prove to her. I also had to prove to the board that I can be, I can work here. I am not taking advantage of this. I can do my best. I can contribute to this process. So so I got into this organization, and one thing that I did is that I worked hard. I worked hard at that time with the roles that I was given. I did them to the best that I could do. If it was typing something or, you know, going to support staff in the field, I did my best. I did not at any one time feel like, oh, I am someone's daughter, I am special. My mother is you know, she's the founder member here. Yes. No, I did not have that at all. I worked hard, I proved myself. And when there was an opening for program officer, I put in my application. And I competed with many other people, and I was taken on as a program officer in the organization. And still, as a program officer, I worked hard. I delivered. Excellence is always something that I strive for. So I worked hard, I delivered, I proved myself. I moved the organization to, you know, to the level where I felt it should be at that level as a program officer. And I have moved in this organization from one level to another. I started off as an intern, I became a project officer, I became a program officer, and now I am the CEO. So it has been growth within the organization that has not been handed to me, but I have worked hard for it. I have had to prove myself. And yeah, and I think really what I can say around that is that many times when girls or people are given opportunities in the organization, we take things for granted and don't put in a lot of effort to make sure that we prove ourselves and grow our careers within that organization, or you know, move the organization from one level to another. And for me, that's what I did differently, and that is how I've been able to reach where I am.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it was not like come here, hand it over a silver plate, and receive it, go with it.
No, it's been really hard work. Yukoback is actually governed by a board. So even if we had we had other CEOs, they saw the work that I was doing in this organization. I was a young girl, but I was working hard. I was striving to learn, went back to school, did my master's degree. I got a master's degree in human rights, came back and tried as much as possible to apply what I had learned. And I think that demonstration of hard work and dedication has really been something that has moved me from one level to another, to a level where I am now a leader in this organization, where I started as an intern.
Wow.
Yes.
Out of curiosity, Francis, why did you choose your mother's path, not your father's path, of being a politician? Why?
Well, why
not the politician in your father?
Yes, I know. I've had that question a number of times, and actually some people have always thought that probably I should have taken the political side. But for me, the passion that I have to, like I said in the beginning, the passion that I have to serve communities, underprivileged communities, marginalized sections of the community, for me that is closer to my heart. And I think politics is not a bad thing to do. My father did it well. Many politicians are doing it well, but it's not yet my time. Probably, I should say that. But what I'm doing right now is very satisfying. I am supporting women and girls because, as you know, our society looks down upon women and girls because it's a patriarchal society. So for me, I use my experience to inspire girls, to inspire women to be better, to improve in their homes, to improve in their places of work, and to contribute meaningfully to the development of our country. And I feel for me that is also politics in itself. If we can support women to be able to participate in leadership positions in politics, that is politics itself.
Wow, you've heard it from Francis right there. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, the CEO bench will continue the discussion with Francis, and of course we'll be asking Francis more on the leadership, change management and transformation, which is what the show really stands for. Stay right there. We'll be right back after the break.
For me, leadership is a privilege of moving people towards a destiny. And for me, it would be towards God's agenda. That's the best, moving people to God's agenda. God has an agenda for everybody. And I know some people say, oh, it's too much of God, but God has a plan for this world. And so whether you're in business, you're a medical personnel, if somebody came to you, a good medical leader says, I want you not only to be healed, but to be healthy. That's the kind of mindset that I see, and it's about self. So if you ask me, am I a leader? By the grace of God, I am a leader, and I am growing as a leader. And I thank God for that privilege of being a leader. And who is a leader to me? It's very simple. Someone that has a vision, but it is also someone that is there serving people. For me, that's a leader. Vision is where you want to take things. Serving is the recognition that if the things do not matter to people, drop them.
Wow.
Drop them. Because at the end of the day, whatever we do must make a difference in people's lives. Anybody who has had huge impact in history, in leadership, the impact is not measured by just the things they did, but what those things did for people's lives. Did they make a difference? So it's useless for you to make so much money and the money does not add value to people's lives.
Wow.
So for me, yes, you have to have a vision, and at the end of the day, you are serving people. Again, it doesn't change. Leadership is leadership, whether it is at what we would call a lower level or a top level. Leadership is leadership. It's about influence. It's that influence that comes from you have a vision and you are serving people. So what changes is the level of responsibility, but the other one that people don't like is the level of accountability. You see, Jesus said, to whom much is given, much will be required. So the only differences there is the level of responsibility. When you're at the national level, you are now responsible for an entire nation. When you are a CEO, now you're no longer just looking at the department, you are looking at the entire entity. The responsibility has changed, the accountability even goes higher. Hi, this is Julius Watlonyo, pastor at Watero Church. Thank you so much for tuning into House of Talent Television. It's a great, innovative way of doing TV, and particularly for being a part of the CEO bench, talking about leadership. You know what, friends? Leadership can be tough. Leadership can be lonely, and the dynamics of leadership keep changing. I want to encourage you, watch the CEO bench so that you can get to hear real practical tips on leadership from people who are actually practicing leadership. Once again, thank you for being a part of the CEO bench right here on House of Talent Television.
Back from that break. My name is Eddie Okila, and of course this is the CEO bench. Francis Birungi Odong is the executive director of Ukubak. I will not attempt to pronounce it or to mention it fully before I get completely lost and then I get sued for messing up with the name. But Francis, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
And to all of you out there, please share this far and wide. Make sure that this story coming from a woman, if you're a woman, share it. We got the third female on the show this week, and she's giving us the story of how she's made it to the top of being the executive director of Ukubak. Francis, We went to a break when you were telling us the leadership development. Let me start by asking you a question on this second round of the show. What is your understanding of leadership?
Okay, my understanding of leadership is really a gift from God to guide others and to support others to be able to do what they do even better. For me, that is leadership for me. To use a gift that you have, to be able to support others, to guide others, and to direct others in a way that can make them perform better or even contribute better. Yeah, for me, that's leadership for me.
Okay, so what is self-leadership to you?
Self-leadership is, to me, leadership where myself, as a leader, for example, I am able to guide myself, I could use the same words, to guide myself, to direct myself in a way that I can be exemplary to the others, in a way that I can be an example for others, or, you know, in a way that I can develop as a person in a way that others can be able to benefit from my growth. So that is self-leadership for me, having that focus on yourself to grow yourself into someone that can be an example to others, someone that can direct others, someone that can, you know, support others, or someone that can be able to guide, you know, others to a particular direction, you know, in order to achieve something that is for a common good.
Okay.
So for me, that is self-leadership.
Wow. That said, Francis, about 30 years ago, Ukubak was started.
13
years?
30.
30 years.
Yes, yes.
I have been reading about Ukubak, and about 30 years ago, it is said that Ukubak started.
Yeah.
But, of course, we would argue that this could be the oldest NGO or organization in the country in that regard, in its category.
Yes.
And we want to know, fairly a young person leading it now called Francis Birungi Odong as an executive director. How does it feel steering this kind of an organization with that kind of weight?
Yes, it actually feels great. It feels great, and also it's a challenge at the same time, because I feel that as a leader of an organization that is one of the oldest organizations in the country, I have a burden on me to ensure that this organization does not collapse in my hands, because that will be bad for our generation as leaders.
Yes.
So I feel that it is something that is very exciting. It is empowering. It is something that is really empowering for me, especially as a woman, to be in the steering wheel for this organization. But at the same time, I feel that I have something to prove. I have something to prove in the way that I have to show that this young generation can lead. It can lead differently, and it can, you know, move this organization to greater heights. Okay. So that is how it feels for me being in this position. Yeah. But I know for sure that as a young leader of this organization, I am supposed to look at the good things that have happened by the older generation, that have been able to move this organization to where it is.
And build on it.
And build on that. Yeah. Yes, because if I don't look at the history of the organization and how the founder members and the other leaders that have been in the organization have been able to bring it to this level for 30 years. You know, Eddie, that civil society organizations are very fluid. Many times they fail to go beyond even 5 years. Yeah. So there is something about them that they had that I feel I need to tap into, so as to be able to move this organization forward, so that I can also hand it over to the younger people to move it over. So I feel that I need to do more. I need to do my research to find out what it is that they have done, but also what can I do with the environment that I'm in now, in my time. What is it that I can do for this organization to make sure that it is stronger than it was before, but it is also a healthy organization to be handed over to the next generation. Wow. Yes.
So feeling, Francis, is a thought. Feeling is something that goes in the brain of a human being that is processed. But there's what we call responding to a specific stimuli, which is action, signal sent.
Yeah.
Do you think you are doing it right now?
Yeah, good question. I think I am doing that. I am doing that because I've got a good note from the, the founders of the organization, but also people that have been leading before. And I feel that I'm doing well in terms of action, in the sense that UCOBAC has really grown from who it was to who it is now. Just to take you back, as an organization, we started with one program area, which was basically working with orphans and vulnerable children and supporting them in different ways. But from, probably 1 or 2 years back, the organization has taken on other program areas. We're now operating with 4 program areas in sexual and reproductive health and gender-based violence, issues to do with climate change, and women's land and property rights. So for me, the fact that we are able to do more than what the organization originally thought it could do is amazing. But also it shows that we are able to respond to the needs of the time. And I feel that a leader, a good leader, is one that is able to transform the organization to be responsive to the needs of the current times. And that is what I and my team are doing to ensure that we are responding, we are relevant to the current situation. By the time UCOBAC was formed, it was orphans and vulnerable children. Today it is beyond that. It's climate change issues, it's women's land rights issues, it's issues to do with sexual and reproductive health issues, gender-based violence. So how do you make sure that the organization is able to be responsive to the current needs, but also to be relevant in the current times? And I think a leader, if I was a leader that came in at this time and I still had one program area of orphans and vulnerable children, that's where everyone would have question marks and say, okay, something is not right. So I think that is action in itself, that the organization is having more action areas. I am able to create this change in the organization without really disrupting the mandate of the organization, but also supporting my team to be able to, to appreciate that this is the direction that we need to move into right now, and also for them to be able to contribute, to support them, my team, to be able to contribute in these different areas by building their capacity, by giving them spaces to be able to learn and grow so that they can then be able to contribute in these different areas. So for me, I think action is there.
All right, so if you are a viewer out there and of course looking into the CEO bench, when I say looking into, it means you are hearing what Francis is saying and what Eddie is saying and thinking. That's what we call looking into it. But watching on television is what you are doing right now. So we want you to watch and also think. And Francis, this program combines intellectual rigor with personal challenge, collaborations with creative expression. Right now, we want to know from you. UCOBAC recently changed its leadership from the board level.
Yes.
And also, just like any other organization or any other sector, human resource turnaround or turnover in NGO world is a common currency, as my friend Yuanto Chom keeps saying. And how are you managing the change in this organization? We are now on the change management process of the CEO bench.
Okay. So change is good. I should start from that point. Change is good, but at the same time, change is very hard. And many times we find that there's a lot of resistance to change. But I think the best way to manage change is to accept that it's a good thing. It is hard, it is difficult, it is challenging, but it is a good thing. And as a leader, once you have that change in mindset, that change is good and you're open to change, then it helps. So as an organization and as a leader in this organization, I try to make sure that I am open to change. And this is change in different ways. Change in leadership, change in staffing, change in processes, because change is good, but also change is an indication of growth for the organization. So how we manage change is that first and foremost, we try as much as possible to prepare the organization for change. So you have mentioned that we have had a new board that has come in. This is not something that happened out of the blue. There has been preparation for this change. The board members themselves have been prepared. We're prepared that this is going to happen, and they were supported to understand why it is important for this to happen. Yeah. And these are board members that had been board members for 10 years. And of course, the way they do things is very different from the way things are being done today. And of course, there was some kind of resistance, some kind of not understanding
because
really
in
why
Uganda, change in Africa, change is a problem. Change is not good for us. We don't know how to embrace it yet.
It is, but we appreciate that it's very difficult to accept change, but it is a good thing. And the board members, the older board members, were supported to understand why it is important to have this change. And they have handed over very happily to a new board. And the new board also has come in, but we have prepared them through the orientation process to be open to change, because as an organization we keep on changing.
So you're preparing them before their time?
Before their time. They are now
so this is now the new generation kind of thinking that you step in there with a plan, knowing that tomorrow you will be asked to
exactly, exactly. So we do prepare our leaders, our governance for change, and not only in terms of the leaders themselves changing, but also the systems, the programs that we are doing, the staffing. There is a lot of change that happens because of the changes that are happening in our environment. It's not a static environment. So that is how change is happening. The organization is open to change. As a leader, I am open to change. A number of times I get staff that have to move on. And for me, I come from a background where I appreciate the fact that that is good change. For me, it shows me if one of my staff comes to me and says, I am moving on to another organization, it's a better opportunity. For me, I celebrate that, because I feel like I have contributed something to the growth of this staff, and this staff is building a career, is moving on, and is creating space for a newer generation or younger people to come in. So I usually celebrate that. I support them to transit and then bring in new people to the organization, support them to, to be able to also make their own contribution in that space. So there's change that happens in the organization in terms of staff, in terms of programs, but as a leader, we try as much as possible to be open to it, to be able to support the systems, but also the personnel to be open to it, but also to appreciate it, despite the fact that it is hard. So that is our approach that we take.
Okay. And to our viewers, this is change management process in the CEO bench. And of course, when we say the CEO bench has that, we put leaders, CEOs on the CEO bench to task to explain some of the things. And the CEO bench brings out people who are in position of leadership and are actually practicing leadership by doing what they are supposed to do. And today on the show we have Francis, or Frances, depending on where you come from. Of course, the executive director of Huckelberg, who is telling us more about how she's actually managing change. Now, viewers engage with integrative mind maps of organizational and leadership development on this program. And that is a focus for us here, as well as instantly applicable practices for becoming more effective as a leader, but as well as becoming dynamic as an individual, as well as collective. Francis, on that note, the NGO sector in Uganda is well known for many things, good and bad. In some circles, we believe that they do good things, but quite a number of times we try to measure the impact of what they are doing and we don't see. How is it that, or rather, how are you doing it at Huckelberg? 30 years down the road, can you measure your impact? Can we see it? And we're looking at measuring impact by measurable metrics. We're talking about, looking at the quantifiable justifiable, measurable metrics of an organization. And so we want to put you on task as a CEO who has come in, or as an executive director who is there. How are you managing this? Can we see, can you take us through some of this that we can see today? Of course, reading from out there, I see that Ukubak is known. You can't even mention the full names and it's known by that full name. It's known by the short name of it.
Ukubak, yes.
So how are you doing it?
Okay, thank you. That's a very good question. And I think monitoring change and impact is very critical for any organization, because many times we do a lot as civil society organizations, but if we don't track what we are doing, we end up doing nothing. And that's why you say that sometimes organizations are either doing something good or sometimes doing something bad. In many cases, they are doing good, but are not able to demonstrate, or they're not able to track that, they are doing good in these areas. And I think that's a gap that many civil society organizations have. I think the issue of monitoring impact and being able to demonstrate impact really comes from the organization being very clear from the onset on what its objectives are. That is the starting point. You need to be clear about what it is that you want to see as change. And what is change to you as an organization? What is it that you would celebrate as change, for example? So I think once you're very clear on that, you have a very clear vision, you have a very clear mission, very clear and smart objectives for the organization, it becomes easier for you to be able to monitor change. And that is one thing that I don't know if many organizations are doing, but the ones that I've interacted with are investing a lot to making sure that they have smart objectives. Beyond smart objectives, an organization... Yes, I know. Yes. Beyond that, I think as an organization, we need to have systems.
Yeah.
Systems are very important. If you don't have systems and you're doing everything the way you want, then you will not be able to know if you're making a contribution or not in society. So systems are very important in the organization, but one of the major systems in terms of measuring impact is this, the issue of monitoring and evaluation systems. So there has to be a policy for the organization that responds or that shows that this organization is able to meet its objectives, but is also able to meet the objectives of the country and the world at large. So you have to see that, that link, because we don't work in isolation as civil society organization. We complement efforts of government. So we have to make sure that our objectives that we do are in line or contribute or complement on what the national development plans are, for example. But also we need to look at the sustainable development goals. What are the goals that we would look at to say that there is development in the world, So it's very clear to have a policy in place, a monitoring and evaluation policy that will show you that your interventions or your programs are first and foremost responding to your organizational objectives, but are also responding to the national priorities and are also contributing to the sustainable development goals. So a policy is very clear. It will show you what systems, what you need to have in place. For example, you need to have monitoring tools for each program. You need to have personnel in the monitoring and evaluation to be able to collect data that you can then analyze and see whether you're contributing to this. You have to have a framework that really shows the different programs that you're doing, the interventions that are under each program area, and how you're going to collect data that will inform you that you're making change or not. So that is a very valid question, very good, and I think as leaders, it is something that we need to really focus on, so that then we don't waste resources. The resources are directed towards our goals and vision.
Francis, what are your take on these issues, and how are you as an ED basically dealing with some of these issues in your organization? The issues that I'm talking about are issues of transformation and change, learning the organization and how they do things, and of course the level of leadership development in that organization. I know you've mentioned some of them. We're talking about the practical practices for transformational
leadership change. You've talked about many changes. You've mentioned the issue of accountability.
Yeah.
We have seen leaders being arrested
Yeah.
in some of these organizations because they're not doing it well. We've followed your story very well, and on the CEO bench, somebody has to nominate you, and we often have to have 3 nominations for you to come on the bench. You surpassed the 3 nominations, and you are on the bench today.
Yeah.
What is that one thing that when you look back you think was worth somebody nominating you to come here?
Okay, I think
given the levels I'm talking about, transformational,
yes,
transformation and change, leadership and organization, levels of leadership development, practices for transformational leadership.
I would say that my nomination to be here could be mainly because of my style of leadership. And I think my style of leadership is unique in the sense that I don't believe that leadership means being feared or being, I know all, I do all, but it is empowering others to be able to walk a journey with you. And that is how I lead. My team, I currently have a team of over 35 staff in the organization. And I try as much as possible to make them comfortable in this organization. You know, the fact is that many of the people that we work with spend most of the time of their day in these organizations doing the best that they can do. So we need to show them as leaders that we value their time, we value their contribution, and therefore support them to grow in this process. So what I think is very unique in my style of leadership is that I try as much as possible to make it a family kind of organization where I am not, as leaders, as a team of leaders, we are not mechanic, but we are human beings. We try to listen to what our members are going through, support them through their journeys, but also I have this feeling that everyone can contribute something. So I am a kind of leader who actually does not believe in interviews. Unfortunately, I don't believe in interviews. I have this feeling that everyone is able to do something if they are supported and if they are given a platform to grow, and if they are given the resources, the ability, if they are treated in the right way, they are able to contribute something, So I try as much as possible. Many times in our organization, we bring young girls straight from university who have not even had any, training before. We don't normally do interviews. Those are really rare cases. So we bring these volunteers in, and we support them to grow into the organization. We tap into their abilities, but also build, support them through trainings, through exposing and providing platforms for them to go and make presentations, for them to go to and interact, so that they can then be able to grow and make their contribution the best way that they can. So I feel that transformation comes like that, by providing space for growth, not only for you as a leader, but also for the people that are in your team. Because if Francis as a leader, I am doing everything. I am the one writing proposals, I'm the one meeting donors, I am the one coming to speak to Eddie, I will break down. But I need to build a team that is able to do that, so that when I'm doing something else, there is someone else that is doing something else, and they are growing in the process, and therefore I am able to also take care of myself as a leader. So if I don't do that, then I get overwhelmed with a lot of work, with a lot of stress and so forth. So for me, I think that is a very powerful way of leading, but also a powerful way of transforming the organization by creating new ideas, creating new blood into space for new blood to come in, and supporting them to grow in different ways. Like myself, I started as an intern, I told you. I have grown to be a CEO. When I see these young girls come into the organization, I tell them my story. And I tell them, you're now an intern, you're doing the typing, you're running around providing paper and pen to the participants, but if you work hard, you will be in my place. And I see them really working hard, putting the best that they can be, consulting, seeking knowledge. I always encourage them to go back to school, provide the opportunity for them to do that. And in such a way, I see growth, and I celebrate this growth in the organization with the people that come in. Of course, when they come, they go, and then the new ones come. And I allow that to happen because for me, that is growth for the organization.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Francis, if I walk right now to the community, I will be able to find and feel the impact of your work. That's what you're saying?
Yes, most definitely.
So the CEO bench is going to take a break, and when we come back, we will put Francis onto the last part of the show to task to explain how transformation is happening in society, where Ukobak is actually doing some work as a CEO. For her, it's very special because she's an executive director on the CEO bench, mainly to talk about herself as a person, but also what the organization is doing and the change that we are having coming through to the society as a result of some of the programs that she's talking about. Stay right there. The CEO bench is going for a break. Make yourself a cup of coffee while we also take a coffee break. But most importantly, share this interview far and wide. You never know who you're actually going to be changing their lives.
The private sector is not yet fully utilized because not everybody can be employed by government. And we are looking at a future whereby more people are employed in the private sector than in government. So I think if we all work hard, if we all work together and invest in the right areas, there's been a lot of talk about value addition in the agriculture sector, in the mineral sector. If there is enough investment in those areas, I think it can create enough jobs for our children and grandchildren.
Okay. Yeah. I just want to take you to question number 4, Andrew, which is let's talk about your journey at City Hall and the foray into the executive director's office, which is as Andrew Chitaka,
very
and
interesting,
as well as the director engineering.
Very interesting. I joined KCCA on 1st November 2011, and before then I was
for so much. CEO of whatever. They give so much.
This is the reason why you're actually on the bench.
Because of my credibility. Thank you so much. But now they attack you, they vilify you. And the goal is to weaken you financially. Is to weaken your honor. These are slanderers. So I'm glad that someone would stay up at night to ask and learn about me. And I pray that in the next 2 months, because I know many Ugandans who travel overseas, when they go there, one of the things, because the media has been so much, and Sam Kutesa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has really not done a good job. He has dropped the ball on this issue. Why? So many of us are being accused of being gay killers, including me. You've just heard that person. Uganda is being accused that we kill gays, which actually is absolutely untrue. And because of this, it has affected our tourism. It affects people who go overseas to do work or study. It affects whenever you go to a conference. Hi, my name is Eddie Okela. Where are you from? I'm from Uganda. Oh, you are the gay killers. And then you begin to describe. So one of the things that I've done is I've written a book, which should be coming out. I know that I keep saying the same thing, but the work of doing a book takes a long time, and I wish I could be supported. You know, many people who write on this subject, like Sylvia Tamale, she's supported by the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Foundation. There is money.
Is a very big brand, and as we go on, we will probably discuss the things we're trying to do to see that things change for the better.
Good. Sean, on the CEO bench, for everyone who is following, we're live on our YouTube studio where we actually streaming from. So YouTube studio, for everybody asking for a link, is actually House of Talent Uganda.
Confident in themselves and what they are offering.
Yes.
I think that's the biggest problem. Like, women will easily settle for a less pay than men would.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mona Onyeitodeke goes on to say, or I think this is a comment, says, I didn't know that beauty products are taxed at 60%. Whoa.
They are. I pray that changes soon, but they are.
Okay. So with that challenge of 60%,
setting up the company, you're doing tours all across the world. You know, a personal account is great, but how these things are taxed becomes important for you know, for your business later on. As soon as you cross that threshold of 50 million a year, you know, you're now in
the interest become more shares.
Yes.
It's the CEO Bench on a Friday morning or Friday afternoon right here in Kampala. Straight from Kampala to the rest of the world is when we bring you the CEOs on the CEO Bench. Today, we have an executive director of a women and children organization in Uganda, 30 years in operation and still counting. Frances Birungi Odong. We are yet to know who is Odong, who is Birungi in that mix, where does she come from? And we're going to welcome back to the show, first of all. A toast to the coffee break, and we have to toast to the CEO Bench right there. And Francis, before we went for break, we're having a very interesting conversation. You've talked about many things, and I want to bring some people on the show. If you're following online, we would like to say thank you very much for being a part of the CEO Bench. And I have a couple of questions for you. And so please share your kisses and disses here. If we're doing well, give us the kiss. If we're doing bad, diss us, we're okay. We like to receive feedback. And now is the time for you to send as many questions as possible to Francis to be able to answer them. And I want to start with somebody here called Queenie Jill, said, go auntie, super proud and inspired. So this must be one of your people. Yes, and then of course I have Kutui Stella Rose saying that the organization's ability to sustain itself beyond the donor funding is also okay. Wow, and key. Yeah. And she goes on to say also the ability of a leader to mentor and continually build the capacity of itself, of its staff, to be an all-round person capable of responding to emerging new trends at work, but also outside work is key. So basically these are some of the comments coming for you, Francis. And I have another one here coming from Frank Zaga, is saying, I am proud of you, my ED. I think these are your staff. Actually, when I joined Okobak in 2018, I was not interviewed by a panel, rather I was given support, and now I'm a good mediator in land matters. Okay, so we can test some of your leadership abilities and the transformation. All right, Akutui has said, great work, Francis Birungi. And Diva Mukasa says, thank you very much. And if you have another question, I want to see some questions. These are kisses. Are there some questions? Do you have some questions for her and you want her to answer? We're going to go into it right away. Francis, welcome back to the show. We want to go straight to this part of the show, which is transformation. And I can see that some people are giving you props already on that. Francis, this program is relevant for people already working. People in existing organizations, establishing their own organization or preparing to enter the workplace. It's not always easy for many people, and that's why we bring some of you who are already in that space, doing it by action, not just by talking, and then to share. And then having an organization, of course, an organizational context like you've talked about, to be able to offer, great learning or space or services to people is a good experience for us to have. And we will want to know from you. There is a very strong shrinking space. Shrinking, going down, civil society organization is going down. The space in Uganda remains very small. And the biggest threat to the NGO especially, those in sensitive sector of human rights, as well as governance and land issues, seems to be quite a very difficult space. We've seen many of them arrested. And the land cases remain to be some of the very key areas. Your organization is focusing in many of these areas, and I've heard you talk about the key program areas that you're working on. We want to know from you, in some cases the police has besieged some of these offices and organizations of NGOs such as yours, arrested some of them. What are your advice to fellow leaders in civil society organizations, particularly those who find themselves in a space with police or in a running battle with police or with authority? In your submission earlier on, you said that one of the things you do, you must work in line with the national plan. What would be your advice to some of these people who find themselves in this space? And by the way, does it mean that they fall out of line with government, or they are still in line with government? What happened?
Okay, I think for me, I do not believe that these civil society organizations that are, have fallen victim, that they are working outside the line of government. As civil society organization, our mandate is actually beyond just the national priorities. It also goes to the global priorities. We contribute to something larger. And really most of us as civil society organization, our business is human rights. It is ensuring that human beings are able to fully exercise their human rights and fundamental freedoms. And in doing that work, together with governance work, of course you will step on many toes, because some things may not sound or be good enough for government to take in. But does that mean that we should stop doing what we're doing? I don't think we should stop doing what we're doing. I think it's very important for us to remain focused on what our mandates are. And our mandates are really to promote human rights of all individuals, irrespective of their differences. So I think many organizations are victims because they have been bold enough to promote these rights. And many times, of course, when you're doing that, there are times when the government will not be comfortable with what you're doing, but does not mean that we should stop what we are doing. So it is important to be in line with the priorities of government, but it is also we should not feel that we should only do the softer, easier things to do. It's important for us to also contribute on the harder things, because that's where it's pinching most for the largest part of the society. And I think the most important thing for civil society organizations to do is, first and foremost, because many of us are donor dependent. And I think one of the comments that came in was the issue of sustainability. Many of us are donor dependent, and when this happens, we can't operate because the space is closed, you can't get funding, you can't meet, you can't engage. So I think we need, as civil society organization, to think about how we can be able to sustain our processes, irrespective of whether we are getting donor funding, either from government or from donor organizations. How can we, as civil society organizations, be able to raise our own resources? There's a lot of resources within the country that we can leverage on. So we need to be very innovative as civil society organizations to raise resources that can sustain our processes, even when such circumstances come in. But also very important is for civil society organizations to have security plans. It's very important for because the environment that we are working in is very sensitive. And today I'm safe, tomorrow I am not. I do not know whether what I'm doing tomorrow is going to step on Eddie in government's toes. So I think it's very important to have security plans, to be prepared that in the eventuality that this happens, how do I make sure that this organization does not stop to operate? And I think security plans are very important, especially around the issue of information and data. We have a lot of data, we have a lot of information, so we need to know how do we back up? How do we keep our information in a way that it is safe? for us to be able to operate even after this, because governments come and go, and when they go, these organizations will continue doing their work. Yeah. So I think that is very critical. And finally, I think as civil society organizations, we also need to do, and it's within, of course, with the security plan, to do something around defending human rights providers. Yeah. So human rights defenders need to be supported. For us that are working on issues, for example, that are very sensitive, like land, people that are working on governance issues, I think such persons need to be protected, need to be supported, so that then they can be able to continue doing their work. So defending human rights, providing them with information, providing them with skills and ways in which they can keep safe. What time do you move? Whom do you interact with? What do you say where? Is very important, so that then we can be able to sustain our work irrespective of all these difficulties that we work around.
Wow. Well, you are on the CEO bench, Edio Killer, Francis Berungi. We are talking about leadership, change management, and transformation. Francis, one of the biggest criticism of the NGO sector is the donor dependency, which you have mentioned. A lot of us argue that most foreign organization or money that comes through into this organization come with strings attached. And most times there is no room for us to build capacity locally here as an organization to go forward, because the funding given to you, 90% of it often go back to where it's supposed to come from. And NGOs have suffered. How has WUCOBAC managed to stand 30 years of doing what it does, or what it has been doing all these years? What are the strategies that you can recommend to somebody, or to some organization there, or to some CEO out there who is struggling, and to some young people who are rising into position of leadership to be able to sustain if they find themselves in an organization such as yours?
Yeah, it's true. I think donor dependency is something that we really suffer as civil society organizations. And as I mentioned earlier, we need to think innovatively as civil society organizations on how we can sustain our processes, irrespective, of whether there is funding from outside or not. It's difficult, but it can happen. There are other interventions, other activities that can actually generate income for the organization, like membership fees, like doing income generating services and activities that can really sustain the organization. That is very critical. So organizations need to think out of the box to find ways in which they can sustain their processes. As WUCOBAC, I think our main what has really added value, or what has really helped the organization to stay for this long, is the fact that when we decide to do something, we do it to our best. And that is something that I tell my team, that it does not matter how much money we get, even $1,000. We should do the best that we can do with that resource that we have. So you asked a question before we went to the break, that if we went to the community, would you see impact? And I would tell you that if you go to the communities where we work, we are operating in 10 districts, you will see real impact. We try as much as possible to make sure that we have systems in place, structures in place that ensure that the resources that we mobilize as an organization are properly utilized for the use that is, it's intended for. So you see impact, you see people really transforming. The transformation at community level is amazing. We work with the poorest of the poor. We work with the most vulnerable. I sometimes don't like to use the word vulnerable because it also stigmatizes many. But we work with that, you understand the category of people that we work with. And it's amazing to see that when you inject information, finances, trainings to these communities, to these families, it's amazing to see how they transform from A to B. And I think for us as WUCOBAC, that has helped our organization to stay, because people have seen that the work that we do is real. People's lives are actually transforming in the different sectors that we work in, but also the issue of accountability and transparency. That is something that is priority to me as a leader, to make sure that resources that we have, either financial or material, but even the human resources, there is accountability and transparency in the way we do our things. There is nothing that I know that my staff don't know. I try as much as possible to create space for people to know what is happening in the different spaces, but also to make sure that for those that choose to work with us, we account to them. We show them that, look here, this is what we have been able to do. We have systems that are able to show that evidence that this is happening. And so the trust is built. Many of our donors have been with us for even over 15 years. For example, and it's very rare to see that in civil society organizations. But we have our funding partners that have really walked the journey with us because they see that we have systems in place, we have processes in place that ensure that there is transparency, there is accountability, but there's also value for money, there's impact, there's real transformation. And our objectives are clear, and we try as much as possible not to go outside what we stand for. There is a question where you ask that, you know, sometimes people come with money and as an organization you want to move.
And their salary is usually higher than the local salary, and they go back with this money.
And then they influence, No, for us as UCOBAC, we have our objectives, we know what our mandate is, we stick to our mandate. So irrespective of how much money you bring, if it's outside our mandate, we will not take it. By the time we choose to do these 4 program areas, we know that these are the areas that will transform a life. So if you bring your money and you say, we know you're doing these 4 things, but we have money, can you do 5, 6, and 7? That is not in our mandate. We will not take it. We may show you who can take it, or we can tell you, no, try elsewhere. And I think that has also helped UCOBAC to stay for long, because we choose what to do, we stick to what we do, and we work as a team. Teamwork has been very powerful for us in the organization. We make sure that we all know what we are supposed to do, and we do what we are supposed to do.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, you are on the CEO bench, and you're hearing that coming from the executive director of UCOBAC on the CEO bench, talking leadership, change management, and transformation. Do you have a question for Francis Birungi Odong? And we are listening to our evening of the show, and great discussions with you, Francis. Creating proper work-life balance is one of the biggest issues with CEOs.
Yes.
And in Uganda, we have such a big one. Whenever ladies, for example, rise to the position of leadership, powerful places of leadership, the men begin to say, now my wife has left. She's there, but I don't think she's with us anymore. The children begin to cry, and of course, sometimes also men who rise into a higher position of leadership have the same problem. Now, we want to know from you, how have you managed to balance your work life as an executive director of UCOBAC, and as a mother?
And a wife.
And a wife.
I think we need to start off from understanding where this comes from. This comes from the fact that that is who our society is. It's a patriarchal society, so there's a lot of male dominance. So there's a lot of discomfort and fear that comes from a woman taking a space that is traditionally
meant for men.
So of course it is expected. So I think once we understand where that comes from, then we are able to deal or to find solutions to work around it. And what I mean is that we need to support the system. We need to transform the system, but not disintegrate it. You know, we need to realign it, to understand that the world has changed. You know, things cannot be the same. And for me, as you said, I am a mother of 4. I am a leader of a civil society organization. I am a wife. There's a lot of responsibility that comes with all that. But being a mother and wife has not stopped me from being a leader as well. And I think this comes from, first and foremost, understanding the environment in which I'm working. So I am able to speak with Mr. Odong to support him, because I understand that Mr. Odong has grown up in a society that I've also grown up in, and he may get a shock with what is happening. So creating that environment where he's able to understand why it is important for me to participate in this space as well. How it supports him as a man, how it helps our family, how it helps society. Once he appreciates that, then he creates the space that will enable me to do all that. The challenge we have is that many women like me, when we get empowered, we become fighters. We go in our home, we want to fight, we want to show, we want to show feel that I've arrived, I know human rights, I'm a woman, empowerment. And that is a wrong approach, because we must understand where does this come from. Don't blame the human being, but blame the system, and find ways in which you can support this person to interrogate the system, but also navigate for the benefit of himself, yourself, the children, the family, and the organization and the country at large. So I think it's very wrong for many women, and we do this even in the communities when we talk to women and empower them, tell them, don't go home and start telling the man, so message, I now know, I have been told. Help them to understand why this is important, because you're going to contribute something. You want the children to go to international schools, you're admiring everyone to go to international schools, but you're saying your wife should not go to work. You're going to break down as Eddie. You're going to get stressed, you will die, you will leave me in stress, the children are not. So if you appreciate and you understand all that, then you will create the space. So I think for me as an individual, that has worked very well for me. I have created a space where me and my husband have been able to appreciate the good that comes from empowering a woman. We have one daughter. We create a lot of space for her as well to be empowered, because we have demonstrated it, that when I do well, you do well as my husband, the family does well, you know, the children are in better schools, they are fed well, they are getting good health. So for me, I really think it's a process. It's not something that changes in an instant, but we have to create a space that allows people to interrogate some of those difficulties around our system and how we can be able to reshape and you know, change the order of the day. And that can only happen if the other gender appreciates
what is going on.
What comes with a woman being in this space and participating in this process. And I think that has worked very well in my experience.
Wow. Well, the CEO bench is coming to the end, and of course, Francis is spitting fire to some women. I hope she doesn't get her leg broken along the way while leaving the CEO bench on this day. Francis, how are you able to keep healthy and you know, and fit? And what are some of the tips that you would share with us on the CEO bench to be able to strike a proper balance? I'm a health and fitness coach.
Okay.
And I have a very strong background in human kinetics, and you know, specialize in what they call muscle hypertrophy. So 90% of my time I spend with CEOs and MDs, people who are in higher position than I am. They are mostly attracted to me because they have a deficit of health and fitness. And so they're usually superhuman in offices, but super broken humans in health and fitness. How have you been able to balance this life of health and fitness, you know, to some leaders who might be disfigured right now, for lack of a better word, that they have been able to disfigure because of stress comes in, and they have lost shape. You are in pretty good shape. How are you able to do it? We know who to credit also, but yes.
Yeah, thank you, Eddie. That's a very good question. And I think self-care is priority for all leaders, but also for everyone. Self-care is very important. And for me as a leader, I know that if I am sick, if I am unhealthy, I will have an unhealthy organization, a sick team, and everything will disintegrate. So I try as much as possible to be healthy in mentally, but also physically. And what I do as a person is that I take time to go to the gym after work. It doesn't have to be a whole hour. Even if it's 30 minutes, I can, you know, work out and try to re-energize for the next day. And usually I have found that when I do that, the next day I'm alert, I am able to think, to strategize, and you know, and everyone can tell that things are moving well. So physical fitness is very critical, but also taking off time, me time, you know, to just take care of myself, be happy. So I can go out with my siblings, I go out with my friends, my husband, you know, take off time out of the city, go somewhere, relax, read a novel, no books, no laptop, no nothing. You know, a day or two, it makes a very big difference. You know, it just brings sanity back, and you're able to transfer this sanity to the people that you lead. And I also encourage my team. Every time I talk to them, I encourage them, you know, take some time off, go, you know, relax, go out, do some exercises. And some people say, we don't have time to go to the gyms. You can do it in your bedroom, you can stretch around, you can do yoga, and all these things I do and support my team to also do that. And I think it's very critical for us to take care of ourselves so that then we can be healthy as leaders and also be able to make our organizations healthy, our teams healthy, and the country will be healthy as well.
If you are joining us, the CEO bench has come to an end. Of course, Francis right there, or Frances, as some of you would like to call it, or call her. And of course, she is the CEO of, or the ED of Okobak. On the CEO bench, I have a very interesting comment here coming in from Maureen Achand Aimbizibwe. She's saying that, proud of you, Mrs. Odong, you are doing a good job. Thank you. And I've got the last one here coming from Akutui Stella Rose. How have you managed to thrive in the midst of the shrinking civil society space? What strategies are you putting in place for safety? I think she's referring to that. Maybe that will be our last question as we wind up, of course, from that point of comment coming from other people. Would you like to respond to her? She's saying that, what are you doing? What are the strategies for your safety?
Yeah, we have a security plan as an organization. And this security plan goes as far as looking at safety of the offices within which we operate. So making sure that the place is secure, we have security people in place, you know, we have the physical security systems, but also very critically information. We try as much as possible to back up our information on a regular basis and make sure that our data is not disrupted. We can be able to access it and continue to operate from wherever we are. But also trying as much as possible to work in collaboration with the government, with our government leaders, so that they can understand what we do, appreciate what we do, and see how this contributes or complements their efforts. Because once they do not understand and appreciate that, then they will always see you as a threat. Civil society organizations have always been labeled as a threat, an organization that is against government, but not necessarily. So for them to be able to work with you, to be part of the processes, so that they can then see that yes, we are doing governance work, yes, we are doing land work, but this is for the good of the country. There is a lot that we are contributing, and we can do this together. That has really helped us as an organization to be able to sustain our processes.
Well, we have come towards the end of the show. Our time is fast spent here, Francis, and thank you very much for coming to the show today. The CEO bench, like I said earlier on, exists to give you a platform to be able to share with us what you're doing, and we bring people who are already doing it, people who are practicing it, people who know where they want to go and can share that plan with us. When was the last time you cooked for Mr. Odong?
I cook for Mr. Dong whenever I can. He cooks for me as well, and that is what I was talking about, that there needs to be a shift in terms of who does what. So it's not necessarily me who should cook for him.
Because EDs always leave these questions. The food is always prepared by the maid, so that's why we want to know whether Mr. Dong actually has food cooked by his ED wife.
Okay, when there is time, when time allows, I create time for that. But I emphasize that he does that to me as well, because we need to support each other. We are all contributing equally to the growth of our family. So it is important that when we have time, we do such nice things for each other.
Is Mr. Dong, by the way, out of curiosity, in the civil society organization?
No, he actually works for the government of Uganda. He's a civil servant. So yes, so I'm doing civil society work. I'm complementing the work that he's doing in government.
So, and out of just fun questions, so if there was a fight between the civil society organization and the government, and it comes to your house because you are in the civil society organization and he's in a civil society, he's a civil servant. What happened when you have a fight in the home? when government accuses you and this is happening, do you guys have a fight at home?
We talk. No, we don't fight. Yeah. Fight is something that he knows I am against gender-based violence, and he supports the work that I do. Yes. So we talk, and he will tell me the government position. I will bring in the civil society position, and then we see, you know, sometimes we agree, sometimes we agree to disagree, but we move forward. Well, yes.
All right. And who owns the land title, by the way? Now that you masters in the land rights, you probably might be owning all the land titles.
No. Yes. We own our property together. We co-own as husband and wife, and that is what we try to teach our communities for co-ownership. But also, I own some land individually, and I don't do it in hiding. He knows that when we have that discussion, and I can own land individually as a woman because we have the right to do so. And he owns some properties individually, but we also have a lot of property where we have both contributed, and we also own that together. And if all families could do that, I think we'd have peace. I have been married to Mr. Odong for over, we are coming to 18 years, and I think this is something that facilitators are just being able to discuss these issues, being able to discuss some of the difficulties in the system, and seeing the benefits that come from changing or transforming some of these issues has helped us, and I hope that it can help many families if they adapt to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we've come to the end of this show, and Francis, your parting shot here, we're looking at organizational culture, tools of collaborations and levels of organization development, creating an agile organization and practices from the future.
Yeah.
What are your summary of these things as a CEO who is on the move, who is training and mentoring people to hand over this organization?
Okay.
Thinking from the future. And your summary and your last word to your people. Yes.
So as a leader, a CEO of this organization, my really parting comment is really to the younger generation that it is our time to take on leadership, and we need to be ready for it. So there's a lot of things that we can do to be ready for it. We can learn from the older leaders, learn the good parts, good things that they have done, and be able to understand the realities that are existing right now in our environment, the changes, the opportunities, the challenges, and take advantage, seek knowledge as much as possible, go back to school, have studies, go to spaces where there are interactions and conversations, so that we can be better leaders and show that we are able to lead and transform our communities and our organizations, so that by the time we hand over to the coming generation, I hope that our generation will not be one that sticks to power, but we can be able to pass on this mantle to the new generation, a healthy community, a healthy organization, healthy country, and to healthy people that have learned from us. So those are my parting words, and I wish all leaders, young leaders like myself, all the best in their leadership journey.
Well, thank you very much for coming to the CEO Bench today. It's time for us to toss to the CEO Bench, and until next week, the CEO Bench has come to an end. We've hosted and we've been talking to Francis Birungi Odong, the CEO of Ukubak. And if you have liked the interview, share it far and wide. Please make sure you don't be selfish. CEOs are not selfish. And of course, we want to encourage all of you to send us a nomination of who you would want to see as the next CEO on the CEO Bench. Until next time, stay blessed. The CEO Bench signing out. Eddie Okila, Francis Birungi signing out.
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SEAL Uganda on number 0772443085 or check our website www.sealuganda.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jean-Paul Olowo, on Instagram, Jean-Paul Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
I have the pleasure to present to you
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup,
Welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
Fitness Junction would love to thank you for your continued support and patience during these trying times. With the ongoing pandemic, we have come up with different standards of operation that can keep you safe and keep us safe. Come have a quick tour with me.
We use a generator of 250 kVA to run the whole plant. Every month we spend 144 million Uganda shillings on diesel only, and that is equivalent to around $62,000 US.
That's the highest unit cost of production.
If we can bring in some renewable energy technology, provide all the electricity they need at 30% less than what they're currently spending.
We will immediately be able to release funding, which we can then plow back to the farmer.
We're looking at a biomass gasification system.
Everywhere you go here, you find biomass. It's being burnt out there every dry season instead of being collected.
And one of the byproducts of syngas production through gasification of biomass is char dust.
Adding value to this char dust by collecting, processing the char dust to turn it into charcoal briquettes.
With any extra electricity that Unicef is able to produce, they're going to be charging
batteries that can form a distribution network which is wireless.
Not only will we be able to cut costs for an industry that's adding value to agricultural production in Uganda, we're also going to be able to provide electricity to small households that will replace the kerosene lamps they're currently burning in their homes, and provide them with a cheaper source of cooking fuel in the form of charcoal briquettes made from the biomass that they would otherwise be burning on their farms.
It was like the Psalms. When you look at David, he's passing through hard things, but then he's willing to talk about them. So music allowed me to be real, authentic. To God, he uses song to minister to me. So it was more, it's personal, I can relate to it, and he's helping me overcome through that, to be able to be used as that vessel that delivers this message, which I know that I've just borrowed from heaven. My music statement is to write music that will be able to speak to the heart, soul, and spirit, restoring the goodness. You know, when in the Bible it says, and he looked at it and it was good. The message that I have, there are 10 songs. They will be specifically invoking that God has already said, that we have to embrace as his image, to restore goodness in this world. Music is not what defines you. For me, that was a great revelation, that my identity is more in God, in who God calls me. If I can inspire you also to use your gifts and talents to make a difference, I would have played my part in this world.
I will rise and rise. Now is the time. Rise and praise you, Lord.
Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Big woman thing. Girl, me love how you talk so. Girl, when you talk, me can't tell you shut up. Simply fine when you talk, baby. When you talk, I'm just a black boat. Jagalanzi Jeff, your body boat. No visa, baby, got no passport. No money, boo, no visa too. But baby, me give you the comfort. Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana.
Big woman thing, baby killer, bite me, Dracula. Send you from afar with my killer binocular. Me speak vernacular, Nkwagala you a killer. Me know say so many men I want you back to killer.
She tell me she could love me, but she got HIV. How could I see that when she got no ID? Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Teba mukwana. Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana.
iPod, watch the video. Stereo, radio. Turn up the stereo, volume of the radio. Headphones in the iPod, watch the video. Turn up the stereo, volume of the radio. Headphones in your iPod, watch the video. Sijukira muchere kulusania, sijukira kaunga musefulia. Ebiziwe binchize nembigumira, sijukira emikwano punta bukira. Uno mukwano gange sekatawa, yali mulokole nebimutama. Anti kumulimu bagasoma, ebyobulokole tebiza magoba no. Me and my house will walk with you, cause of your love so real and true. Topo wake mumwachi topo wa mwana weka tunula jolaga. Topo wa Yesu wakulemesa, ebirungi byonna ajja kubikuwa. Topo wake mumwachi topo wa mwana weka tunula jogenda. Topo wa Yesu wakulemesa, ebirungi byonna ajja kubikuwa. Ono sister Teopisita yali nambulasa mu kanisa. Mwatu bali bamazeyo kwanjula, ekyali kisigaddeyo nga yembaga. Tetwamanya Jeff gye yava. batadde n'edduka mu kibuga tuzanyisanga duniya mulaza bamuzalawa omukwano gwe babi ne bakuyiwa mu binika yazirika yatabuka omutima ne gumenyeka topo wange mu mwacu topowa mwana wenga tunula gy'olaga topo Yesu bakulemesa ebyebirungi byonna ajja kubikuwa topo wange mu mwacu topowa mwana wenga tunula gy'ogenda topo Yesu bakulemesa ebyebirungi byonna ajja kubikuwa. Send me look you kaya simple, send me from the disco. Love you Lord more than every girl loves a dimple. And I won't serve you on the lay low, aka Mr. Enough of the intro. You're always on time, never been slow. I focus on you, Lord, let the world know. When alone and everything feels cold, you my umbrella jacket, everything feels warm. When the going gets tough, I keep on keeping on. Truth is, trouble don't last long. When I'm weak, you're strong. And it's in your presence that I belong. Presence that I belong, yeah. Topo wange mu mwacu topowa mwana wenga tunula gy'olaga topo wa Yesu bakulemesa ebyebirungi byonna ajja kubikuwa topo wange mu mwacu topowa mwana wenga tunula gy'ogenda topo wa Yesu bakulemesa ebyebirungi byonna ajja kubikuwa topo wange mu mwacu topowa mwana wenga tunula gy'olaga topo wa Yesu bakulemesa ebyebirungi byonna ajja kubikuwa topo wange mu mwacu topowa mwana wenga tunula gy'ogenda topo wa Yesu bakulemesa ebyebirungi byonna ajja kubikuwa.
It's another one. Fernand Rico's another one. Pirate Beats with another one. The biggest some music again. I know it no money. I can sing, I can Jennifer. I know what you do. I'm a single woman say. I know it no money. I can sing, I can power yo. I know what you do. Obufuka eseno. Wanagundi agenze mukoti talina mapesa kusati gwagenzo kulopa binojo lwekitiibwa kyalina manyiddwa mukoti omusango bakusala mutumbi kuba mulamuzi bamuwa ku nsimbi mulamuzi wange talya mandazi bamukama bibakwalali talya nguzi nono talya nguzi nono. Jennifer, I know what you do. I'm a single woman, say, I know money. I can sing a kapao, yo. I know what you do. I'm a forgot and said no. Money won't know. I could jump for Nakutuza Nabalangira. A tambuza, Manduku, Manetiro, Tamongota. Tomu what the gymnasium, who would invade a simanyi simanya kusinga tewali simanya kusinga simanyi simanya kusinga tewali simanya kusinga simanyi simanya kusinga mukama oli n'amaanyi agasinga gakinipa ayi yesu oli n'obuyinza omusingo gwa muzeeyi mukama oli n'amaanyi agasinga gakinipa ayi yesu oli n'obuyinza yesu yekka kwasinga yesu oli n'amaanyi.
Shout out to all the trappers. The origins. Big ups to Anaconda. What up, guys? Now pre-saved, I was still raised right, so we were always culture boys, but boys would be boys, so sometimes we'd be them and soldier boys. Had quite a few friends with army dads, real soldier boys, red top status. They walk in and you better hold your voice and tongue about your mouth, cause they could be drunk or packing, no time to stomp you out. Just throw you in the back of the pickup or ghost your whereabouts. UG, KLA, home of the Impala, we're all different tribes, but everyone's bound to speak some Uganda like Mugamba G. That's from my old schoolers to Sidori G. That's from the new students with that slang edition, from urban to local tradition, while handing down that history through those oral renditions, like the story of Kintu. Musajja Nenteye, Kintu ya Wasanambi, Mwanyina wa Warumbe is only one of the stories that explain things like our origins to death and everything in between. Oral historians before us young MCs at the scene. Mental recordings, those been in my makeup since time immemorial. Respect to those before me, yo.
Lwaki mu bisudde kali ebyali bituyamba bajjajja baali bagezi ngamba batuyigiriza empisa nyabo lwaki mu bisudde kale ebyali bituyamba nga bajjajja baali bagezi ngamba batuyigiriza empisa
anti tuteredde entende tugamba gyebala okuva ekyaddondo paka mu kyaggwe ne bugerere amasaza ndabya asatu ng'ate obusozi musanvu anti akabbiro mu kuya ate emmamba olw'omanya enzira nkuba jjejjerevu anti buganda nza kulembera okukuza ku nnono ng'ate oluganda lwenkulembeza sisimba lukono ku mmere esira namanja yuyanca olujjuliro gye lwadda tetumanyi naye ate tukkuta mpaako ku mazinyweko byali bya buganda abazungu be bajja kati ensiwa ate zituswaza biseera byali bya nnono tubuuza tufukamidde nga twalula abalongosaako n'okukyalira ensiko kusoma kwabwe n'ensi n'oluzungu ne luwamba tubuuza watagwani gyebale mbu lyabakadde ettofaali tukwebaza lisonze yebale magulu nnyondo awangaale nange embeewo
lwaki mu bisudde kali ebyali bituyamba bajjajja baali bagezi ngamba batuyigiriza empisa nyabo lwaki mu bisudde kale ebyali bituyamba nga bajjajja baali bagezi ngamba batuyigiriza empisa.
Yes, sir. This is how the culture was handed down. Around the fire, children gather round. Different rituals of different tribes. It's how the tradition was kept alive. Spiritual emphasis behind the drums. The old voices here that guide the young. So it's me and Nelly say trade them bones. We give respect to those that came before us.
Chadondo bugerere maokota busiro chagwe fenna batugunjula dda abemamba balangira nakinsige enjovu katimvuma abefumbe n'omutima fenna batugunjula dda ruyonga ku ngoma kugambye bamugunjula dda Isaiah kapeti kakabi kugambye bamugunjula dda
bakomboze igitaramo cy'iwacu.
Iwacu turatarama ngwino urare. Iwacu turatarama ngwino urare.
Iyo dukoze ku nyamirya iz'ubuhuha n'inkomangano biratwizihira cyane. Mpamagare muhigirwa ni Nyaruguru mu muhamirizo w'intore, mu muhamirizo w'intore. Sebaganji babukwege aseruke mu byivugo byiza. Mpamagare Sebatunzi ayihere mu miyuki akubwira intaha na batatu yaruta mu kinyange cyarutiruka mu bakemba, mu bakemba. Tugutaramiye kandi uzagaruka.
Iwacu turatarama ngwino urare.
Tugutaramiye kandi uzagaruka.
Turatarama ngwino urare.
Tugutaramiye kandi uzagaruka.
Epana biso tolinga kobina. Epana biso tolinga kosepela ka elongo. Tolinga tosepela tosangisa pe tolingana.
Tugusogongeze ku ntango y'amahoro. Nkwibutsa umugani wa Nyashya na Baba, inkuru ya Saruhara rwa Nkomokomo, Cyacana ndetse na Ngunda. Tugutaramiye kandi uzagaruka.
Iwacu turatarama ngwino urare.
Aho dutaramiye nta rungu. Tugutaramiye kandi uzagaruka.
Turatarama ngwino urare. Tolingana biso kaka kosepela.
Tugutaramiye kandi uzagaruka. Turatarama ijoro tukarita hanze. Cyambere wampaye inka cyuringanje cyuringanje. Reka ntugatsikire. Cyuringanje cyuringanje cyuringanje. Nuko umuco wacu ntugacindishe.
muwanguzi avuga bode kiro mu mpewo ng'onoonya ziwezawo amawuje asindika ekigaali oli muwanguzi avuga takisi n'okondakita muli bawanguzi tebugwamu ssubi kano kayimbye nkajja ku mutima nange neebuuza zaani wamma gwe baavuma mufaana n'enkima kati kuba shozi ne ziwuuma nga nasomba scrap n'ebyuma ng'abalala bagamba nkyuma mu baana bonna tebaŋŋema mu byaddala obulwadde bwannuma n'okusoma buladi kwalema saapu era obulamu tebwantama nze kyemmanyi katonda gy'ali nasula ku kapeti ng'obuliri tewali n'ebivulo ebyali ku 2,000 omutujju nayitanga mu kituli ng'obuzibu muzeeyi bumaali n'abakazi nga bampita bbali kati ndi wina ebankubira entoli kabo tabu oli muwanguzi omuyimbi akyeyiya olaba edikeza ava ku street n'atuusawo stamina ne Bobi Wine muwanguzi yava mu geto z'ekaamoca n'agula eryato eryakalenje oli muwanguzi asikali okuuma bukireko ne kufuuwa togwamu maanyi omutembeeyo oli muwanguzi togwamu ssuubi oli muwanguzi goba mwavu oba kyenena ne bomanyi nga banno bakwegaana buli akulaba agamba tosaana balinda kuŋŋaana ku ntaana bakuwa obuyinja nga bakuwaana bw'oba tonazaawa bakugeya nkoona oli muwanguzi yongera kazana saasira oyo taata w'abaana atembeeye binyeebwa mu musana mu sitesite kanso tagiwona wakyasoma girango pambana tayimu gy'omala toddamu gifuna obatunda ebinyeebwa kitaawo ye wiina mwawedde ne baganda bo 8 abamu bamazeko abalala ne bigaana nera taata we suubya kyaliina kitaawo ye wiina essuubya kyaliina kitaawo ye wiina essuubya kyaliina oli muwanguzi eyeetikka emigugu mu kibuga togwamu maanyi oli muwanguzi ow'amaduuka omukwana akeeri togwamu ssuubi omusuubuzi mu kikubo togwamu maanyi atunda emmere n'ennyaanya n'obutungulu ku kkubo owalonike kulemye okusasula togwamu maanyi ojja zisasula ewakiseka bakyala beetala banoonya sente anti zaabula kasitoma emmere onoogula nedda bambi mpozi ng'ompola owulira ennaku bemusensera maama tunda kasooli ku bbala sente z'ekikazi zo ziva wala ewaka atuukira ku ngwala sente ziriwa z'ova okukola ze njagala kuzannya zaala bambi zakoze nga taata zitwala bajjukire maali ye gye yagyewala golwaguma omutima guyimirira amanyakeramu owina okukola kumba mulyokokyeza emidaala agenda alowooza nti bamufera asanga vuulye bali mukwera asanga vuuna miranga oli muwanguzi ayoza emmotoka bwoshibe togwamu maanyi omupangisa akyapangisa togwamu ssuubi atunda ebyokulya mu takisi paka togowa omulimi asuubula amatoko tuve kasesera agayingiza ekibuga togwamu ssuubi omuzanyi w'omupiira naawe bwotyo malaye yetunda ku kkubo togowa kyokola tokijja ku mutima okola kubeesawo mabuje naawe akola mu bbaala togwamu ssuubi
They say history repeats itself, but I say nah, it's people who repeat history. Yeah. walola byomukyoli nga zina amaganda walola byomuganda nga zina akadodo ye walola byomugisu nga zina entogoro ng'omukiga n'omunyankore bamukubira endingidi nkomyewo nkona kodi akiro nnyo tiermaber nogamba ki mugamba ki mengoni kodeyo nze sifaayo oba oli wa kabira ki sifaayo oba oli wanzikiriza ki ngambye sifaayo oba owagira pate ki as long as I was loved you're a brother to me ntegeragana n'emirembe byembagaliza peace and understanding is what I wish upon thee bwe tulwanagana tubeeranga atakula ensundo naye bwe tukolagana tuba tusimbye ekikondo yes together we stand omukulu n'omutaido omwami n'omukyala together we stand yes ebule n'ebweya ngambye amawanga gonna tuli bannayuganda tetuli miswaswangule tula twogere ensonga bwe zibeerawo sagala oboggole siraba lwaki otumya ebisoba biwagale ng'ate abaana baffe batusabira tuwangaale omuzungu agamba blood is thicker than water n'ate omukwano we gubeera teryanuleeta ndi munnayuganda oli munnayuganda fenna tuli wamu lugaba yatulunda wadde mama si y'omu kitaffe y'omu history musakinge ku love.com nze kyensaba omuganda akolagane n'omugwere omusoga akolagane n'abaruuli kalidinaali nga naye ateesa ne mufuti tweraga omukwana nga bwe kiri mu kolwani ne bayibuli tuteese omukulu n'omutaido omwami n'omukyala yes ebule n'ebweya ngambye amawanga gonna
bitwise mu bingi
lwaki
n'amaziga getukabye mangi nnyo naye kati essaawa ey'okugenda mu maaso tuzimbe eggwanga lyaffe Uganda tukolagane
katuzimbe leta buloka ndeeta omwiko eno ennyumba gye bayita Uganda yaffe tosobola kuzimba nga tukolaganidde wamu omukulu n'omutaido omwami n'omukyala yes ebule n'ebweya ngambye amawanga gonna omukulu n'omutaido omwami n'omukyala yes ebule n'ebweya ngambye amawanga gonna it's all about the love, you know. Sunshine to the heart, that's love. The dawn is coming, sunshine comes up. We build a better Uganda for our children to come. Begins like a mustard seed, then it grows into something more beautiful to provide a whole shade for a whole country. Your boy GNL Samba, Swanks Avenue, Venom M. Moon.
sawe tuse kwegiyokebera kolabe ku budde ddoboozi lirina oguna omujaja n'amabidde
sesamu enkuweereza ntudde ku kyoto mba Kampala sitenze bamanyini n'akatinku
buuza bamanyi oluganda lw'enkuba sirina budde burape Kampala bwewa n'akatinga budde
weereza amatooke n'erumonde saako n'ebinyeebwa akatunkuma amayuni kingere ndese luganda
ipiaddi gye watugamba ffe tulinze stories elevation copies nga zitunze
soka videos mwana nsulewo busingo male ntabale ZBET nze sitya losi
mwana wange losi nze njitya kyovola basikowa nina okugunjula emiti emitogi n'eginaddawo
pause nange bwentyo nina okuzaalira eggwanga lino nga sinabaawo
anazaala teyeerangirira gwejjayo sitolezo oba okubabula ng'ogenda bwerange ku laadiyo abawala b'omu Kampala nze mwannema akajanja mwagala okukwanibwa naye okuzaala nedda
ogambye eki guno mulembe ki tunazaala tutya abaana nga temwe muliyala mukwanisa obusente sente ng'ate tebuliiwo okwana agine beti nga tosula wa sofi
bwe mba nsula wa sofi ye yangwana mulwaki ansa yammwe yes buli abagambako mwagala abasajja bokka bajjayo zidoola zino ennaku bwe ngula ekikomando nti nedda
topiki njikoye tudde ku birala obonga nani mu Uganda sizonya nti yeeno
mbonga n'oyo yenna n'akyusa eggwanga anajja bw'emize emibi wano ng'okusumagira
mbonga n'oyo yenna anaafanga ku bakyala breast cancer amalwaliro tulina matono
mbonga n'oyo anaaleeta enkyukakyuka mu nsi okusomasome nga nkimanyi omulimu weeguli
mbonga n'oyo anaakendeeza kutya gaasi kuba ku kampasi ng'oyo okwekalakasanga
ze mbonga n'omusajja najjawo ebinnya mu kkubo alwanyisa enguzi ng'eno asasula n'abasomesa
mbonga n'oyo yenna anaafanga ku bavubuka kulwanyisa yala mu zigeto ffe tubba bubbi
mbonga n'oyo yenna nga masita pulana akoleyo site mu Uganda nga tulina endala
mbonga n'omusajja anaafa ku muntu w'ensi akendeeza akabeeyi ka sukaali kake wansi
mbonga n'oyo mu nsi yange atatunda bintu kuba mmanyi nti saawa yonna nanga ntundiramu kati gwe bonga nange
bonga nange
obonge nange
obonge nange
bonga nange
nkugambye bonga nange
tobonga n'abayaye bw'oba ojagala okukyusa bonga nange
bonga nange
obonge nange
obonge nange
kugambye bonga nange
nzikoyo kubonga
tobonga n'abayaye bw'oba oyagala okukyusa
The Royal Highness Drift on the beat Big Mott Peace
Munji, a story began. He had big dreams as a cover superstar. Nga MJ ngo bwalabo mukabira Facebook poster ebisawe nga bijula. It was all a dream nga bigi bwe yagamba. But bwe yatuka nga kazindalo nga crowd emwoganira vayo. Yayimbanga yekwese mizindalo anti ku stage bamukubanga zichokolo naye nga champion nalemerako giving up teyakirowoozako. He worked hard natuka ku radio bwe yakola video takyavana ku TV yo kati bwatuka ku stage nga bawugana the same people bamugamba nga vayo bapromota mu kusooka nga basalawa kati ekivulu bwatakibaako tekijja kukwatayo. That's a champion. Kasitobera n'okukkiriza everything is possible if you truly believe. Kyokka omusajja temumanyi yakuba ku buloga kati afuga escalade enjweri ku acres 2. That's a real champion. That's a champion. Ono yaviira Masaka Mzee Boy yaweta teri kusoma school fees zabula yapakasapakasa era obusente bwe bwawera 12 ku machanga ali kuzidde Kampala. Muwino mwe yatuukira okusuubula abayaye sente ne bazikuba yeyiyayi era n'asuubula endiboota awezezza emidaala ena obwino ne bajooca. But no, ebyokudda essakala yagaana obwongo obwesera ng'era yasala lwera yayiya ekijji wakati mu city center kusuubula jini kati yatwegombesa anti emali ajja China amaduuka awezezza 3 ku Nabukeera 26 landlord takyamukoko na mami asula mu yenga sister asoma bwa doctor. That's a champion. Kasitobera n'okukkiriza everything is possible if you truly believe. Temumanyi street kid eyambalanga kasaati kamu akayero pasito omuyimbi kati bw'alonkinga buli mwaka abantu ne bayitirira. He's a champion. All I'm saying is teri kitasoboka. Beera n'okukkiriza. Osobola okuva kataka ke kamwojo enkya ne bakusanga mu Emirates mw'okusambira. Osobola okuva mu saloon enkya ne bakusanga nga Serena egwagikulira. All I ask big brother, have a little faith. Better no kukkiriza kasita obeera n'okukkiriza buli kimoja kifuna everything anything buli kye wali oloozeeko kasita oba n'okukkiriza and you'll never take him to church. If you believe, then you can achieve it. Kati boda boda jivukise mani na kukiriza enjaba gena kusanga magulu 10 yo bera no kukiriza omupaka sibinsani semanyi na kukiriza Majestic Plaza tegena kuera yo. If you believe, then you can achieve it. Anything student, work hard. Better no kukiriza government sponsorship ogenda tukayo. Neraba tandika na better no kukiriza waditane chazizo. Wechiri, just believe, set your heart to it. Believe. You can achieve it. Tewera yo kusaba. Enjaba solo kugama mu Uganda to World Cup. Kaseto balo kukiriza. Achieve it, you know. Better no kukiriza. Ekyo ine emputu.
My name is David Okwi, and I'm the shop manager here at Oduka. Our vision is really to bring technology closer to the people, closer to you, tech that you can afford, tech that lasts, tech that is durable, and tech that you can use to simplify your life. My inspiration behind starting Oduka came from the fact that I've been blogging or writing about tech for the past 10 years, but the stuff that I've been writing about has not been locally available in the market. So what we did is, let's bring this technology to the people. So we really had to start a store, an actual store that you can order today and then have the product delivered to you tomorrow. So currently we launched with mobile accessories. Think a car phone charger, car phone mount, iPhone charger, micro USB, Type-C, charging accessories like this power extension here with 4 ports that you can use to charge your phone, as well as the other ports for appliances. We test our products and make sure that they're up to standard. We vet our suppliers. We don't just get any supplier. Other than the fact that COVID-19 has forced you to sell online, there are very many advantages why you should do that. One of the advantages is the convenience that you're bringing to your customers. 2 is that you have a wide market that expands beyond your working clients. We intend to grow, to bring more tech, to bring tech to the everyday user out there, and to bring really good tech. In order to do that, we intend to scale our product categories and to also cement our position as a leader in electronic products.
It is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila. Welcome to the next session and season of the CEO Bench, right out of Kampala to the rest of the world. It's a 45 minutes of a bumpy ride with the CEOs, those who are on the top, those who are rising to the top, and those who are coming down from the top. What is it like to be a CEO? What is it like to lead yourself to a certain degree of respect in our society today? Today on the program, my guest is a man who has been around for a long time. The man who speaks and breathes marketing. In fact, it is believed that marketing was injected in him from birth. Ladies and gentlemen, With no further ado is Mr. William Kalombo. Kalombo is a fellow of Nairobi University and a marketer by profession. He is also the convener of the famous Marketers Night Out in East Africa. He is the great publisher of the marketing publication magazine across Africa, the greatest that we have springing out of East Africa. He's on the program today to share the journey of who is William Kalombo as the CEO of Marketing Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kalombo, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, just a bit scandalized with all these lights on my face. I'm not used to it. First and foremost, thank you for risking to trust that I can have any value for your listeners. That's my disclaimer. Yeah. So at the end of the day, if they do not harvest anything, I think they should shoot you, not me, because I did not invite myself. But thank you all the same. I'm Kalombo William, as you said correctly. I am a marketing by profession. I breathe and inspire marketing in everybody that I talk to and I meet.
Wow. Now, that said, William, I want to just take you down to, you know, the CEO bench is all about marketing, rather leadership, and leadership at self, leadership at change and management of change, and leadership at an individual level of William Kalombo. We want to just dig down and know who is William Kalombo first.
As I said, I am a marketing person. I publish Marketing Africa magazine for many years down the line. We do a lot of professional networking events across the region, as you mentioned. And yeah, that's all.
We want to just go back to Kalombo as a child. Where do you come from? Are you African? Are you Kenyan? Are you Ugandan? You say you published across the region. We want to know from you.
I'm a Kenyan from Kakamega in Western Kenya, former Western Kenya. Now there are counties in Kenya, but domiciled mostly in Nairobi with a regional feel, because I'm Ugandan heavily, I'm Tanzanian heavily in trade, but I am a Kenyan and African in spirit.
Let's talk about Kalombo as a child.
I don't remember. I wasn't able to connect at that time. I think that one my mother can tell you very well. Yes.
So in Africa, when you were growing up, we want to collect the story of how we started our life from a journey of being a child to adulthood. Growing up in Kakamega, what was it like, and where did you see yourself when you were growing up?
I never saw myself far. After school, of course, every child's interest was to finish high school, go to university, get a job, and move on like that. But my journey was interesting. After I chaired the Marketing Student Association of Nairobi University, I got an urge to run my own kiosk. So immediately we finished college. I think I worked for about 1 year. Then I started my own business. We were doing BTL stuff for many corporates across the region again at that time. So I can say I have worked in a formal setup for not more than 12 months since I left university.
And you became independent. Where do you draw your inspiration from, Mr. Kalombo? For people who are watching you from all across the region, I'm very certain many of my friends in Kenya who are in the marketing space would want to know who is really deeply Kalombo. You've never shared this story before, but where do you draw your inspiration from?
My inspiration is a function of the fear of failure. Just imagining that what you are structuring is going to collapse on you keeps me awake every other minute.
When you say the inspiration of fear of failing keeps you awake all the time, I mean, what is the backbone of that fear? Did you fail before? What happened? How did you reach to that point of saying, I cannot fail?
I have successfully failed on very many occasions. What pricks me is when I fail without planning. Not that I plan to fail. What I mean is if I have a project, for instance, I do every available thing to make sure the plans, upfront plans are working. In such scenarios, when I fail, as it has happened many times, I don't die. I just move on. I pick the pieces and move on. What makes me sad is occasionally you have done poor planning to a project, then you have regrets. But when I fail and everything was nicely planned for, I have zero regret. I just pick up and move on. Because remember one thing, when you're doing a project, there's no way you can plan your own project failure. It cannot work.
William, thank you very much for that. We want to dive deeply into the part of leadership. This show looks at leaders who are on a journey to the top, those who are already at the top, and those who are coming down from the top to retirement. We want to know, what was a journey like climbing to the top? When you reach to the top, you have to come down from the top to retirement. What lessons do we pick from people like you? You are a CEO of Marketing Africa Limited, a company you founded. We've just understood from you this program right now that you were only able to work in formal, being employed for not more than 12 months, and you started this company and it's been running. You lead a team of people, Marketing Africa. We want to know from you, in your own words, what is leadership to you?
Perhaps we need to demystify the word leadership. I have some weird perspectives on the terminology itself. Oui. And I know that in my own private engagements, I talk about mostly the curse of leadership in Africa. But we need to understand, and this I'll take it back to when we were in college, the drilling that was infused in us as students of commerce marketing was that we were prepared to become managers after college. So we learned all these big words about management, about leadership, about BCom. But when you came out of college, you were not a manager. All the training was structured to make us imagine that we'll become managers. So we came out of college and you find that some people will never hold the title of manager across their life, which then creates opportunity for you to start feeling low, you lose your motivation. Yes, so you can be a sales rep all your life, yet the training was that you'll be a manager, you get it. So I think then that we need to rethink what leadership is. You must know that not everybody will become a CEO of anywhere. So remember that the most powerful thing is that you already are a CEO of yourself. That should drive you. Yes, at individual level, you are your own personal CEO. So then it should not kill you that you are not CEO of Marketing Africa, you are not CEO of Talent Uganda.
On that note, William, you raise a very interesting perspective. Having understood leadership from your point of perspective and your point of view, what would you term as self-leadership? Because what you're talking about requires a person to get to a certain degree of understanding of self, to pick self, to give self meaning. You pick self, your own self, and gave it a meaning. And today we're here with Kalombo leading a team of people across the region. In your view, what is self-leadership?
Self-leadership is a function of focus on your personal brand. I've seen many people are known because they work for certain companies. I've seen them attract a lot of interest because of the brand they work for. When that opportunity lapses, they get completely lost in the world. Nobody knows them. So it is very dangerous for you to position yourself as that guy, director in Marketing Africa. And when tomorrow Marketing Africa is not there, you are not known for anything. That's why in every other forum, I keep telling people, the only brand that will not leave you in any stage, that will not drop you across your life is your personal brand. So in everything you do, you must always invest in your personal brand. And remember one thing, if your personal brand is powerful, wherever you are sitting, wherever you are working, you will deliver that value to that brand as well. But to get lost and high on the fact that, oh, I'm a boss in this particular company, it's for today. Tomorrow when you leave, what happens to you? I think the driver every other minute should be, what happens to me if I leave this seat today? Will people still recognize me? Will people still respect me?
Wow. Well, thank you very much, William. We're going to take a break. And when we come back, we'll be talking to Mr. William Kalombo further about the journey of being a marketer and the journey of marketing. Who is a marketer? What profession does one need to become a marketer? How do we move in the world that is changing so rapidly fast? And if you are a marketer, what lesson do you pick from the CEO of Marketing Africa? Stay right there. The CEO Bench will be right back after this break. Welcome back to the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila. The CEO Bench is a 1-hour program springing out of Uganda to the rest of the world, giving people an insight into the life of a CEO, either when they're retiring or when they are going up or when they're on the top. What is the journey like for a CEO? How does one get there? Today on the program, we have the CEO of Marketing Africa, Mr. William Kalombo, a seasoned marketer, a great thinker of marketing, breathes and thinks marketing even when he's sleeping. Mr. Kalombo, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Marketing in itself is something that most people don't understand very well. But you are a marketing professional and a CEO of a marketing company that is leading in East Africa. William, in your view, what is marketing, first of all?
It's the art of identifying consumer needs and delivering on them, even beyond them, at a profit to the owner of the brand.
William, I want to take you straight to some of the questions we designed for you today, which should be able to give us an understanding of a CEO befitting of a marketing company, but also as a viewer, what do I want to pick from a man who is on the top? You've been on this journey for a while. I want you to start by telling us, how did you think about starting Marketing Africa? What was the inspiration behind it? And what is Marketing Africa all about as a company?
When I was at the university, we had a publication. It was called the Marketing Review. And we were able to publish that magazine and get 18 full-page adverts at that time, which was a first. I've never seen it up to today. And we made a lot of money from the magazine. At the same time, we were running events as an association. We had an event every week for the 12 months that I led the association. We had industry tours. The most popular, of course, was to the brewery, which was happening every Thursday. So we grew the association to such a level that even the watchmen in the compound wanted to be members of the association because we had so many functions. We were giving a lot of giveaways. We started at that point a canteen. It took me about 4 months to get approvals from the VC to get this canteen, and through the support of my patron, Professor Francis Kibera. The resistance from the university was because they were not understanding what we want to use the canteen for. But what we were looking at that point was to get a laboratory-like scenario where students of business can come and try out the theories that we pick up from the classrooms. When we launched that canteen, I think we had about 1,000 people in Lower Kabete campus of the University of Nairobi. And we did one of the biggest Guinness promotions ever done up to today, where a lot of prizes were on the giveaway, on the list. It was a scenario where even saved people were participating in the activity because we had to buy a drink, get a voucher, and then get a raffle. Even saved people, you call them Mologol, I think, were participating in this scenario, so they win a prize and leave that beer there. So we started at that point. After university, I told you I worked for 12 months. Then I started a company that was doing below the line activities. So we are doing...
That's what we call in marketing BTL?
BTL, yes. So we did that for a while. And then I made a suicidal move to imagine that I can publish a magazine. Since I had done a very successful one in the university, I thought I can do it now commercially. So I set shop to do a magazine. And one of my board members, he gave us the magazine to do for the society. And that magazine had died. They had, the last 3 years, I think, they did 4 issues, 3 issues, 1 issue, then 0 issue. So we picked a dead publication, reawakened it, and it hit the highway. It was called Sokoni. When it picked...
I was a big reader of Sokoni Africa.
Yes, when it picked, some people, out of their own wisdom, imagined that they can micromanage us and extinguish us and take away the project and give it to somebody else.
As always in Africa?
Which they did. So they took away the magazine from us on the claim that we didn't have a contract. So we were fired, literally. So we had publication knowledge, but we had no publication to do. That's how now Sokoni Africa was born. So we started doing Sokoni Africa, and the MSK sued us. They said, you can't use our name. You have to drop the name, look for your own name. So they took us to court, and we were in court for about 9 months. Within that window, we were able to publish, I think, 3 issues of Sokoni Africa. The courts ruled that until we clear the full case, the case is completely hard, we can't use the name. That week was, I think, the worst week we ever had in our office. And I remember our lawyer is called Mereka. He's a senior counsel in Kenya. We were in the same building. He came down and found everybody happy and jumpy, and he asked, you guys, we just lost the case. What is happening to you? We said we are fine. We said we are fine. So what happened a week after the court banned us from using Sokoni Africa, we launched Marketing Africa, which is Sokoni Africa in English.
Okay, just hold it right there and send that comment, because Colombo has just hit something very interesting.
Yes, so that's how we launched the magazine.
So did they take you back to court this time around?
It is Marketing Africa, it's not Sokoni anymore. So there was no brand infringement anymore. So we were safe that way. Then we moved on like that. It hasn't been easy. Even Sokoni itself, when we started the magazine, I told you, when we were in university, I think we got a lot of favors and sympathy from the corporate. In the commercial space, it was very hard to sell space, because magazine, what drives a magazine is space, selling the adverts. And my imagination was that we will start this magazine. After the first issue, it will finance the next issue. I can tell you, it is the magazine, Sokoni, that collapsed my below-the-line business, because I got my first payment on the 6th magazine.
Wow. Wow. William, this whole story that you're talking about as a CEO of the great Marketing Africa Limited we see today, what does that remind you of in that journey? And by the way, were you the CEO? At what point did you become the team leader? Because I imagine that you had a group of people you're working with and you started together. How did you make it to become the CEO with all of that story? Is it because you won the case by losing it and winning it by starting Marketing Africa?
It's another issue. The question you raise touches on partnerships. You have social partnerships that have successfully collapsed in relationships. You have corporate partnerships that have collapsed. The irony is that you cannot become a multinational or a very big brand without partnerships. But on the flip side, a lot of the partners we pick them up emotively. And they end up collapsing you or slowing down your speed of vision or compromising it. The biggest trouble for businessmen is that you look at things, they tell us you must be passionate about what you do. If you look at every other passionate person, let me talk about relationships. The minute you are passionate with something, with a woman, with a man, you lose the ability to look at things objectively. From my world, I tell everybody, please try to be objective. Because when you are passionate, your eyes are completely blinded. You will never be objective. You can't pull back and say, this thing is flopping, can I leave it? We must accept the fact that business will collapse. If your passion is in there and it collapses, you are gone. You have one life. In a lifespan, you can run 10 different businesses. We've seen people who thought their biggest line is manufacturing. They end up becoming the best musicians. You can pivot, isn't it? So we should divorce from this idiocracy that passion must be my driver in anything I do.
I'd rather be more objective in everything we do. Wow, you are tuned to the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, of course, with Mr. Kalombo, the CEO of Marketing Africa. And we would like to hear from you. Send your kisses and disses coming. If you have a question for Mr. Kalombo, we'll definitely answer it on the show, either on the comment section of the program. And of course, share it far and wide. Make sure it gets to your grandmother, your grandfather, your cousins, your nephews. We're not leaving anyone behind in Africa, particularly when we're talking about a very serious topic on leadership and marketing of Africa. And we're going to dive a little bit deeper into that with William. William, that said and done, the story of Marketing Africa is very compelling to hear where you're coming from. My question is, what is your view on sponsorship marketing in this part of the world that we're in as a CEO?
I think is the most convoluted space you can ever think of. There's a lot of gray areas in that space. And the biggest problem are the players themselves. The people who own brands are a very big part of the problem, in the sense that if you are looking for sponsorship, say for a particular event, you surrender the power of owning that baby to the sponsor, when all you are relying on is a sponsor for the event to happen. If you have a baby and you are my neighbor, I have a baby as well, they are going to the same school. If they go together to that school, it means there's familiarity, they are at home, nobody can bully them, you get it. So they are happy together. If your baby has malaria and can't afford to go to school, should mine stay home as well?
Certainly not.
We've positioned our events, our sponsorships to look like, if Eddie cannot sponsor me, I can't do this function. So we are coming up with glossy ideas instead of coming up with what can work and scale it up. I'm talking to the person looking for sponsorship. Don't overdream. Don't come up with what cannot work. Start small, scale it up. If the sponsors you are targeting are aware that without them you cannot move, they will not give you that money.
Wow.
Or if they know that your project will continue with or without your support, their support, you shall dictate the terms. So we need to be sober enough and arrange things that can run without any injection. Yeah. If you do events like Marketers Night, for instance, our key revenue stream for Marketers Nights is the ticket sale. So we look at the ticket sale and say, this particular event, if you have a budget and you cannot fully finance it from ticket sales, it is an unhealthy event. So we try as much as possible to make sure that we break even on ticket sales, so that then if you attract any sponsorship, it's an additive to the promise, then you can add in a few more things in terms of experience to the people coming. Wow. But the bigger disease is the client themselves. You have people who I'll easily call brand rapists. I'll explain.
Yes.
In value buying,
yes,
the brand custodian is one who takes care of the brand. So much so that assume the brand is your baby. Brands are our babies. If this brand has diarrhea, has malaria, how are you treating the baby, isn't it? Are you rushing to hospital, checking the temperatures, giving them food, making sure they are warm? Are you getting it? But a lot of us are brand rapists in the sense that we are in the brand for personal gains. We don't care about the brand value. We are killing our brands.
You've had that coming from Mr. Kalombo, and we're going to take another break. And when we come back, Mr. Kalombo will dig deep into the question of marketing, and we want to understand the idea of change management in that space. The post-COVID-19 situation in Africa that affected many businesses across the world. How was Marketing Africa Limited, that holds some of the big events across the region of East Africa, able to pull things through? Stay right there. The CEO Bench will be right back after this break. Welcome back from that break. My name is Eddie Okela, and this is the CEO Bench, where we're talking to Mr. Kalombo from Nairobi, Kenya, the man who is oiling and planting seeds of marketing across the region of East Africa, and of course springing out to the rest of Africa. If you're a marketer out there, this is probably the best interview for you to look forward to and share it far and wide so that we don't leave anyone out. William has talked about repping brands. Are you one of those people who are a rapist in our region? Can you repent of your sins? Welcome back, William, to the program.
Thank you.
William, very interesting choice of word that you used there. I know you explained it already. We're going down to a moment when we want to talk about something very interesting. One, do you think that brands have optimally utilized the event space across the region, across Africa, and across the world? Do you think that we have optimally utilized that space?
A few brands have got it correct.
Mm-hmm.
Some brands have had a lot of misses. Mm-hmm. And the misses is because the people on the brand side do not respect the hustle of the event owners. Mm. So severally, they look down upon you people in the event space and they don't take you serious. You have scenarios where you are planning an event 6 months down the road and brands are coming on board a day to the function. And they are all over your space trying to dictate things last minute. The idea for creating calendars for events is so that you can have everything oiled out in good time. So events are getting affected because we have very poor respect from some people on the brand side. They need to change and respect the hustle and come on board. If these forums, if these vehicles are not working, where will your brand tell their stories? It is in the interest of the big brands that as many events, as many vehicles are working in the ecosystem you're in, so that you are able to utilize them to tell your story.
Yeah. William, that said, in today's rapidly changing world, learning to lead our organization to read the turbulence that is brought about by the change in either technology, in our thinking space, in the way we look at money and entrepreneurship and investment and saving, is beginning to require that one needs to be critically aware of certain things that are very, very factual. My question to you is, in your view, what is ailing the marketing profession as a CEO?
Today, the biggest enemy to the marketing profession are the people who claim to be marketers. The people who occupy marketing offices. If you look at the finance guys, for instance, after the first degree, they are continuously learning. If you look at a lot of marketing people, immediately they finish that job, they get that big job with a big car, they feel like they have reached. So they don't invest in continuous learning. We need to relook at that respect the fact that some critical knowledge you may have today could easily be obsolete by tomorrow. So it's in your interest that you continuously are available to keep learning so that you can sharpen your story.
Yeah.
I've seen situations where you have, say, a marketer's night, which is a learning forum, powerful learning forum. And because I, the boss, am not available, my whole department will not come because I'm not available. It means then you have closed the window for your own team to come out and learn. Yeah. What is bedeviling the profession starts from university. In my days, a class of 400 people, half the guys were doing marketing. Today, I'm told by my professor friends, in a class of 400, you'll find maybe 15 are doing marketing. The unfortunate thing is that the other one doing insurance or finance, at the end of the degree course, they're coming back to the professor and asking for marketing jobs. The whole profession has porous. It's been water washed. Everybody's claiming to be marketing. Everybody's claiming to do marketing, and it's not protected. In Kenya today, we are benchmarking the Nigerian Institute of Marketing, where we are going to launch a code of practice for marketers, so that not every other lay-by character is claiming to be a marketing person. That then gives you a minimum number of CPDs to achieve every month. So it will force everybody now to go back to supporting the events you do, to acquire those things. By the end of the year, you must have a minimum. The accountants are doing it.
Yes. Lawyers are doing it.
Lawyers are doing it. Now HRM is doing it. Yes.
And even medical profession are doing it now.
Yes.
Wow. So that said, William, do you think that the marketing profession is endangered? Are we the endangered species? Are we our own worst enemy?
Marketing as a profession is the force behind business, and it will be for ages.
Yeah.
But the current players in the space are endangered species.
So from I see your seat where you sit, you think that we are our very own worst enemy?
The biggest enemy to marketing is the marketing person. Those who claim to be in marketing. We don't support anything marketing. Because you are in a big house, you don't look out to see what other people are doing. You get it?
Yeah. That right there is coming out from Mr. William Kalombo, who is the CEO of Marketing Africa. What is your thought? Do you think that you are your own worst enemy as a marketer? Are you the one endangering your own life? Are you strangling yourself because you're not going out to look for information, or because you have stopped thinking and abdicated the duty of thinking to others? That's why the marketers are being suffocated, right? Share your comment right down there on the comment section and ask questions to Mr. William Kalombo. He will definitely be able to respond to all these questions. And of course, we will be able to give you some tips, 1, 2, 3, 4 things that you need to do. But most importantly, Mr. Kalombo, as a practitioner of marketing, is definitely going to be able to answer your question. And it doesn't matter where you are. You've heard what Kenya is trying to do at the moment of bringing the code of conduct. What are you trying to do to get back in line? William, I love what you have said. I want to take you to this part that you've started doing, and it's been in Europe. There's a lot of publication about marketing, and a lot of marketing publications. In Africa, in North Africa, there are quite a number of them. In South Africa, South countries are quite a number of them. In East Africa, you pioneered something that has now become a brand name. And you published Marketing Africa magazine, one of the leading professional publications that we have in the region today. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about this and the challenges that you face as a publisher in general, publishing marketing content?
Publishing is a challenging space.
Yeah.
And one of the biggest reasons for failures of people who tried out publishing is because I come out as, say, a serious business editor in one of the leading publications or media houses, and I imagine that I can publish my own. So you're finding people trying to do a publication and they are writing 50 articles by themselves. Publishing is a full business. You have to look at it with all the variables that affect a business. if we don't look at it like that, then it cannot cut. 1. 2, people are still in the old age where you still want to do hard copies. We do hard copies, by the way, for the Nairobi market and those who advertise. But you reached a situation where you have a digital space which gives you wide leeway to publish whatever you want. But a lot of us are lazy. To publish a successful digital magazine, you must first and foremost be in data collection. In fact, your business is data collection.
Yeah.
Because if you published a magazine and you're calling it digital, who are you locomoting it to? So we are lazy. We don't want to invest in data collection. And I can tell you, anyone can publish a digital magazine that can become very big, that can become very valuable. Ours is interactive. And we went digital in 2014, long before COVID. Long before COVID, because we had challenges at that time.
Okay.
You're printing 15,000 hard copies. Cost of print is high. Cost of delivery is high. When you are bringing to Kampala like 3,000-4,000 copies, we deliver the magazines here. Our contact here delivers half of them, dumps the rest in the office. It became very costly. So we chose to look for ways to cut through this problem. And that's how we went digital. On JOMAG. And we're the biggest JOMAG publishers in Africa.
Wow.
So when we went to JOMAG,
yeah,
it took us more than 2 years for people to acclimatize to the digital magazine. But we hit cruise level before COVID.
Okay.
So by COVID time, we felt nothing. When they were saying now you can't distribute magazines, they can be source of infection, we are distributing ours at a button. We felt completely nothing. In fact, our advertising revenue grew during COVID.
Yeah.
And the readership has also spiked after COVID.
Yeah. Wow. That said, William, is the interference between marketing industry and the institution churning out budding marketers healthy? Is it healthy?
The interface is very poor. During my days, for instance, we had managers in serious corporates, BAT Kenya, Kenya Breweries, Nation Media, coming to our college to sit on my board. When you are closing for vacation 3-4 months, they used to take 600 students to go work and they pay them. Today's manager is too busy for the guy in college. We are not creating time for the students, yet we are blaming them for not catching up or doing the things the right way. So I think we need to calm down, create more time for these students. We used to do parties in our college where you have managers coming in. We used to have so many sessions where industry is coming to speak to students about different careers on very regular basis. We need to come back and talk to our students. It is the only way we can groom them to be the next generation leaders.
That said, William, I want to take you to a question which is interesting. William, on that part that you talked about, I want to take you to a level of change management as we move towards the closure of this interview today. We run job adverts in our publications and we look for people who have 15 years, 3 years, 4 years of experience when we want them to come into the job. But like you've said, many of these young people coming out from the universities don't have opportunity to work. How do we bridge the gap between the job adverts that go out looking for 5 years experience, 3 years experience, but I've just come from the university. I've never interacted with any brand out there, and the brand is only looking for people with experience. How do we bridge this gap going forward, in your view as a CEO?
We should bring that down and just hire people who are willing to work, people who are willing to learn on the job. All of us, what we do today, we didn't know. So you get to learn on the job. So long as they have the correct attitude and you are doing a professional onboarding, let's collapse that so that we are able to give our youngsters the window to come and learn on the job.
My next question is about change and management of change. COVID-19 came in and rocked the boat, Some of our organizational companies in Africa closed. Many corporate companies across the world closed. The marketing profession suffered a deep down, and many did not know how to manage change. You are a CEO of a big corporation now by our standard in East Africa and across the region. What is your understanding of change management, and which principles do you always apply when moving out? Say, for example, as a CEO, if you're moving out, if you're a brand, how do you move out? If you're now changing the relationship, you've been funding Marketing Africa for some time, you decide that you want to now leave Marketing Africa. What principle do you use to make that decision? 2, and how do you communicate, or how does one communicate, as well as how do they manage the change and address the problems that they have that is making them leave to go to the next level? We've seen brands, for example, saying we're parting ways with House of Talent, we're parting ways with Marketing Africa, and they don't say why they are parting ways with Marketing Africa. They just say we leave. Some of them are down to individuals, others are down to the fact that the value are not shared properly, and not everyone finds this part very easy. You are a CEO.
Are you saying change management?
Yes.
Or being dropped as a client, or losing accounts?
All of that is part of change management, because when you're being dropped as a client, there's a problem.
Yes.
And when you're a CEO, you are changing position to go to the next one, is also a problem. How do you manage change?
When you are losing accounts, it should be an occasion for learning.
Yeah.
There must be a critical reason why you are losing it.
Okay.
In some occasions, you find that somebody is dropping you because they have got their own preferred supply or something like that.
Yeah.
Some others could be malicious with you. They are not happy with how you are doing things. They are jealous, so they may drop you because of that. You shouldn't die. That you are dropped should take you back to the kitchen, to look at your own story and see, did I fail in my promise to the client? And a lot of times our promise to the client is punctured from the beginning. It's punctured in the sense that I get into relationship with you as my account, but we don't state clearly what are the deliverables in black and white. So when we start the journey, you start getting now gray areas popping in, and you don't have proper accountability systems on your deliverables. So from the word go, if you're engaging a client, clearly agree on the deliverables, where you can both monitor the progress as you walk the journey.
Wow.
You will be fired even when you are doing the best of jobs. So it should not kill you, and that's why I talked about passion earlier on.
Yes.
Yes, just go back. If you made the mistake yourself, then polish up your story. If the client fired you because of their own issues, they keep moving, isn't it?
Well,
but change management itself is a very big problem in a lot of corporates, even in our own lives. When you find that the things you are used to are shifting, the boyfriend you had is moving on to another side, the girlfriend you had now has got better, handsome looking guys with fat pockets, it will hit you. What must drive you is that you have to pick yourself up and keep walking. Because the fact that I messed you up should not make you die. You dying will not kill me. Just remember that. If you die, it is you dying. I'll continue moving on.
William, we're going to bring this interview to a close. Like they say, every good thing must come to an end. You are a CEO, all right? And the journey of being an entrepreneur is not an easy one for most people in Africa, at least. The fact that we don't have very many structures that support entrepreneurship. Your journey is one of a testament that when you started the university, there were so many people supporting you. When you came out, it was now real fire, that you have to survive. You are out of university. Nobody looking at you as a student who they can take advantage of. Now you are starting the journey. So my question is, the entrepreneurial journey has been a very slippery one for many people. And in my view, many people have gone down the drainage without knowing the nuggets of truth of how to bounce back from the challenges they have. What, in your view, is slowing down this in this part of Africa, particularly East Africa, that our entrepreneurs don't go past a certain level?
Entrepreneurship is a big challenge. The fallacy is that we imagine entrepreneurship only applies when you're running your own kiosk. The critical thing is that we need to coach people to have an entrepreneurial mindset, which means I can work for a particular company, but I have an entrepreneurial mindset. That mindset is one that brings solutions to challenges. So you can be a manager in any space, but you think solution to any challenge that you come to. So you don't have to necessarily run your own outfit to call yourself an entrepreneur. That's the first one. The next thing is that we've started what we call entrepreneurial clinics. And the idea behind it is to just pull together people in that space to learn, share and coach each other. That was based on the fact that a lot of people start businesses. They are entrepreneurs, they start a lot of businesses. And you imagine that all I need to start a business is money. We've seen it. So you have big money, you set big shop, you go beyond limits, and it collapses. The critical thing about entrepreneurship is that as much as you have that mindset, you must know the journey is different. The journey requires very many parameters. Cash is just one of the parameters. You need employees, you need partners, you need business. We've seen people start business. You start business, you get very big LPOs from people who will never pay you. So you end up collapsing, you get it? You've seen people start business and you step on toes, you are sued. You've seen people who run out of finance, isn't it? You've seen people who are not compliant in tax matters. There are 15 critical elements that are killing entrepreneurs. So if they are alive to all these factors, it will make their journey more soft, because any one of those factors can collapse you, I can tell you. So you must be permanently alive to the critical factors that will sustain your entrepreneurial journey.
Also,
it's not only money, it's not only having business coming in.
Wow.
Even growth, growth itself.
It's a killer.
People have mismanaged growth. So because you have too much business coming in, you just move on like that.
Wow. William, there are a lot of talks that SMEs are going to be the future of a future driver for Africa's economy. And many people are now beginning to focus attention to small and medium enterprises across, especially in job creation, where Africa stands out as a continent of young people across the 5 other continents that we have running in the world. What, in your view, are the gray areas when we talk about SMEs? And why are there many SMEs now collapsing instead of staying in very few years after setting up shops across Africa?
The collapse touches back to the issue I've raised on entrepreneurs. But for SMEs, everybody talks glossy about SMEs. I can tell you the biggest enemy to SMEs is the governments that we have across Africa. They'll tell you that we are supporting SMEs giving us business, but they are structured to tax this guy until he cannot breathe. You get it? They have not created any platforms that is supporting them. And the other players in the window, these are the people in the banking system, they are interested in you for just as long as they can suck your blood. They are lacking in the wings to come and suck your blood for their benefit. So you'll see them telling you, we are supporting SME. No, they're supporting you to be alive just so that you can help them hit their targets. We don't have a genuine drive to support SMEs completely.
In your view, what should be done to help this?
Government should take ownership, because the interest to have jobs created is a huge interest for government, more than anybody else. Remember, joblessness can create chaos.
Wow. And lastly, in that point, William, what would you advise a novice entering the business space for the first time to do? A young man, a young lady entering the business space like you were many years ago after Nairobi University.
Divorce yourself from passion. Do the best planning you can do. Fail walking.
Well, that's the CEO Bench coming up from the CEO of Marketing Africa Limited, Mr. William Kalombo. What a quote right there, and that you can take over. If you're watching the program from Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Congo, Burundi, or Rwanda, or anywhere part of the world, we want to say thank you for listening to William Kalombo. But before William leaves this place, we want to be able to ask William, transformation of mind is such a big question at the moment in Uganda and also across the world. I'm sure it's the same in Kenya, that if you start by the renewal of the mind, you will transform the mind to move forward. We at the CEO Bench are always looking forward to a content that inspires the person to think, a content that will encourage the person to speak, a content that will help the person transform their mind. What does transformational change mean to you, Mr. Kalombo, as the CEO, today where you sit?
Let me talk about the mind.
Yes.
I think that we have a polluted mindset in Africa, because if you look at what is happening in Europe and what is happening in Africa, the crisis is a mindset crisis. So you have people in Africa who are ruling you, who don't even have papers. Every available marketplace, the noisemaker there have become our MPs, have become our governors, have become everything you can mention. In effect, sidelining professionals. And professionals have taken a backseat. They don't want active participation in that space because it's dirty. They can really finish you. So we need to change our mindset and work for the nations that we belong to. Currently, you have people fighting to be in a public space to harvest for their individual stomachs. If you must harvest for your stomach, then run your own kiosk. If you must serve the nation, then come to the public space. We must differentiate those two. Stop rushing to grab a public office to eat for your families and the rest around you.
Thank you very much, William. Perhaps this is my last question going. What you talk about brings the question of character. And there is this saying that character is developed in a person through so many things that happened. First, have you ever failed in your life in anything? We're seeing you right now speaking with so much good English and everything. Somebody out there might be thinking, I want to be like Kalombo, but has he ever failed?
I have successfully failed so many times. Even last night I failed, but here I am and we are moving on, isn't it?
Yes. The question is, I have heard this thing in Kenya, something called character development. Yes. I want to know, can you share with us from the CEO Bench? We want to understand the character development in the space in Kenya. It's quite a very interesting thing.
I know that this is a new word for Kampala. It's heavily used in Kenya, character development, especially in social spaces where people are talking about relationships, man-women relationships. So character development is where you indulge in some fling. You come with all your hopes on the table. Then they are all punctured, like you break up the balloons.
And then, so why did you guys pick Nairobi people and Kenyan people pick this thing as the best way to link it to character? How does that link to character?
You see now, after the breakup, somebody's going to cry.
Yes.
They go crying, tears in buckets. So you find that, no, you can't be here now celebrating that you have this relation is working for you. Then suddenly you are completely off. People have even left social media because the relationship you are bragging about has totally collapsed and collapsed you as well.
So William,
so in the same space, you find business is giving people character development. You come in with a lot of hope, with a lot of plans, and everything you planned, you find is not working. Business is how you can break this glass on cement, for example.
Yeah.
This glass will be your plan. But the reality is when the rubber hits the tarmac, it's very different. You hit this thing on the tarmac, on the cement, you don't know where the pieces will go to.
Yeah.
We've had scenarios. The typical planning, I'll give you the example of planning for a drive. Let me talk of Mombasa. I love Mombasa.
Yeah.
So you've serviced your car, you've done everything you wanted, and you're telling yourself, I'm going to Mombasa with my good people. We will take 5 hours on the road, we'll enjoy everything along the journey.
Yeah.
When you start the journey, your tire goes flat, your spare is not working, your car is overheating, you find somebody has hit you from behind, you have so many things popping up that are puncturing your ability to keep the momentum. You get it?
Yeah.
You reach a level where it is no longer important for you to reach, say, Mombasa in 5 hours. All you are saying is, all I want is to reach that place. A lot of us in business space, you are in that mode.
Yeah.
All you want is to have this function done and you move on with it.
Yeah. William, what would you like the person who is watching the CEO bench and those who have nominated you to come onto the CEO bench to remember you for? CEO bench, we operate with the principle of, if you know that somebody has sense to speak, if you know a CEO that has created impact, nominate them. You are nominated overwhelmingly with a great number of votes right after the Marketers' Night that happened in Kampala. The very first one that happened after COVID-19 had locked down everything for almost about 2.5 years, going to 3. And here we are talking to you. What would you remember? What did you want them to take from you as we come to the end of the show, as your last word to the young man out there and to the young lady out there, as well as to your contemporaries who may not be able to have the courage to come and speak on the CEO bench like you?
They should not remember me. They should remember their trade, focus on it, and keep working, is it?
Ladies and gentlemen, the show has come to an end. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and of course, William Kalombo, right here in Kampala. As always, the parting shot to William Kalombo from the CEO Bench is, have you ever cooked for your wife? And when, since you're always giving us the Marketers' Night out, is there a marketing night in your kitchen?
When we do Marketers' Night, I don't cook.
Have you ever cooked for your wife?
It won't help them.
The show bench has come to an end. And a toast to this. William, thank you very much for coming to the show. And from us here, we say goodbye.
Hi, my name is Chimera, a gospel artist, and this is my story. It's always difficult to find a way of defining very quickly, but if you have to use some titles, I'm a Christian, I'm an African, I'm a Ugandan, I'm a husband, I'm a father, I'm a musician, among other things I'm still discovering, but that's I guess who I am. I am. I was born here and I've grown up here, I've gone to the schools here, I've eaten the relics here, and I live and breathe this air. What makes me Ugandan? Well, one, the obvious is that I was born here. I was born in Mulago in the 80s, and my parents, my heritage is from Uganda. But the other thing is that besides all that, if you could take out all that, I love this country. I really do. So that makes me Ugandan. One of my strong things, the thing about me that's really strong is my faith. That's very definitive for me. I'm a believer in Jesus. I go to a total church, which is in Uganda, you know. And that faith infiltrates everything that I do. So in everything that I do, I'm striving to be like Jesus. So if you can think of anything that Jesus would do, I'm striving to be that in my family and in all the roles that I've just mentioned. Chimera the musician, there's a couple of questions that could go with that. That could be, when did I start doing music? How did I start? Why did I start? Why did I write a certain song and not the other? And maybe, have you heard my music? Maybe not. Maybe you will sometime. Hopefully sooner than later. If I were to pick one of those questions, when did I start doing music? It was 2014, really, formally. And that's when that's when I got married also. I started doing the first song that I formally released. There's one that we did as a collaboration before, that's patriotic and so on. But leaving that alone, the main song that I released first was a song called Gwe Wange, and it's a song that's gotten to be played on lots of radio stations, and I really appreciate that. And that's a song I wrote as a love song to my wife when we were getting married. So that's sort of what kicked it off. A few months later, we were thinking, yeah, it was already in kind of plan, but we're like, yeah, I think we should start with this, roll it out, share it. Some people listened to it, some people hadn't, and it was really well received and kind of opened up the way for other songs that I did. My inspiration, there's a scripture in the Bible. It's Matthew chapter 5 verse 16. It's my definitive thing. And it says, let your light so shine before all men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven. So I try to put that as an inspiration into everything that I do. So when I write music, I'm a gospel musician, but for some of the songs that you may hear, they may not have Jesus in them, or they may not have this or that. That's very, maybe like quoting a scripture and things like that. But what that inspires me to do though is to create a product, to create something with my gifts and abilities that adds value to you. I don't know if that makes sense. So whether you're a father, whether you're just a Ugandan trying to make ends meet, whether you're a person who's going through a difficult time, whether you're a person of faith and you need some strength. Gwe wange nze wo gwe wange nze wo. Resolve our misconceptions of each other. They really did. I actually grew up with a fairly musical family, and we used to pray together, Christian family. We used to pray together every day, we used to sing. And that's how I picked it up. I just kind of picked it up. So I used to listen to a lot of radio in the house. Back then I think it was like just Radio Sanyu and Capito and a few others. I mean, now there's 1,000,002, right? But so that's how I picked up singing, and it was always encouraged. And it wasn't something towards like, it wasn't like a requirement, like because you're singing you have to do an album or whatever. There's lots more people who sing beautifully and what, but they just haven't done an album, and that's fine. So yes, to answer your question directly, my parents did encourage me. She'll apologize, but her words cut too deep. Would I allow my daughter to sing? Of course, no hindrance whatsoever. Sing. You know, yeah, that's the thing. Don't tell people that you care if you leave them empty-handed with no cash for a taxi. Don't tell people that you care if your pocket be full but you leave them feeling hungry. Don't say a word if you don't mean that. I'd rather you walk than you go say that. Cause every time you use those words, this is what I hope you mean. I care. And if you have a crisis in your family, call me up. I care. Please don't hesitate to call if you need to talk to a friend, cause I care. Care about your people, I care. Care about how you're doing, I care. Yeah. Short story why I wrote that. So if you've heard the song, it might make sense. I'm sort of just jumping to the key lines. There's a line in that song that several people like to talk about. It's in the second verse where it says, Mulokole tolimba toja kunsabira. Afazali ompechu kumichenalya. And lots of people smile and laugh at that. And that kind of presents the whole situation of how I wrote the song. I was really broke some years back. I was at a function, we'd just done a gig helping another artist and so on, but it wasn't a paid thing. So I was like stranded, no transport, how do I, So I woke up to one of the guys who was on our team. I'm like, hey man, I need help. I need some dime. He didn't think much of it, just took like 2-3 minutes away, came back, gave me a 10K, And on my way to Ntinda at the time, I wrote like half this song in there, because regardless of how much you feel for me, if you can do something about it, help me out. And interestingly, that's what the Bible says in James chapter 4. I think it's chapter 4 or something, where it says, if you can do something about someone's situation, don't refuse. Don't say, God bless you, you'll be fine. No. Dig in and help. Mulokole tolimba tojja kunsabira. Afadhali ompe kikumi chenalya. Cause if you walk right by nga tonfako, that was not what the preacher said. Read your Bible, the book of James. Faith without works is simply dead. I care. One of those people is my mom. The fact that she raised all like 9 or 10 of us, and she's still strong, and she wakes up every morning to pray and is there for her children every step of the way. If you're like that, you're the kind of person that just inspires me. In terms of music, I'll pick, man, there's so many artists, but I'll pick a quick one. I'll pick, there's Pompey, there's Mali Music, there's a guy called Propaganda who does spoken word. But I'll just pick Mali Music for something that's really cool that he did. He's an American musician. When he got a record deal, like the biggest thing he ever did, instead of writing a song or doing a song that kind of glorified the whole, maybe I made it, all my haters, I don't care, you can do what you want type thing, he actually did a song called Beautiful. It's like 2-3 years old now. Beautiful, but he did that to appreciate everyone that had helped him along the way. So in my mind, I'm like, yo, that guy has a good head on his shoulders, and I aspire to be that kind of person. There's a Zambian artist called Pompey. Just his lyrics are just brilliant. The way he puts it together, brilliant. Hi, my name is Chimera, a gospel musician, rated fresh on XXL.
Was so tired of walking alone. I needed someone to keep me strong. Not just anybody would do. She had to be strong and beautiful. Now I have you, my wishes came true. Gwe wange nze wo.
My name is David Okwi, and I'm the shop manager here at Oduka. Our vision is really to bring technology closer to the people, closer to you, tech that you can afford, tech that lasts, tech that is durable, and tech that you can use to simplify your life. My inspiration behind starting Oduka came from the fact that I've been blogging or writing about tech for the past 10 years, but the stuff that I've been writing about has not been locally available in the market. So what we did is, let's bring this technology to the people. So we really had to start a store, an actual store that you can order today and then have the product delivered to you tomorrow. So currently we launched with mobile accessories. Think a car phone charger, car phone mount, iPhone charger, micro USB, Type-C, charging accessories like this power extension here with 4 ports that you can use to charge your phone, as well as the other ports for appliances. We test our products and make sure that they're up to standard. We vet our suppliers. We don't just get any supplier. Other than the fact that COVID-19 has forced you to sell online, there are very many advantages why you should do that. One of the advantages is the convenience that you're bringing to your customers. 2 is that you have a wide market that expands beyond your working clients. We intend to grow, to bring more tech, to bring tech to the everyday user out there, and to bring really good tech. In order to do that, we intend to scale our product categories and to also cement our position as a leader in electronic products.
Kopa ngoja lomera, anadwogo enomera. Alak chigulu tiwia, alatin gang. Kwankal ikoma enwe. Man remo magulu, man jo magulu. I ogulu inyankira. Lugulu watek wachung wapiem wan weng do piem. Gang watigulu and eno.
Diek ma yamo tiamba mira de ya ro ma kelo de ba mira de ba ya de ma gamo le ba mira de ba da Rabu Nyana gini me baby nyana gini go nyana gini awu down every year awu down every year man wood oh yeah
You're asking yourself, critical thinking. Critical thinking. What do you think that means? Someone will say it's deep thinking. In Uganda, kufumitiriza, deep thinking. Why is it important to think deeply about things, about anything, about everything? Why is it important? You will be saying, mistakes. The reason why I need to think deeply about something is because I want to have the right outcome, the intended outcome. So we all live our lives in such a way that we have visions. Those visions is what you call intended outcome. I intend it, and therefore I work towards achieving it. But in the process of achieving, I need specific actions that should produce the results. But in those actions, there are also stakeholders, different people along the way. So I intend to achieve X in this much time, but who are the involved parties? And how do I navigate to still achieve what I want to achieve, regardless of the forces that are against my working? So critical thinking is your ability to arrive at what you intended with minimal costs. That's all. whether in marriage, whether at work, in your progress, in your career, whether even it comes to innovation, where you want to come up with solutions, you want to create, it requires you to think deeply. But now when you say think deeply, there's another question that comes to mind. How do you think deeply? Because when we were in school, the education system is not designed to teach us critical thinking. It's designed to teach us thinking about whatever the teacher wants you to think about. So if your subject is math, the teacher wants you to think about math. And if it's English, science, think about what I've told you, then give it back to me in the same measure I've given it to you. So don't add your thoughts. Give me the thoughts I've given you, give them back to me. If you're 100% copy-paste, then you are smart. Then you pass that class, move to the next class like that. By the time you get to campus or to Makerere University or to a university or college, what do you have? You have a mind that is not actually used to knowing how to think about what to think about. It only knows about thinking about what it's told to think about. Then in the end, you're given dissertation. All of a sudden, they're asking you to think for yourself. It's the most scary experience, thinking for yourself for the first time at that age. You only do that for once. I think it's about, you usually copy-paste from Google, or you get some Bakuba or some experts to do the work for you, then you pass. Then what happens? You now graduate from college, from university, and you're ready to go in the real world. And so the first thing they're looking for in a job interview, they say, we're looking for people who are what? They will say it, they'll say critical thinking, they will say out of the box thinkers, people who think out of the box. But remember, you've been thinking in the box, but now they require you to think out of the box. They're looking for people who are resourceful, who can take initiative, who are creative, who can come up with solutions, things that no one actually told you. So critical thinking, and the book or the guide that I have written is to allow people to have the tools, the mental tools, to navigate through their intentions and through the execution towards those intentions. That's the idea about critical thinking. So, we now know what critical thinking is about. But what are the tools? What tools? What are those mental tools? What do I do? How do I think critically? Now, how to think critically is what I summarize as 5-dimensional thinking, or different dimensions of thinking that collectively allow you to critically think about something. And it starts with the first dimension. By the way, you know what the word dimension means? Well, dimension means something having substance and depth enough to be believable. Something having enough depth and substance to be believable. That's dimension. So we're going to talk about 5 dimensions, and the first dimension is always look at the parts, meaning everything in life is made up of parts. Everything, including your body, is made up of parts, little cells, and then they make up eyes. But also when it comes to mechanics, cameras, anything you touch, a watch, everything we see is made up of parts. So the first thing is to always look at the parts. But that is not only scientific, we also apply it in situations. Every situation starts as an event. One little event, second event, third event, then collectively they create a situation. The whole is made up of parts. So look at the parts. Number 2, look at the relationship between the parts. Meaning, how does this part relate to this part? If it's in a camera or a car, for example, which is also made up of parts, how does this car part relate with this other car part? That's how we learn to drive. You cannot operate a car unless you know the relationship between and. See, those are all parts. Now, teaching you how to drive is to teach you how to relate. The timing between the parts allows for the function of such a device to actually work. So you look at the parts, you look at the relationship between the parts. Number 3, you look at the environment within which the parts relate. In Uganda, otunulira obuntu, buli kintu kyonna kikolebwa obuntu obutundutundu. So otunulira obutundutundu bw'ekintu, n'otunulira n'enkolagana ey'obutundu. Ekyokusatu, n'otunulira embeera obutundu mu bukolaganira. Embeera obutundu mu bukolaganira. Can quick example. I'll give you an example. You imagine you've seen a beautiful girl. You're in a taxi. She's beautiful. You could say, yeah, she's beautiful and move on. That's one event. It's a part. However, if you decide to stop the taxi man and say, stop there, and you walk back to meet the girl, hello, my name is so-and-so. That's a second part. Before you know it, you've created a third event. Then there's a situation. She's your girlfriend, but you're married. Oops. You're married, but you don't also have what? Embeera, financially. The environment is not conducive for you to add another part to your relationship that you already have with too many other parts. Your kids, your mom who stays with you, and your wife. Now you're adding another part and you're creating a relationship within an environment that is not sustainable. You see? So you look at the parts, you look at the relationship between the parts, you look at the environment within which the parts relate. Now, what's the fourth dimension? The fourth dimension is about you putting yourself in the shoe of somebody or of a situation, then remove yourself. Then you put others in that situation, then remove them. Then stand back and observe how your mind creates solutions. Those are too many words. The simplest of words would be, think of what if. What if? What if this girl that I add to the part in a relationship of a new environment that makes me aside XY, perhaps if that happens, it causes XYZ, then what do? I get into problems. My wife discovers that XY is happening, and perhaps part of the money we've been as a family comes from my wife. She has a better job than. Then now you have a situation where the other girl now is not interested in you. So it's now our thief. So before you start to talk to the girl out of the taxi, stop back, look at the parts, look at the relationship between the parts, look at the environment, then say, what if what if in Uganda is watya? Watya ng'omwana onandetedde ebizibu. That thought of watya is what causes you to be fearful, okutya, nootya. And then what happens? You let go, you stay in your taxi and continue to your destination. So what have you done? You've solved a problem before it even began, because that problem is what you call a situation that takes place after a series of events that you did not intend, but you were just acting emotionally on your feelings, and now they become a burden on you. And therefore your vision, your intentions, which is the fifth dimension, what do you intend? Mu Luganda kyekinyumenyo bagamba ogenderera ki? Kiki kyogenderera? So let's go back to our situation where you brought in a side friend into the relationship. So I would ask you, if that's the fifth dimension of intention, what did you intend? Wabadde ogenderera ki? Mu Luganda, the word okugenderera comes from the word okugenda, which is a verb. It's a doing word. The thought and action are related. So if you are seated in that taxi using critical thinking, the 5 tools, you know what you will say? What is my intention? Okwesanyusa oba mirembe mu maka gange. You see how that is different? So what if I bring in this woman, okwesanyusa, will it also add a mirembe to me? If the answer is no, then ekigendererwa kyo si kya kwesanyusa but mirembe. Therefore, let the girl go. Continue in your taxi. That's a very simple situation that can turn ugly, and a lot of people's lives have become havoc to themselves simply because they didn't have tools to allow them to assess and achieve the intended outcome. Critical thinking, 5 parts, 5 dimensions. Can we repeat them? Number 1, look at the parts. Look at the relationship between the parts. Look at the environment or context within which the parts relate. Ask yourself, what if? Intention is basically your feeling. How do you feel? Because also feelings are feedback mechanism. And always remember, every time you think about the 5th dimension, think of this scary thought. What you make others feel is what you mean to them. Think about it critically.
I am Flavia Luanga. I'm the Human Resources Director for Airtel Uganda. Just been through the roundtable discussion on, how, what is the importance of doing more than one international languages. And we are doing this at Alliance Française. Personally, I believe it's important to know more than one international language. Obviously, most of us speak English, so because it's really known worldwide, pretty much most people will be, English speaking. And personally, I choose, French because it's equally, largely spoken on the African continent, and so we have the, the Anglophone countries, then we also have the Francophone countries. And working at Airtel Uganda, we do have, countries that we operate in Africa, over 13 countries in Africa, and you could say almost 50% of those countries are Francophone countries. So I see there's a lot of value in learning more than one language. And like I said, I will speak more from my point of view, which is to learn the French language. And, at a point, we go to a situation where, the different countries would always reach out to each other to get talent for specific roles in their countries. because you know, there are many reasons, but one of them being that, you know, the roles are scarce in the specific country. So many people reached out to us from other francophone speaking countries and other countries which are anglophone, but francophone especially. I felt hurt because I believe we have very good talent at Airtel Uganda, and we do have good talent in Uganda. So with the opportunity of knowing the French language and the fact that you're already a professional, it adds so much more to your life. So because you will find that if you have so many people who have the capability, you know, how does the employer choose you from the next person? I think French language is a key differentiator. And like again, I said, I'm speaking about Airtel per se, because this is the opportunity I saw. And once I saw that opportunity and I realized, oops, our professionals do not speak French, then that's when I approached Alliance Française, and for 5 years now, they've come through and you know, we've structured some French classes at the place of work. So we have a stream of people coming through at different levels and trying to learn the language. So at least I want my people to be prepared. I want them to be ready, so that, you know, when these kind of opportunities come, you know, that they end up to be the preferred, you know, candidates for the jobs, because they already know English and they know it very well. But then, and they are professionals, they're very good at what they do. Now the only challenge is they can't speak French, and the opportunities are there. And I've sent some, you know, some of my people to the French-speaking countries, but the ones where I've been able to send them are the ones where, you know, there's at least a balance of both French and English. So I've been able to send people to Seychelles, you know. I even have a finance director in Seychelles today, Ugandan, who didn't know any French, but because they sort of, you know, as a country, they've embraced both languages. So it was easy for me for this person to go. They didn't go as a finance director. They went as a financial controller, and today they're a finance director. I've also sent people to Rwanda, you know, and as you probably already know, Rwanda is also now really picking up on the English. So it's important to have at least two you know, national or multinational, international languages. So that's the opportunity I see.
My name is Bujingo Don Patrick. I work with Aloysia Organic Natural Health Products as the Managing Director. And I also work with Makerere University Business School as a lecturer of marketing and the French language. I think firstly, this roundtable on French and employability for me is an opportunity to give a testimony. I'm a product of the benefit of having studied the French language. So I believe this roundtable discussion gives us room to look at the past, where we are, and the future. So it's a very, very strategic discussion. I did get the passion to study the French language. Firstly, I was exposed to this language rather young, not with much interest from myself, but rather the motivations of my teachers, French bread, things like this after class. But then as I went into the higher levels, I started to see the value of this language, the beauty of the language. So for me, the passion was mainly to see that we could fit into this global village. French is a beautiful language, and knowing the language itself exposes us and the opportunities of the world out there.
Raymond Muhechi is my name. I'm a lawyer and a French student at Alliance Française de Kampala. I'm very much interested in French, and I love the French language because of the opportunities it presents to not only my profession, but also to the people I work with. I'm a lawyer, and my work is mostly into international law, as well as in Uganda. I do private practice in Uganda as well, in addition to the international work I do around the world. And my experience in my international law field has been challenging in the past because of not being able to speak the French language. I've been missing out on several work engagements, and I've also had challenges in some work engagements. Shared some experiences. One I had recently in 2019 in Benin, where I lost a job opportunity with United Nations because I couldn't speak the French language. And when last year I was in France, I was left on a train because I couldn't understand what they were saying on the train, and I missed my stop. So these challenges that I kept facing showed me why I need to learn the French language, why I need to add French to the English language. not only is it important to my work, but also interacting with the other people around the world. When I saw this program being organized by Alliance Française and the partners on French language and employability, I realized that I must attend this event. Not only is this event going to inspire me to, learning a language requires commitment and inspiration. Not only is this event going to inspire me, but I'll also learn how to maybe to inspire people and also meet the top employers who are going to tell us why the French language is important to them, why they pick out someone with French language as an addition to work in their companies and organizations. And it doesn't matter whatever profession, all professions, engineering, we're seeing journalism, we're seeing the legal practice as well, we're seeing all professions require the French language. And noting that also we're seeing more French countries connecting to East Africa, DRC, Burundi, Rwanda. This program becomes very important for us to really, take on.
I'm Gloria Rodriguez, and I am working with International Organization for Migration. I am the Human HR Resources Officer here in the IOM Uganda. I already mentioned it in the panel or discussion. You see, as International Migration Organization, we are very open to diversity, and our job deploys us in different countries all over the world. So it's important that when you as an IOM staff member get to become an international officer and you're assigned to a certain country and it speaks French, and you have to have that language skills, which is French. And as I mentioned also a while ago, I was surprised that in Africa, the countries speaking French is so many compared to the European part. So that's why we require ourselves to learn a second language or a third language if we can, as much as possible, because you really have to blend in the culture, and language is the key to the culture of the country. So yes, that's why we require them. They have to speak the language where they are supposed to be.
My name is Walimbwa Teddy. I currently work with Stanbic Bank as a consultant in the call center. I've been working so far for 3 years under Stanbic Bank, and proudly to be a member of Alliance Française, the French club. It hasn't been long, but I'm proud to be one of the members. I did French part of my university program, but it was a compulsory course because I was studying with the Missions of Africa. So because they have French programs, they have English programs, so I had to do French. So I did French for 3 years during my social sciences bachelor's course. And then they sent me to Congo for 2 months to have an experience in speaking French and listening besides the classwork. And shortly they sent me to Burkina Faso for 4 months, and I did intensive, it was an intensive program, but it was more of past work, like interacting with people, of which it helped me so much, because if I didn't have the knowledge of French, then I wouldn't interact with the people, I wouldn't get information from them, and I would feel it difficult to fit in the community.
I also picked up a lot more from the other speakers. I picked up a lot from the people who are, the students who are seated on the floor. And you see, there's a lot of opportunity. So the question is, why do I have to learn French? For me, the simple answer is, you do not know what you will stumble on. You just don't know. When I hear that, the kind of testimonies that came through, you realize there's, you cannot even put a number to the opportunities. There's so many opportunities. Some we know, some we don't even know, but they are there. So just learn the language.
My name is Magali Losange. I'm the head of courses of Alliance Française Kampala. I would say first of all that was a direct answer to a request we heard a year ago. So a year ago we met with a couple of teachers at Chambogo University, And some of the head teachers ask us, how can you create more awareness on the specific job opportunities offered for people who can speak French? We thought about it. We realized that instead of having French teachers telling them the full story, it would be better for us to meet employers and employees who are already living this idea that with French, you have access to more job opportunities. So this conference was an opportunity to listen directly from the people who hire people speaking French, but also from the people who already speak French and are using this skill for their professional career.
Yes, I think the French language has come in fundamental for me as one, primarily as a French teacher, being a lecturer of the French language in Mackay University Business School, and also being a marketing lecturer. Now, this helps me fuse the experience that I've seen in the French world, because I had a chance to do my master's in France, in one of the top cosmetics brands in the entire world, called L'Oreal. And for me, this was an experience to see the marketing angle at a global perspective. And at the end of the day, I picked this experience to share with my students. And how this also now taps into Aloysia Organic is that we want to tap into this global market. How will you tap into the French market when you do not have any chance to speak the French language, for example? So meaning our products can be able to reach the French-speaking community, the Francophone community in Africa, and this is the future really. Today, this language is becoming an official language in the East African community.
I'll speak, yes, from a human resource, but there's also a business angle that I picked up here. And I was like, okay, this is something I'd never thought about. From a human resource perspective, obviously, like I said, I've seen so many advertisements from the time I started, looking out for a job when I just left university. There's so many adverts I've read and they say French is an added advantage.
Je m'appelle Raymond Muhechi. Je suis avocat international ici à Kampala. Aujourd'hui, prendre employability en langue française. Pour prendre langue française, practice.
I would like to think that the students realize that there are so many opportunities. Usually we think about the most obvious ones, such as, of course, French teachers, translators, but they realize that the French can be this little extra touch. So as long as you have a specific education, French will open more doors for you, but it can come along with so many different skills and it can be used in so many different sectors. So the main goal of this gathering was to inspire and to put a light on all the different opportunities. From the HR managers, I hope what they realize is that there are already a lot of people who can speak French in Uganda. And on my side, the idea was, okay, how can we do more moving forward?
Je m'appelle Flavia Luanga. Je suis un étudiant de langue française depuis 5 ans. Je suis apprendre avec l'Alliance française, mais je parle un peu de la langue française parce que je suis très occupée avec mon travail. I'm Flavia Luanga. I'm a student of the French language. I study at Alliance Française. I speak very little of the language because I am too occupied with my job. So I intend to start taking up, classes, online classes. I intend to read French written books, and I want to also get into the videos, do movies, simple movies. And then I also want to join the French club here at Alliance Française. So we were sharing quite a bit with Magali and the director on some of the things they could do, given my experience with, someone who's been loving the language and learning the language. So I shared with him some of the few ideas I had that could probably help, people like myself.
My name is Guy Maza, and I'm the manager of this research center of Alliance Française, which is also called Library, which happened to be the biggest resources center with French and Francophone resources. So from when when I attended this talk and thought, I was very impressed because we had so many people, they came. And when it comes to practice, people ask so many questions about how can we practice the language. And as the manager of Resources Center of Alliance Française, I could relate to those questions because I've been asked so many times by students and also members who want to to have opportunities to practice the language. Because in Uganda, it's the English is predominant, so they don't have so many opportunities to practice outside of their classes. It was a great opportunity for them and also for us to hear from them what they want, the expectation. And from someone who works here and also who is always in interaction with members and also students, I would say we have a huge responsibility here in the library because we have resources, physical resources such as books and also movies, DVDs, and internet, because we provide them with internet. And then we always advise them to use them, to borrow those books, to go home and read. Now we have an online library. You don't have to come here and read from here or to borrow a book from here. We can create an account for you and you go and you practice from home. And then for us, the library provides them with so many resources in French, yes, physical but also online. And also we have activities which help them to practice the French language, such as French Club, which is an opportunity for students and members to share and to speak on different topics in French. So it's time for those student members. They're francophone, they're anglophones, and they meet and they share. They help each other. Yes. And also we have other activities with different purposes, but the main goal is to help them to practice French.
First of all, I would like to say that this is something we hear very often, and that's why we try on ourselves to be more flexible and to really adapt to the schedule of these busy professionals. One of the things we've done is to provide classes online, so someone doesn't have to come to Alliance Française or doesn't have to wait for a teacher to come to the office to learn French. So that's the main innovation, I would say. And then there are also many other ways outside of Alliance Française to take advantage of any little time you have to improve your French. Whether, again, we talk about watching a movie, it doesn't look like you're learning, but you're actually learning while you're watching a Netflix movie. There are a couple of different apps. I would talk about Duolingo. That's another quick way to practice. So the most important thing is to make sure that you don't give up. Maybe you feel like you're not doing so much, but you're actually doing enough to keep on practicing and being exposed. Of course, classes will help you to get a proper grasp of the language, but as long as you keep on trying to find a way to practice, you're good. Bonjour, je m'appelle Magali Losange, je suis la directrice pédagogique de l'Alliance Française de Kampala, et l'une des choses qui m'a le plus marqué aujourd'hui, ça a été le sourire du public, l'enthousiasme du public en découvrant toutes les opportunités offertes à ceux qui parlent le français. Donc merci à tous ceux qui sont venus aujourd'hui au Talks and Talks French and Employability. I say that one of the things that I really enjoyed was to see the smiles and the enthusiasm of the public who was able to discover all the opportunities offered for people who can speak French. Thank you very much to everyone who came to the conference today.
La maison des profs, des Français.
C'est l'Alliance française.
Une fille m'a posé une question, pourquoi apprendre le français alors que je lui parlais de la radio bonjour Kampala. Oh, venez, 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 venez.
Venez apprendre le français.
Je vous invite à venir.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Viens mon frère.
Venez.
Viens ma sœur. À l'Alliance française.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez, venez.
Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française. Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir.
Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
La plus largement appris après l'anglais. Les Français disent langue étrangère, la plus largement appris
après l'anglais.
La connaissance du français ouvre des portes, des entreprises en France
comme à l'étranger.
La connaissance du français ouvre des portes, des entreprises en France
comme à l'étranger.
C'est la langue de la culture,
la langue internationale pour la cuisine,
la mode, les théâtres, les habitués, la danse et l'architecture. Le français, la langue de la culture, la langue internationale pour la cuisine, la mode, les théâtres, les habitués, la danse
et l'architecture.
Oh,
oh, oh, I love France.
Oh, oh,
oh, I speak French.
Oh,
oh, I love France.
Oh,
oh, I speak French.
I love France.
Oh,
I love
France.
I speak French.
Oh,
I speak
French.
I love French.
Oh,
I love French.
I love French.
I speak French.
Oh,
I speak
I speak French.
Oh,
oh, I love French.
Oh,
I speak French. Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française. Venez apprendre le français.
Venez
à l'Alliance française.
Venez à Kamocha.
Venez apprendre le français.
Blood Secondé.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez dans la grande famille. Venez
apprendre le français.
Venez mes amis.
Venez à l'Alliance française. Molière, c'est l'idiot n'a en face à pareil à Kampala. Pourquoi tu penses que les Français tirent la internationale? Que tu sois formé le tour du foot ou musique, dis-moi le mot d'un et là, en pleine évolution. Apprendre les Français.
Mes amis, venez.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
La langue française. de paix.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez dans la grande famille. Venez à l'Alliance française. Venez apprendre le français.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir. Venez mes amis.
Venez,
venez.
venez à l'Alliance française.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Everybody parlez français.
Parlez français.
Everybody bina moke. Bina moke. Bina moke.
Bina moke.
Everybody bina moke.
Bina moke.
Bina à gauche.
Bina à gauche.
Bina à droite.
Bina à droite.
Bina devant.
Bina devant.
Bina derrière.
Bina derrière.
Bina devant.
Bina devant.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français. Venez, venez.
Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir. Venez apprendre le français. À Kamochao.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
À Bukoto Street.
Venez
Claude
apprendre le français.
Venez, venez, venez.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Si tu veux parler français, viens à l'Alliance.
Apprendre le français.
Si tu veux parler,
venez à l'Alliance française.
Si tu veux entrer dans la famille, viens,
apprendre le français.
Viens.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Pedalo,
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulis, we really believe in this. We're a clean energy company that also focuses on agricultural value addition to help improve the lives of farmers in rural Africa. Something that's close to my heart, having grown up in these communities. I was born in northern Uganda, in such communities that we've seen today. I spent my early childhood running around these roads. You know, I've lived this, but so has almost every other Ugandan, because 80% of us are linked to the ground through farming. And now what today has been about is figuring out how farming can not only be productive for food, but rather how farming can be productive for the entire ecosystem and the economy. How crops once grown can have residues that can be turned into energy to process those same crops, can be turned into energy to cook those same crops, and can be turned into that flicker of light that can shatter any shield of darkness, economically, developmentally, and otherwise.
I am Jean-Baptiste Fauvel. I work as a program manager at the EU delegation to Uganda, and I'm in charge of working on inclusive green economy. Inclusive green economy is one of two focal sectors of the EU's development cooperation with Uganda, so we have allocated a significant amount of resources to advancing this agenda of promoting inclusive green economy in line with the government's ambitions in this regard, because Ugandan authorities have launched the Ugandan Green Growth Development Strategy end of 2017, and we are keen on supporting this. This visit to the pilot projects implemented by Mandulis in the Gulu district, Gulu region, has been a very interesting experience for me, a learning experience, because I'm not familiar with gasification, the gasification of biomass, and the many interesting technologies implemented by Mandulis here. So I've learned a lot, and I am extremely grateful to Peter and his colleagues for showing this and the very inspiring message conveyed to us visitors.
What's interesting about this project, what I've learned from Mandulis, is that they are covering the missing link in rural electrification. And that missing link is that, you know, we try to electrify people, and it always requires subsidy. What they're bringing is they're connecting the value chains, the agricultural value chains, the groundnuts, the rice, the maize, and this value chains, which are worth a lot of money. They're using the waste from these value chains to make energy, which returns resources to the community. And this has not been done successfully in East Africa yet. So this is a really exciting project. And so what my plan and what I'll be working on is to try and help them finalize the business so that it's investable in a way that they can grow to meet all 16 of the target areas.
I'm telling you that take this stove, okay, take this shigiri, go home, after you've made your muchama and you've eaten and you've enjoyed yourself, I'll buy back the ash from you. That is crazy, but it's what makes you now say, okay, maybe I should switch, because if I calculate the amount of money, let's assume you're buying 1 ton a year, and that 1 ton you're spending about 500,000 shillings, and let's say you're getting about a quarter of a ton at the end of the year, 250 grams, 250 kilos, that's 5 bags of charcoal. How much is 5 bags of charcoal? You're like, okay. So if you're spending 500,000 and you're earning 100,000 from your waste at the end of the year, in a rural environment, that's covering, 2 terms of school for 1 kid. So it gives that incentive to switch because you're saying, look, it's still wood, but this is cleaner. It doesn't beat the environment. It's cheaper, but more importantly, it is an income stream for you as a family.
I have been very impressed by what I've seen. It's been very inspiring, and I will be very keen on exploring whether and how we could maybe support Manduli's ambitions in the future. I will share my takes with colleagues in Kampala, and we will explore what can be done.
The EU has been a strong partner of Uganda in many different fields, from infrastructure to development to others. And I feel it's crucial for them to see how what we're doing fits in within their plans and Uganda's plans.
The farmers are ready. The farmers are ready for someone to come in and make this happen. So we go back to what we need is rural electrification. What we need is we need markets for food crops. The markets for food crops are there, and the opportunities for rural electrification are there, and the farmers are willing to participate. So what surprised me, it didn't surprise me, but is how knowledgeable they are. Mandulis, I think, has raised the awareness, but they're ready to participate, and they understand that they have a role to play in this great activity.
And I'm impressed as well at the potential of this region in terms of agriculture and agro-processing. Just have a look at what's around the landscape. You can see how fertile this land is and how much potential there is for such initiatives as those promoted by Mandulis. So I am confident that there is a big potential for agro-processing industries in the future, and of course the gasification of bio-waste is one of them.
This is a beautiful area. This is a wealthy area. You know, when I heard about Gulu, I had no idea. I kind of thought northern Uganda was very dry, and I didn't really know what to expect. And so when I got here, what I've seen is a very rich area, a lot of crops, a lot of farmers, a lot of young people looking for things to do. And so I think that the agricultural value is here. So what surprised me is the amount of agricultural activity and the potential here.
It was fantastic. I was very much impressed by how welcoming and friendly the local communities are, especially here in Paminolango. We were treated with a fantastic singing and dancing show, which I will keep in my mind for a long time. I think it was fantastic, and I'm very grateful to all those people, all those communities here for their fantastic welcome.
I have not had sorghum ugali like that for a really long time. I mean, in Nairobi we get maize ugali, but sorghum ugali, and then the local food here is just fantastic. I'll also talk about the music. That was like the best village orchestra that I've seen in a long time. So the food and the music, that was like a cherry on top of the experience, and so I'm really looking forward to working on this project.
We wanted our guests to experience the warm welcome of the culture in rural Uganda, especially in this part of rural Uganda. So we had everything from Malakwang to Bo to Lakorokoro, you know, to Odi to Olel, all the food that's grown just down the road from here, and they've eaten it right here. Everything, you know, even those who had the chickens are grown here, and they've been fed on the maize bran and rice bran, you know, and everything's from around the corner. Fresh food, natural food, cooked with a lot of care and a lot of love for everyone, and a lot of welcoming warmth.
Bedala Romero Chote Quarwa. Binawaribo Chingwaya. Bedala Romero Chingwaya. Bedala Romero Chingwaya. Bedala Romero Chote Quarwa. Binawaribo Chingwaya. Bedala Romero Chingwaya. Bedala Romero Chingwa. Bedala Romero Chote Quarwa. Binawaribo Chingwaya. Bedala Romero Chingwaya. Bedala Romero Chingwaya. Bedala Romero Chote Quarwa. Binawaribo Chingwaya. Bedala Romero Chingwaya. Bedala Romero Chingwaya. Bedala Romero Chote Quarwa. Binawaribo Chingwaya. Bedala Romero Chingwaya. Bedala Romero Chingwa. Bedala Romero Chote Quarwa. Binawaribo Chingwaya. Bedala Romero Chingwaya.
Extra. Hi guys, I'm Apio Moro. I'm a singer-songwriter and I write in a language called Dopadola. My music is mostly about continuous self-rediscovery and, like life happens, but it's okay to be afraid to move forward. But, you have to take the next step, and that's where, you learn the things about you that you didn't know. The first song I'm going to do for you today is called Atia. It's a song I wrote about a young girl who was telling her story to her mama. And this song puts together a time when women didn't have a voice, and now we kind of do. Not like the singing one, but in society. But it puts together the two different times together right now. And it's mostly, about empowering women and telling them to not be afraid to. 1, 2, 3, go. Mama, aramoko di jali mara. Mama, angeo ni waju chandi. Mama, kami donyo mani. Mama, kani pesa, togo bedatia. Mama, there's a man who wants my hand. Don't go bedatia. Mama, there's a man who wants my hand. Don't go bedatia. Atia nyaranya warechita, tanya wakalita, tanya wabeli. Atia nyaratingani mbati, tomiani moko makelorini. Atia mitobinara makadini, fadiga rangungeri. Makada jalua, mawinjaye, atia meyokurani, kodoge yeye. Kiritu mibanja mafuni para
chamara, get to get it out, yeah, tell him I'm it on your money, talk about it, yeah. Mama, 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 Togo bedatia, Togo bedatia, Togo bedatia, hey hey, Togo bedatia, Togo bedatia, Togo bedatia.
The next song I'm going to perform is called Yikan, and Yikan is a Dopa dollar word to mean fixed.